Okay, hello and welcome everyone to the 6 Hours of Le Mans, the fifth endurance race hosted by THR, and what a race we are going to have today. My name is Pirate Laserbeam and I am stepping in today to do the English commentary stream for the racing today. If you may remember from last year, I helped THR out with the race this time last year. I was joined at that point in time with King Kodiak, my fellow commentator, but events have conspired against us today, and unfortunately Kodiak couldn't make it this time round. So whether poorly conceived an idea or not, I have decided to take on the whole 6 hours largely solo, and I'm going to do my best to give you guys some entertainment here throughout the course of the next 6 hours as we tackle the mighty Le Mans in these fantastic cars. Looking forward to spending a good bit of time here in the commentary box for the next 6 hours and keeping you all company in chat. Looking forward to some camaraderie with chat, but also hopefully what we got last year was a few people popping into the commentary box for a little bit of an interview midway through the race. Now, I am from the Syndicate Motorsport racing community. That's a community I set up a few years ago, and we've got a few teams in the running today. I'll get into more about the drivers and the teams in a few moments. But I just wanted to say I've got a driver called Akashik who'll be competing as part of one of our teams, and he will be popping into the commentary box to give me a hand when he is not driving the car. So I might get 2 hours of support from Akashik throughout the next 6 hours. But either way, I'm going to give it my best shot and see just how much of my voice is left by the end of this session. Anyway, without further ado, let's talk a little bit about what we are here to do today, and it is to take on the 6 Hours of Le Mans, hosted by THR. A big thank you to THR for putting this event together. As an event organiser myself, I know just how hard it is to set up an event and get everything organised, let alone when you're tackling an event of this scale. I mean, we've got 50 cars on the track and then 2 separate commentary streams and so on. There's a lot to organise in this, and I'm sure many of you will appreciate just how much hard work and devotion the THR guys are putting into this event. So yeah, big shout out to THR for putting this together, and especially Pitman, who has been helping me get everything sorted out in the background here. We had a little bit of a hiccup just before the stream went live, hence the delay getting online. But he was helping me get everything sorted out and working, getting all the classes showing on the map and so on, and in the substandings menu on the right hand side. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I've got that all sorted out. And again, just another nod to the incredible organisational efforts that the team put in here. Pitman sent me over an entire dedicated list of instructions, how to configure everything, dedicated car packs with everything configured. Which somehow I still managed to get slightly wrong. But yeah, he helped me through it all. So yeah, fantastic team effort here. And yeah, just a nod to the incredible amount of skill and passion that these guys are putting into these events, as I'm sure you all know. So I think we have now a 5-minute break before the beginning of the race. I've been instructed by Pitman to play a little bit of introductory music, which I shall try and time just at the right moment. But let's see how well that goes. And then as we get underway with the race, I'll probably focus on the race itself for the first few minutes, and as we get into the initial runnings, I'll give you a little bit more of a run through of the teams and what's going on. If you remember from last year, there was a bit of an issue with real penalty at the beginning of the race, and we had a bit of time to kill. So Kodiak and I took everyone through a dedicated 1-by-1 run through of every car's livery and who was driving and which community they came from. Unfortunately, because I had my issues just getting on the stream, I didn't quite get enough time to get online and do that for you, but we'll try and squeeze a little bit of that in as we go through the course of the event. But hopefully you are all looking forward to this as much as I have been. When Pitman reached out to ask if I'd be interested in doing the commentary again this year, I was a definite yes from the off, and yeah, great thing to be part of, and really looking forward to this. So just a few more moments to go, and then we'll be able to get things rumbling here. But let me know in chat which team you're part of. Let me know a little bit about yourselves and your communities and your respective choice of car, etc. I should try and get through the comments and the chat stream in YouTube, which I've got open on the other screen. But I'd love to hear more about the drivers in the event. There's obviously a lot of drivers here to get to know, so feel free to fill me in with any extra details, and I'll give you guys a shout out if I can. Also, give me a shout in chat if the volumes and things are off at all. Ben, I would love to try freestyle rapping, but that would be a crime against all things musical, and I would instantly get banned from YouTube at that point in time. LaFredge, thank you for the shout out there. In terms of broadcast team, I'm a team of one right now, so I shall do my best. Okay, so 2 minutes left on the clock by my account, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and kick off this. It would help actually if I had the correct audio source for that lined up. Give me 1 second. Although we may be out of time, unfortunately. Trying to get myself a good angle here. I may have actually a little bit of time here. Let me just try and add this in. Okay, I think that's going to work. And I haven't missed my window just yet. So, there we go. Ah, Steel Rat, good to see you in there. Not that I'm biased, but shout out to Steel Rat. Steel Rat actually made the Syndicate Motorsport TV van that we use over on our league events, which is styled on the A-Team van. So, very nicely done indeed. Okay, gents and ladies and gents, we've got 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. I'm going to try and time this just right with the music, which Pitman wanted me to play. What if I get myself a position on the track here, which is going to give me a bit of a better view. Might have to go for this. I might put myself on like kind of P3. Of course, using the normal start here at Le Mans with the vintage racing, where you're of course lined up against the side. Of course, you can't do the run to the car that they used to do, but I imagine everyone is at home, truly authentically following this, and are standing the other side of their room, ready to run to their rig to start this race. Okay, let's go ahead. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, the lights are up, the engines are revving, and we are off to racing here at Le Mans. Off they go. P1 out the gate pretty well there. The number 79 car, the one that I've actually picked, of course, didn't actually leave the gates there, so off we go. Number 2 car up the hill, followed closely by the Chaparral, driven by the number 98 car, which is actually Syndicate Hawk. Over under the Dunlop gate for the first run over the hill, and as they head down, everyone so far seems to be in pretty good shape as we go through the first couple of corners here. Everyone presumably taking this a little bit easier as they ease into this race. But on the turn into the long straight ahead, as we will then take many a turn down this, cars slipping and sliding as they get their cars onto the straight there. Tyres probably not in great condition at the moment as they get warmed up. Of course, cars heavy with fuel at this point as well. And here we go, the first run down the straight. The number 2 car leading the pack with the number 98 following closely behind. We've got the number 1 car through Anderson Brother in P3. P4, the Cleospa Racing 1 car is just marginally behind as well. And then the F3 Classics team in P5. Revival Star 69 taking up the 6th position. But we already have a little bit of jiggling for position here. If we jump on board on the onboard point of the Syndicate Hawk team, you can see that the Anderson Brother team absolutely flying down the straight here. They've obviously got a straight line speed advantage here in the number 1 car, and they are definitely putting that to good use already. Just slipping in front of the 160 as they go through the kink. And now the most... Ooh, couple of cars there overshooting the kink and hitting the dust. And now for a very important part of the track here, judging your braking point on the run down to the very sharp right-hander at the end of the straight. And so far, most cars getting through, although the 285 car getting caught up there, and that's causing a little bit of a pile-up, although everyone seems to be back in line and heading in the right direction. But a few cars there almost getting caught out. The remaining cars in the class just turning the corner in the background there as we see the P7s employing their definite performance advantage here as they get away early on from the pack. Let's take a moment to step back down to the next class, the P7000s, and here you can see the number 23 car, Schneider Motorsport, leading the class at the moment, with Good Adam Sean in P14 just behind them. Seems to be quite a big gap between these guys already. Let's take a little step back down, and there's a big pile-up, big action, with multiple cars involved, as many of the cars down here are getting caught up in a multi-car pile-up. Thankfully the drivers, I was going to say getting out of the way, but it seems to be compounding the issue right now. Is absolute chaos at the start of the race here. Many cars now in the trees. Number 62 car getting completely flipped upside down, and that is absolute carnage. That's bad news for a lot of these teams who are just starting the race. There's a lot of time to go, and a lot of the GT class seem to have got caught up in that action as well. That is absolutely chaos. So a few cars will likely be limping back to the pit lane now. But yeah, what a start to the race. Just coming up to our Nage now, and one of the Jags in the background, the E-Type, seemingly having avoided the disaster there. But the Red Lobster Porsche, the 169 here, definitely got some work to do there. Let's take a bot back. So just coming over the Dunlop gate for the second lap, we've got the Syndicate Hawk 98 car with the mega spoiler. Currently running in P2, so the Inkmeister car just up ahead in the number 2 car is definitely breaking away early on with a 3-second gap already just after one lap. But at the moment, plenty of action up here in the P7000s. But yeah, what a start! What an absolute chaos! That was a pretty big incident there for the opening lap. We didn't have any of that kind of thing last year. So hopefully that's the last of the big incidents, but we'll see what that means in terms of pit strategy, whether anyone's going to be going back for damage and repairs and so on. I imagine there'll be a few cars having to get the gaffer tape out and stick a few things back on. So let me just take a moment here. So who is actually driving each of the cars? We've got a special bit of kit here that the THR guys have put together to show me who's currently driving in each car. Showing a couple of drivers as null right now, but let me find who is in each car at the moment. So Anderson brothers are Matthias and Marcus Anderson. It's not actually saying which of those two are in the car right now, although the Inkmeister team up in P1, that's currently occupied by Attila Dimmer, who is currently flying as they break out an early lead here with a 4.1 second gap. But let's just pop back down here. So the number 61 car and the number 69 follow behind are definitely tussling for position here. I don't believe this list is in order of driving positions. Well, 61 just taking a little bit of a knock there and getting themselves caught up into the powder. Number 285 car, which we saw earlier on, getting a little bit caught up in an incident at the end of the straight, has managed to break through there and get up to P7. But the number 61 here just dropping down to P9. Looks like the Anderson brothers are currently running with a little bit of action from the number 98 car behind. Interesting dynamic between the two speed categories here. Let's take a quick look at this from the number 98 car's point of view. They can carry a bit more speed through that corner by the looks of it. But they are on their way. It's amazing how quickly they get around Le Mans. It's a relatively short lap time, 3 minutes 30, despite the length of the track. Just a credit to the speed of these things. Let's take a look down. Ooh, look at the Chaparral just trying to go round on the outside as they come under the Dunlop Bridge one more time. And I suspect the 98 car will have a chance here to send it down on the inside, using their advantage in the corners with their crude but effective wing, only to get overtaken again on the long straight. I think the 98 car, if I'm not mistaken, I'll just see if I can find that in the list here. Might be Andrew Shaw who is driving that one at the moment. Actually, no, it's Quentin. So that's Red from our community. So yeah, Quentin is a French national himself, so local, as you could say it. And Andrew Shaw is the other driver in the team. He's not currently in the car. But let's take a look down. Just looking to overtake there. The number 1 car just shooting back past 98. Obviously got the straight line speed advantage here, whereas the number 98 has it in the corners. But there's also a bit of action here. The P4 and 5 are side by side on the straight as they work their way through. And Marcus is driving for the Anderson brothers. Thank you for the information there in chat. Look at that, absolutely flying around the kink there. Just trying to keep it on the grey stuff. Let's just watch these two for a moment as they head down to the braking zone. See from the onboard wheel camera here just how much speed you have to scrub off to get around the corners. Very little in the way of anything other than mechanical grip. In the background you can see a couple of cars actually just getting caught up on that sandbank there. But none of the shenanigans we saw on the opening lap. Let's take a look down at the P7000 class. So the Schneider Motorsport car leading the group at the moment, but followed closely behind by the Good Adam Jean number 77. And these guys are just absolute head and shoulders above of the rest of the class there. The next car behind is 10 seconds, but that's the Sideheart Motorsport, and they are in a group of 4. Actually, take a look at that action in the background there. Let's just take a little step back because that's too good an opportunity to miss. Got 3 cars trying to find, or 4 cars, sorry, trying to find their way through. One of those is the Syndicate Concord team in the black and red and blue, but they are in a little bit of a group here with the other cars. Let's take a quick look from the onboard point of view as they launch their way out of the right-hander there. And these guys are in a nice little quartet, consisting currently of the number 17, the 134, the 97 and the 27. And as they come on down to Indianapolis, it's going to be who can carry the most speed through here. Look at the 42 just sliding out to the side there, but managed to keep it under control. Lock up at the brakes from the 42. And opportunity for the 97, but they get a little bit caught out by a bit of a switchback. Seemingly okay from the damage point of view, hopefully, on that one there. Let's take a moment to pop down to our friends in the GT class who are just coming through Indianapolis right now on the way down to our NASA 727 Mercedes leading the group at the moment, holding up actually pretty well to the Aggressive Snails. Fantastic team name, I must say. Currently running in 32 up ahead in the number 60 car. But the Purple Helmet team is currently leading the GT pack. A few of the P7000s are, as you can see there, mixed up in the group down here. They may or may not be in the pit lane or suffering from damage from the earlier incident on the opening lap. But the GT cars are doing quite nicely here. In the background you can see a Corvette Stingray. And the 559 GT Lev Speed team. Let's take a look at this from the inside camera here, because it's always nice to see just how close they park it to the walls, as to how brave they're being. The car in the background being a little bit too brave there and catching up a little bit of an impact with the wall there. Of course, no final chicane here at this version of the track. I think in the old Project Cars 2 version of this, there was a little chicane at the end of the track before you got back to the back to the start-finish straight, but no such kinks here. So up and over one more time for the Dunlop Hill, or Dunlop Arch, as the lead of the GT pack continues. Let's take a look back at our friends here in P4 and 5. The 160 and the 69 car are battling quite nicely, and let's take a quick look at who's driving in these at the moment. So the number 69 is what a team, what a name. That's the, I think, Revival Star 69, isn't it? You've got Eamon Martin, Jan Gauthier and Turbotard driving in these cars. At the moment it's Turbo who's in the 69, currently giving the car in front a very daunting rearview mirror, I'm sure. You can see from their point of view here, it's nice close racing between these two. I think last year when we did this race there was a couple of Jags, the XJ13s, who were absolutely flying for probably about 10-15 minutes consistently. Just round and round they went, just battling all the way. Absolutely fantastic racing between those two. Nice to see a similar thing unfolding here between the P5 and P4 cars right now, with the Revival Stars and Cleospa racing. But there's a nice lot of action actually happening here. Let's go down to the beginning of the P7000 class, where you've got the Schneider Motorsport and Good Adam Shawn teams still giving it all the go they can as they come through up to Arnage. A corner I know very well from my my previous trips down to the real 24 Hours of Le Mans. But off they go, still keeping within a second of each other. Let's go back down to the P16 right now, where we've got Kirsten Vector and Sim Runia racing. Again, less than half a second between these two as they battle their way along. Getting a sense of the speed from the inside of the car here, and just how dangerous this race would have been in real life. Look, there's no Armco, it's just fences and trees, and you're going at a hell of a rate of knots in a car probably made of paper mache. It's amazing how much skill and determination these guys would have brought to the racing, knowing full well that it could end any second. So through the twisty bit next to the houses here, that's always a bit of a heart in mouth moment. Lots of speed to be lots of time to be gained there if you can carry as much speed through there as you possibly can. And these guys coming up to run past the pit lane once more. So Akashik, the chap who may be joining me in the commentator's box, is currently in the car right now. He's in the 100 car. I think when he hands over to his teammate, Dr. Box, we may be able to get a little bit of assistance here in the commentary box from Akashik. Of course, I have said that if they do need to communicate within team, because you never know, it's always good to have your teammate on the radio, then by all means he needs to drop back out and do that. Let's go back to the number 21 spot here, where we've got Chucklevex and RCS Classics, along with the Revival Series, and a little bit of a group down here. Just looking again at the front of the pack there, the number 2 car driven by Inkmeister is a whole 11 seconds ahead of the Anderson brothers now, and the number 98 car, Syndicate Hawk, is 1.2 behind Anderson. So not sure what number 2 car put in their fuel tank, but they're definitely giving it the beans. They might be running a lower fuel setup, which is giving them an early advantage here. Or they just might be flying like the wind, who knows. There we go, windscreen wiper waggling merrily as the car works its way down the long straight here. You can see just how many cars there are piling their way down the straight as these guys get underway. 15 minutes of race time out of the way, and despite the early pile-up, everything seems to be settling into a pretty good rhythm at the moment here at Le Mans. Looks like Chuckles is trying to find a way past. And the Silk Cut number 8 car just coming down into the braking zone. Let's go back to the number 1 and number 98 car as these guys work their magic. Again, the number 98 car gaining ground in the corners, but as I'm sure we're about to witness, you just take a look at their onboard view. Well, they've actually managed to slingshot past for the time being, but let's see how long that lasts. So number 1 car in the slipstream, we're actually getting a fantastic view of the rear wing, but here comes the slingshot manoeuvre. Look at the overspeed here that the number 1 car can develop on that straight. As they pull out to shoot past, it's easy to get that move to stick. You can see how quickly they've actually turned that overtake into a significant advantage here on the run down the straight. And it's just a question of time now and skill for the number 98 car to make that time back up in the corners. Let's give a little bit of air time to the GT. So number 36 spot here with the GT Akiri Slideways team being followed closely by the 51. These guys in the E-types. Lovely to see it. And I think in the background we actually got the Syndicate Typhoon, which is the car driven by Akashik. So Akashik there in the red and black E-type, following the other E-types through Arnage as they turn that tricky corner to the right. Number 9 car getting a little bit onto the grass there. Interesting how all these... actually, there's another Syndicate 97 car in the background. But interesting how all of these E-types are so closely positioned on the track. So that's showing that the cars and the drivers are all of equal performance and skill at the moment. Taking a quick run back up here, actually, to the number 98 car. So... quite close behind the number 1 car, but being caught by the looks of it by our friends in P4 and 5 who are in the 160 and 69 car, although the 69 car seems to have dropped back a little bit compared to Cleospa Racing, who they were racing with quite closely before. It's now the number 98 trying to keep up with the number 1. Number 1 actually overtaking another class by the looks of it. Tricky bit of the track to be going side by side as they come up to the left-hander here. And you can see the 160 in the background also executing an overtake. As the cars start to mingle, here comes the 61. Classic tracks. So let's take a look at what this looks like from the internal perspective as you overtake a slower class coming up to Dunlop. Pretty straightforward move at that point in time. But his friend at the background here, actually very nice gentlemanly racing being employed there. The GT car doing its best to stay clear and allow blue flags to come through. And onto the straight they go. Let's go back to P16 with the number 36 car is being chased down by Simrunia Racing. Coming through Indianapolis, isn't it, to Arnage. Again, tricky corner there. Sandbank is there to keep you on the track, but you don't really want to be on that at all. Very easy to get unsettled and get grit on your tyres, possibly fly off and go to the moon. But yeah, things are very much underway here. I think we're starting to get later into the evening now, so of course we're doing a 6-hour real-time race, but that's set so that it's, I think, 4 times time speed progression. It's going to be easing into the evening. I'm going to increase the exposure here a little bit to get a bit more light. You can see the cars just sliding through there, of course relying entirely on mechanical grip at this point in time. Only very few cars had the option of aero, such as the number 98 car, and even that's quite crude in its implementation. Sure, it definitely goes a long way to helping though. Let's take a quick look at the GT guys down here though, because look, we've got a little trio here of E-types, and here they come through in Indianapolis. They're actually in the way of the number 1 car right now, so they are actually under blue flags, and they're going to have to do their best to steer clear. Ooh, a car in the background just took a dive off. Didn't get a chance to see it. That's the Chaparral number 98 in the background. The GT cars will have to make room for the number 1 coming through. They're pulling over to the left-hand side now to allow the faster class to come through. And it looks like number 1 and 98 are through. Let's take a quick look at those guys actually, because they are in full attack mode. Actually catching up with the slower class. Ooh, slight lag spike there. And the number 1 keeping it just on the track as the E-types come back through. So, number 97 overtaking the E-type, number 9, 98 and the number 1 coming up as well. So again, going to be an interesting run through Dunlop. Love the keychain there. Easing it round the first corner here, although actually easing it a little bit too little as they make contact with the wall there. And that allows the 97 to get through. At the moment though, the number 1 car's got a bit of work to do here. The Chaparral number 98 is doing quite nicely. Number 1 car between 2 syndicate teams at the moment. 98 just managing to avoid contact by the looks of it as they sweep onto the straight here. And you can see Quentin working the number 98 as much as possible. Let's see how things look from the number 1 car's point of view. So yeah, down the straight they go. They are currently closing at a significant rate of knots. You can see that delta 0.9, 0.8, 0.7. There's so little the number 98 car can do in a situation like this to keep a car with such a significant overspeed advantage on the straight at bay on a track like Le Mans where it's largely a straight. Just a credit to the number 98 car's driver here. Penalty controls are locked for 16 seconds apparently. Ooh, look at that, the 69 car in the background there, just sliding out through the kink, catching a fair amount of dust there as well as they come down to the braking zone. See just how slow they have to get the car to turn it through there. There's no doubt about it. You're making your time there as how brave you can be on the brakes and timing that just right, and then it's just foot to the floor and off you go. At the moment though, look at these two. These guys have been going at it now for about half an hour. The Schneider Motorsport team and good Adam Shawn in the 77 and the 23, they have just been hammer and tong for half an hour of racing. And they show no signs of abating anytime soon. I think they've also just been in formation, as it were, with very little in the way of back and forth, but absolutely perfect, harmonious driving here. I wouldn't be surprised if these are the two that were in the Jags from last year, because the way that they're driving is so consistent in their execution. It's just definitely reminding me of that battle we had last year. So, the number 1 car just overtaken the 98 once again as these two continue their battle. You can see the 98 struggling with traffic there, had a bit of overspeed but didn't get a chance to use it. Coming through the kink. They will likely lose out a little bit here due to the number 1 speed. And they're going to be trying to catch up through Dunlop in the first couple of corners. If they can't make significant ground before the start of the straight, the Mulsanne straight, it's going to be difficult for the number 98 to keep up. They need that slipstream just for a little bit at least, even though it won't give them a huge amount of boost because the number 1 will get away quite quickly. But here they come, and it's down the left-hand side for the number 98 car. And number 1 is now back in its traditional spot at this point in the track, where it's trying to line up its slingshot for the overtake. Thank you, THR Racing. Let me get myself ready for the stage. Actually, this isn't a stage channel, is it? So I'll check the DMs now. Thank you. Just catching a little bit of feedback. Going to add a little bit more AC audio. Hopefully that's a little bit more engine noise for you guys. Okay, I've now joined the English Streams stage channel, so for those of you who are in the race or want to pop in and have an interview, then feel free to jump in, put your hand up, and I'll see if I can keep an eye on that to bring you guys in for a chat. And I'll see if I can get my DMs lined up here as well. But okay, so whilst we are in the mix of the racing here, just a quick nod to qualifying. So in terms of qualifying positions for the prototypes up to 7 litres, first place went to the number 2 car set by Attila Diener from Germany. And then for the number 2 spot, we had the number 98 car, which was Kasperi Sirin in the Chaparral 2F with DRS. And then the number 79 car, last year's second place team from MS Development, unfortunately cannot start the race for health reasons, so that's very unfortunate to hear from that side. In the 2 litre class, we had the number 77 car on pole with a number 3 minutes 36 684 set by Adam Keefe, who I know is a very fast driver. And then P2 went to the number 23 car, which is Maximilian Venig, with a 3 minutes 36 762. And then the P3 spot went to the 127 car with a 339 126 set by the Porsche 910 6, set by Jaden HW from down under by the looks of it. And then GT class was a P1 spot for the number 727 car, set by FMG. FMG, thank you for your DM about volume of the engine noise, so appreciate that. That was a 347.068. P2 went to the number 33 car set by DRIK or Drick from France with 3 minutes 47.812, and the final spot for the GT class was the third spot car number 9 set by Mark Reed, and that was a 348.615. So thank you for the extra information there from THR. Okay, let me just get myself back down to the channel. So we're going to invite Akira into the stage channel here for a bit of a chat. Let's invite them in. Hello Akira, welcome. Yeah, pretty good, thank you. I'm just going to turn up your volume a little bit so I can hear you properly. But yeah, tell me a little bit about yourself and which team you're racing for today. Very nice. Is that the 559 car then? Yeah, I've just switched the focus onto you guys, so yeah, just seen you get onto the straight. So tell me about the car then. I actually know a guy here in the UK whose family company builds and renovates these for real life racing. So what drew you to this car?
From the TTM Championship, if you're aware.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, I got this. Help me out with this." And sure, you choose the car, and he said, "Oh, I'm gonna choose the TBR." And perfect. It's a car I've never driven before. It's a car that I haven't even seen in person. It's like such a nifty little car. It's like a Mustang, but it's not really a Mustang. Again, it's not something I would have chosen, but I'm not saying that I'm complaining. It's a really interesting car. Hey.
Very nice. So sorry, I just noticed in chat that the Discord for your interview wasn't pulling through properly. So just for those of you who missed it at the beginning, so Akira joins us from the Lev Speed team in the 559, which I've switched the focus onto, and they were saying that they're driving the nifty little TBR because it's a very fun car to drive. So. Fantastic! Thank you very much for popping in, Akira. So, what are your thoughts for the race ahead? Are you're a two-person team, are you?
Correct. We're thinking of just honestly playing it safe with such a car that likes to swing around so much. The first thing you think about is bringing it home, right? Especially with classic races, the first thing you think is bringing it home, because if you make it home, where are you gonna end? Dead last, right? So yeah, we just want to have fun. At least I do. Later on have the races. When we get the chance to pass, we get the chance to pass. But as long as we make it in one piece, I count it as a success. Right?
Very nice. I think it's a very wise strategy. Just try and bring it home in one piece. It's easy to overdo it. On the opening lap of this, I don't know if you saw, there was a huge amount of cars getting caught up in the GT class. Did you guys manage to avoid any significant trouble there?
Yeah. Gladfully, my teammate has heightened sentence to a degree. Like I said, we come from the Touring Masters Championship. Like, we kind of learn to avoid these kind of accidents. In fact, I was sadly a victim of one of those accidents in the Touring Car Championship. So you kind of get into your head that if you have this big bag of people, as much as you want to avoid contact or some kind of incident, you have to put your head into the mindset of something might happen. So please, so just keep your cool and find the safest space that you can fit through. Whatever comes, it comes.
Yeah, I think that's very wise words. We were actually doing a race at Syndicate Motorsport yesterday in our Radical League at a circuit called Pau in France, and it was such a nifty little street circuit. You had to think about curves and very dangerous kind of pavements and that kind of thing. But trying to force a mistake from your opponent ahead of you was like a double-edged sword, because if you did it too much at the wrong time, you're just going to have a car parked sideways in front of you on the road. So you've got to make sure you think about everything there when you're trying to make the move work on a circuit like that. Thankfully, Le Mans got a little bit more space in some cases to make those kind of overtakes work. So for your team, where do you think you're going to be looking to try and make moves work safely on a track like this?
Well,
your team have it in the corners, or more of a straight line speed?
Well, the TBR has a really interesting quirk, is that given its weight, it actually is, it's like a bullet when it comes to acceleration. It chokes on the straight. In the Mulsanne, it does choke, let's be honest. It doesn't have the best top speed. But basically has the acceleration of a Matra, of a prototype 2.0. That's like a little sleepy, nimble rocket. Of course, you're not gonna have the top speed if you have the proper power of a big muscle V8 like a Mustang or like the Vet, but I think a lot of people underappreciate and underestimate how important those exits are in Les Arc. They really underestimate how important acceleration is, and the TBR truly has a lot of it. So that's the best course of action when it comes to the car. Just don't get greedy on the straights, but do get the best exit possible.
We're just watching your teammate come through Indianapolis right now, and I guess with that strategy in mind, for you guys, if you can get yourself nice and close behind a car just as you're coming up to a nage, you can then deploy that excellent acceleration to get away as you get through the acceleration zones here. So looking forward to seeing you guys employ that strategy going forward as part of the race. But at the moment you're at a little bit of a free air at the moment, so just running your race about 4 seconds behind the car in front, I think it is. So who do you think your main competition from the GT class is going to be today?
Oh, anything with a big V8, anything with a big engine. The A-types are our most even enemy, our most even competitor.
Yeah.
Because they have different ways of being made. They have different productions, but they have similar philosophies of design, so they end up having similar performance. But let's be honest, if you compare a little TBR Griffith with a Vet, with a C2, or even just a Mustang, you're gonna suffer in the straights. So even the goal win can give you trouble. So you really have to kind of think yourself as fighting against the Goliath when it comes to those vehicles. So even if we're not able to make a second place or a first place, I think it's a success if we're able to defend against those types of vehicles.
Very nice, very nice. Well, very much thanking you for your interview time here. It's great to see you guys here at the race, and wishing you all the very best of luck for the race ahead. When are you going to be getting into the car?
Well, I'm planning for a second stint. We'll most likely take the nighttime because of my finishing position in the Touring Car Championship. We decided that I would take the second stint, given that I got a top 10 in the Touring Car Championship. So we decided to be a bit safer when it comes to driver order.
Smart, makes sense. Well, best of luck when you get into the car, and looking forward to seeing how you guys finish up. At the moment you're on the podium for your class, but it's beginning of a 5 hours and 20 minutes race remaining, so plenty of time for things to happen. But so far you guys are looking pretty strong, and looking forward to seeing how you guys get on.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and thank you for everyone for having the time to at least give a 5-minute look. I know 5 hours is a lot, but if it wasn't fun, we wouldn't be doing it, right?
Exactly. Very much so. Well, it's such a great event to be part of, and yeah, I just love watching the battles unfold. Just like your 559 at the moment, going side by side with the number 9. And actually now we get to see your acceleration theory come into play, and yes, you are out the gate like a rocket. You were side by side, and now you're at least 2 car lengths ahead, so absolutely flying away in your TBR. So glad we got to see that in action while you're still here.
Yeah, well, in practice, because some people are not used to some certain prototypes 2.0, there are quite a handful of machines. They're not the easiest to control, but we got I got this quite humorous moments where I was just locked in, just practicing, and the person behind was not very used to their Matra, but so he took, he just basically couldn't get to me when I just exited the corners because it's just that quick.
Yeah, I don't know if you just saw that, but your teammate was just having a little bit of a wobble coming up to our nage, and I thought it was all over for a second there, but they've managed to keep it back on the straight and narrow, and I've just executed the whole acceleration manoeuvre again against number 9 E-Type. So yeah, fantastic racing happening down here in GT, and thanks to Kira for your time. Looking forward to hopefully chatting to you again later on in the race.
Sure.
Best of luck for your
I'm
stint.
glad to. I'm glad. Thank you for everything, and please have an excellent day.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to the rest of the race, and enjoy.
All right, see you around, buddy.
Cheers, see ya. Fantastic. So if you want to come in and have a chat at any point, please feel free. There is an English stream stage channel set up, and all you have to do is jump into the channel, put your hand up, and I'll try and keep an eye on that and drag you in for a chat. But at the moment we're witnessing some great battling between the number 9 and the 559, which is the white and green TVR is driven by the teammate of the chap who was just in here having a quick chat with me just then. So absolutely fantastic. Ooh, and a bit of a punt from the number 9 there, but the 559 still manages to... Oh, I spoke too soon. Still manages to hold on to it, but then just gets a little bit caught out there and is now facing the wrong way. At the end of that corner there. It's not a great place to be, but they are, after many a great save, just having got caught out there. Very unfortunate for them. They're now down to 5th place in their class, but hopefully they will be able to catch up soon. Okay, so back to the P7000s, or P7s, and we've got the number 98 car here, still battling with the number 1, driven by the Anderson brothers. And as I come up to Dunlop, it's over the hill once again. I'm going to have to go for the onboard view here from the number 98. And you can see Red, or Quentin, as you may know him, working this car's cornering capabilities as much as physically possible as they come through onto the straight. It's all guns blazing, but look at that, 31.9 seconds gap between the number 1 car and the number 2, so I'm not sure what the strategy difference there is, but my god are they giving it the beans. Look at this. That's about as close as you can be without being inside the car in front's boot. And they are battling down the straight, although you can see the straight line speed advantage of the number 1 now kicking in. They're trying to dodge the slipstream of the number 98 here, but Red is not giving up anytime soon. Ah, Herr Pittman has joined. Let me invite him to the interview box. I've sent the invitation. Let's see. Ah, Mr. Pittman.
Yeah. Hi, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to draw me on the stage here. Yeah, first of all, thank you for commentating our race. That's incredible that you do it again, that you do it nearly solo this time.
Yep, no problem at all. Happy to be here.
Yeah, but you did it so good last year. It was so awesome, so that we are absolutely pleased that you do it again. I hope your teammate joins you later, that you do not have to talk the whole 6 hours.
Well, I'm hoping that too, but worst case, I'll give it my best. I may have to pace myself a little bit as we get through the event, just to make sure I can get to the end. But for me, this is like an endurance race in itself, whilst commentating on the equivalent of what the guys are doing in the cars right now. But no, let me just say thank you to you for organising this event. I was saying at the beginning of the stream, it's an incredible undertaking to pull together an event of this nature. I mean, I know that from my own organisational side of things over at Syndica Motorsport, and that's a much smaller scale. So it must be many a sleepless night for you guys getting ready for this, and probably very stressful. But yeah, big thank you from myself, I'm sure everyone in chat and everyone else who's driving, to you guys for pulling this together every year. Such a fantastic thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's our pleasure to do it. If it does not cost so much time and effort to set everything up, we would do it much more often. But it's a lot of time we have to put in. One of the factors which make it a little more difficult is that we invite so many communities to get an interesting and huge starter field, and the guys joining THR are many of them, or some of them, are new members, so they don't know how everything works in THR, so we have to draw them in. We try to set up a huge website where everything is written down, so that they can read it by themselves, but some people don't like to read. We learn that every year, but all it worked pretty good, and yeah, we were pretty excited to set it up. And today when I woke up in the morning, I was I feared a little bit that something went wrong, but everything was good so far.
Yeah,
so the race is underway.
Well, I appreciate all the effort you put into the documentation and the guides. It's amazing how, even though everything's set up perfectly, there's always one of those little things that catches you out at the last minute, which isn't quite working. But we thankfully managed to get there with the stream at least, just before we got underway here. But yeah, I know from the reading point of view, you can put all your effort into getting it set up, and then it's just down to the drivers to read the material and engage. But at the end of the day, if they want to have a good race, they need to get everything set up and play ball, right? So it's down to them.
Absolutely.
To make this work as much as it is for you guys to organise it.
Yeah, absolutely. But you did a good job to set everything up, so it's not easy to install all the apps and the cars and everything you need. But you did it on point, so great effort from your side. While I was trying to help you with the last thing which did not work, the German stream, they had more struggles today. One of their commentators, there were at least 4 today. One headed to the hospital, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
That's not so good. Yeah.
Hope they're okay.
But yeah, I hope so too. I haven't heard about what happened. But 3 are left, but they had struggled to set everything up, so they started to stream. I think we were already 20 minutes into the race or so.
Okay. That makes me feel better. I thought I was late. At least we didn't have the issue this time round of the I remember last year's race, real penalty caused a bit of a hiccup, and Kodak and I didn't know what to do, so we just kept on streaming. I think it was like a whole extra half an hour or maybe 45 minutes.
I think so, yeah.
We managed to do an entire pit walk though, so I think everyone enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. It was really, really nice that you stayed live on air and broadcasted everything about the cars. It was amazing. So yeah, this was one point I feared in the morning that similar happened, but we learned something from last year's race and set it up in a different way. So I was, let's say, 90% sure that everything would work, and it worked out good. So yeah, everyone is underway. On the track, and everyone is racing. I saw we had some accidents already. My teammate is doing pretty good. I fear a little bit when I have to hop into the car that I can't keep up with the speed he puts on track. But yeah, it is like it is. I had not that much time to practice and train in the last couple of weeks.
Well, with so much organisation to do, I don't blame you. But which stint are you going to be driving then? Are you going to be doing the first nighttime stint?
The plan is that I do a double stint, and then that he hops in for the last stint again. So we have 4 stints to do with the Dyno Ferrari.
Ah, perfect. Okay, well, best of luck. I'm just watching the number 98 and the number 1 battle their way through Dunlop at the moment. These guys are really giving us a show today. And I've just been corrected by, actually no, it's unfortunately a bit of that contact there, but they've managed to get through okay. Yeah, I've been thinking that Quentin from Syndicate has been driving the 98 for this entire time, and I've been corrected that it's actually KS who is driving the 98, which makes sense because KS is an incredibly fast driver, which is why we're seeing such a skill deployed here today. But yeah, it's
and both survived.
Yeah, exactly. I was like heart and mouth just watching this. I guess you're watching slightly delayed on the stream, but
yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. But no, these guys are really giving the beans. It's so much fun watching them ham around here. and such high quality driving on show. I'm glad that the I mean, did you get a sense? You probably have a better idea from your side. The big incident in the first couple of laps there. How much damage did that cause? Did a few guys have to go back to the pit lane and take some damage as repairs on board, or?
Yeah, it looked like that. No, I think maybe somebody tried already. I'm not sure about that, but I think they got severe hard impact on their cars. It did not look that good. So I don't know what happened there, but I saw it on stream, and I was watching your stream and my teammate's stream at the same time. And my teammate was extremely lucky to survive that. He came through without being involved in that crash, but he was in the middle of it, so we were lucky there.
Yeah, no, it was quite a thing. There was cars upside down, cars in the trees. It was yeah, I was fearing the worst, but thankfully it managed to sort itself out relatively quickly, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, well, thank you very much for popping in, Herr Pitman, and let me know if, as we get into the night time, if there's anything that's difficult to see on the stream, just pop in and let me know, and I'll see if I can tweak any things with the exposure settings or whatever, just so we can make sure everyone can see and enjoy this as much as possible.
Yeah, it's okay. I will try to have a look at it while I'm preparing to get into the car. Yeah, really nice.
Perfect.
Do you use the info board we set up?
Yes, I am. Yes, it's I'm just working my way through that at the moment. It's very handy to have all this extra information to hand. Although, actually, quick question: some of the cars say null for driver and car. Is that because they're not on track, or is it just that they haven't updated on the information?
Yeah, they haven't updated. It was an implementation I made short before the race, short before the driver briefing started. So I had the idea yesterday evening and developed it to get it live. It was on the last minute, so maybe some teams haven't seen it, but I think a lot of them have used it already. Or so yeah. I guess it gives you some insight who is in the car and how many log stops they have made. So.
Yeah, it's super. It's really handy. Thank you for putting all this together. So much effort goes into this. It's great to see it all pay off.
Yeah, and we learn every year.
Well, fantastic.
So, yeah.
Hopefully everyone that's in the community is enjoying themselves.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah. So, hope for a great race. I think I will prepare now for my stint, and when I've done my stint, I may come back to you into the stream.
Thank you. I look forward to it, and best of luck with the racing.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Catch you later.
Catch you later. Thank you for commentating. Awesome.
No problem at all. Looking forward to this for a long time, and yeah, it's my pleasure.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. I just have you already talked about some numbers here, so that we had 50 slots in the beginning, and that they were fully booked within 3 hours and 40 minutes this time. So last year we had the registration was open for some weeks, I think, and this time we were sold out within hours. That was absolutely crazy. It shows how the winter sim racing community is looking forward to this race, or was looking forward to this race. So really cool to see that.
Yeah, it's a credit to the well-organised way this event's pulled together, but it's yeah, just a fantastic thing. So I'm sure it's going to keep growing in popularity, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. We'll have to try and work out how to get more cars on the track.
Yeah.
If it's even possible.
Yeah, it might be possible, but it's a stress test also for every client, so for every PC is running.
Yeah.
So when you have nighttime and lights on and there's so many cars around, it's not that easy, especially when some of us we are driving. As for example, me, I'm driving in VR, so it's a stress test for the machine. Yeah, would be cool to have more cars on track, but I'm not sure if it works out.
No problem, Pitman. What we'll do is we'll just reach out to NVIDIA for a sponsorship deal. Everyone gets a 5090, no troubles at all.
Perfect, yes. Thank you.
Alright, well, best of luck with your stint. Looking forward to seeing you in the car, and yeah, drop in any time you want to have another chat.
Okay, will do. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank
See
you.
you.
Catch you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay guys, so back into the swing of things. Just seen the 98 car just slot in front of the 69. That was a very nice little manoeuvre from the camera angle that we were in. But these guys, look at these. We're an hour in, and these guys are still giving it the beans here. 69, 98 and 1 have been battling just such nice racing for such a long time now, and it's so consistent. Again, thank you for Steel Rat dropping in and highlighting that I was entirely getting it wrong with who's in which car. The 97 car is driven by Red, that's down here, currently running I guess kind of midway through the P7000 or P7 class, but it's actually KS who is driving the 98 and doing a hell of a job of it as well. You can see them there just navigating through. They are giving it everything they've got in this car, and it's fantastic seeing them do this. I think if I just use the handy dandy information board that Pitman put together, it's KS, Pixel and Binding who are driving this car, and I know Pixel has been having some trouble with the storms recently, so look at this, just coming over Dunlop. It's going to be down the inside again, hopefully, for the 98. But yeah, KS opening the gates here for this team, absolutely flying along here, and I'm sure his fellow teammates will be sitting there thinking, my god, how am I going to fill these giant shoes which have been left for me by KS's fantastic opening start here. Just going to take a moment to read some of the DMs I'm getting through Discord. Okay, so FMG has told me that the Purple Helmets team, which I shall now try and locate, I think they were in the GT, so yeah, they're leading the GT class, here they are. So these were Cami Mazzi from last year, I remember that name. Decided to try the GTs this year, more fun. I've taken the challenge of trying to beat as many P2000s as possible over the 6 hours. This probably won't be that many, they're still much faster than the GTs, but they are currently beating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars. So yeah, they are not doing too badly on that front. And I'm spending a bit of time up here with the P2000s, but these guys are giving us one hell of a show, so we're going to have to take a little bit of a moment to enjoy this a little bit longer. Just a little nod down to Schneider Motorsport Group and Good Adam Shawn in the 77 and the 23 car. They are still going in their battle. Just an hour of this now, it's fantastic. You can't ask for better when it comes to Le Mans here and an action on the stream, but these guys are giving it everything they've got, and it's still going. You can hardly ask for better consistency in the racing. But look at that, the number 2 car here is now 40 seconds clear of P2, and we need to know what their secret is. It could be just incredibly fast driving, it could be a setup change, or it could be fuel. They might be trying to get an early lead here so they can get away from some of the danger. Oh, but look at the 42 car in front, giving a bit of a wiggle there. But here we go, the number 1, the 69 and the 98 are battling away here, just coming through on Arge, and let's see what these guys have got in store for us. So 0.3 of a second apart, it's incredible. The Chaparral, yeah, let's take a look at the sound of this Chaparral. We'll wait for them to get to the straight, and then we'll hop on for a bit of a glorious enjoyment of the engine noises. You can see from their point of view as they navigate through the... Ooh, look at that. Having to hit the brakes because they can carry more speed through there. But they are definitely in a clash of the titans here between the number 1 car, 69, and the 98. So we'll stick with these guys for a little bit longer. Gonna listen to the Chaparral on the straight as they come over Dunlop. Let's see if they've got any opportunity here to make an overtake work. Of course, they've got some speed in the corners. See if you can turn this into an overtake, but there's not much room. And there we have it. He's managed to get past the number 1 car. I think the best engine noise is going to come from this camera. Right over the engine, you can see the wing bobbing away. The number 1, look at that acceleration. It's just incredible how quickly the number 1 car can get past. As the sun sets here over the Mulsanne Strait, it's time to get ready for the nighttime shift, everyone. This is where things get a little bit interesting, and where I hope I can dial the settings in such that we can see at nighttime quite happily on the stream. But yes, only 1 hour of race time has passed so far, and we've had a lot of action so far. There's 5 more hours to go. Let's take a look down here at P19, where we've got the number 8 Silk Cut Revival Series locked in a wheel-to-wheel with the Akiri Orange 17. And you can see from the rear view of the number 17 car in P19, they've got a number 8 car hunting them down at the moment. Remember, if you want to grab an interview, jump into the audience of the English Stream channel and put your hand up, and then that'll give me the signal to invite you in to chat. So back to the number 1 versus number 98. And you can see that the 98's just managed to sneak on past. Let's take a look from the number 1's point of view. As they try and navigate that corner as quickly as the number 98 can. And it's always a challenge for them, given the lack of aero. But it's on the straight where the number 1 is making up all that time. And you can see the 98 there just taking advantage of the car in front just to grab a little bit of slipstream where possible. From the onboard camera of the number 1 here, you can see that the number 98's got quite far ahead. But it's going to be on the straight where the number 1 can just start stretching their legs and reeling the 98 in without too much issue. Off they go, opening the taps. Yeah, 69 must have made a mistake, as per chat there. Rival Stars down 5 seconds relative to the Anderson brothers. ...325 kilometers an hour for the number 1 car here. The number 98 shooting past. Looks like a bit of traffic on the straight here, but there's the 599 TVR that we were talking to Akira from earlier on. And then here's the move from the number 1. Once again, straight past the 98. Nothing the 98 can do. Kind of puts the onus on the 98 to keep the action going in the corners. That's where they can make up their time. I wonder if they'll actually bet on the brakes as well. Let's see. So they've got a little bit of aero assistance with their braking. And then they get the early acceleration as well, quite nicely here as well. Although the number 1's still out the gate pretty quickly comparatively. There's the TVR 599. So I know it's mistaken, that's the 13. The 599 is just further ahead. Okay, let's not ignore our friends down in the GT class. So we've got the purple helmets. So that's FMG's team. Cami Mazzi from last year, currently leading the GT class. The Syndicate Typhoon the P39 at the moment. Akashik there behind the wheel. He'll be popping in to see us, I'm sure, in another hour or so. Yeah, De Baron in YouTube chat, it's insane how quickly they can close the gaps here, isn't it? Thinking Typhoon just getting out of the way there for blue flags. Nicely done. I'll just spend a little bit more time with these guys. Actually, let's just take a quick look at these guys down here in P19. So the Ikiri Orange and the Rival Series 8 still locked in their battle as well. Coming up to Dunlop. They're in exactly the same car and so evenly matched in the driver's side of things. But let's take a look at the 98 and the number 1 as they come up over Dunlop again. They're actually going to be catching up with the two that we just saw. But I do love the battle that these guys are having here, because it's obviously they're extremely skilled drivers, but they have totally different performance profiles in their cars. And they're somehow managing to make this work lap after lap, where it's just they're handing over to the other car at the part that they excel at, and then somehow doing this in a very clean and controlled manner. But the 1 second gap at the start of the straight, let's see what that turns to by the end. Already you can see the speed advantage coming in. It's 0.8, 0.7, 0.6, and it only gets worse when it gets into slipstream as well. You see the closing speed between this and the 98, it's just absolutely phenomenal. And they're just slingshots straight past. And there's the Silk Cut and the Ikiri up front. There's a little bit of traffic for the 98 and the 1 to deal with here. But that speed is quite something. So minus 1.6. So it turns a 1 second behind into a 1.6 seconds ahead just in the course of the straight. That's quite something. And somehow the 98 car can deal with that. There's the 69 car as well, getting back into the action. So not too far behind. Must have made a bit of a slip up earlier on, but getting back into the swing of things. Number 2 car still going strong. 48 seconds now between them and the number 1 car. Now the sun setting. Actually we've got a little bit of action here down at kind of midfield. We've got the number 134 car, Thunder Ring 2, and the RCS Classics 42 car now. Just a nice overtake from the 134 there. Syndicate Concorde, number 97, driven by Quentin, who I mistakenly thought was in the 98 for a long time. Going side by side with Assetto Corsa friends. A bit of a slipstream overtake there. Now into the braking zone. Let's see who can brake later. And off they go, heading their way down towards Indianapolis. And the overtake now coming from the opposite direction. Let's see how these guys fare going into Indianapolis and onto Arnage. Of course, that corner, nothing like it is today, where you can almost go into Indianapolis without having to brake too much. Only having to brake for the left-hander, but these cars, of course, very different brake performance compared to modern standards. Interestingly, though, the top speed isn't that significantly different. It's about how quickly you can get there and how quickly you can slow down that's changed a lot. Most notably, the slowing down element of things. So the epic battle between the 98 and the number 1 continues after an hour and a quarter of racing. They are very much still locked in their Clash of the Titans here. Yeah, still Rat, I agree with you there. Very pretty to look at. So, interesting question next is when will the driver swaps be coming into play here? They've got 4 hours 45 minutes of race time remaining. There's still plenty of opportunity for drivers to continue for another hour or so if they wanted to, if they're doing a 2-2-2 split on their stints. But there's the it's the purple helmets. Mercedes, I believe. The 727 in the midst of the other classes at the moment, holding steady. George, I believe the time acceleration is set to ×4, so the 6-hour race effectively covers the whole 24 hours of the real 24 hours of Le Mans. Lights glittering as they head down the straight here. Things definitely changing at the top now though. We've got the number 98 car 52 seconds behind the top spot. And the number 1 is somehow 3.1 seconds behind actually, so there might have been a slight hiccup there for the number 1 car at some point. Currently running in P4 is the 160 Pliospa Racing. And then I think we've got a couple of cars in the pit lanes now, so the driver swaps, as I was just mentioning, may be underway as the first of the teams begin their handovers. The number 23 down in the P7 class has managed to break a little bit of a gap open between themselves and the good Sean Adams in the good Adam Shaw in the 77 car. Still only 1.3 seconds though, so nothing too substantial. The battle between 27 and 28 continues though. You can see from the cockpit view here, the pit lane now starting to populate with cars doing their driver stops and lap handovers and things. Let's see if that changes up the dynamic at all. As I was mentioning earlier on, the 98 car, their teammates got some big shoes to fill, so it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain pace after the driver swaps. So here we have the Syndicate Typhoon up against the number 30 car from the other class. Seems to be an ability, at least in some cases, for the GT cars to tango with the P7s, but the P7's technically a little bit quicker, I think. Might be a little bit of that early on incident causing some mix-up between these two classes still. I know the Purple Hearts team is definitely planning to try and beat as many of the P7s as it can. Yeah, GT definitely doing a few driver swaps as well. Let's see when the number 1 and the 98 come in for their pit stops, because the 98 is not coming in just yet. Number 1 continuing as well. The 98 is driven by a team of 3, so it could be that they're doing a 2-2-2. And I'm just going to go ahead and check the number 1 car as well. I think they're in a team of 2, so they might be doing 2 3-hour stints. Cars getting a little bit more separated now. The number 1 still not quite catching up with the 98 on the straights. I think just ahead there was the rear of the 98's wing just disappearing off into the distance there. The 599 GT car, let's pop down to visit our friends down there. So that is here. That was Akira who came in earlier on to have a chat with us, and they have a team of 2, I believe. Yeah, so the 599 GT class is driven by Akira and Maximilian, and at the moment it's Maximilian who's in the car, and then Akira will hop in there later on. So, the Texaco Revival in the 33 Jaguar E-Type, currently in the mix with a couple of the other classes. Right now my interest is the pit strategy between the 98 and the number 1, because it's going to be a question of who comes in first. I mean, the number 1 is still hanging on here. The 98 somehow managed to break away a gap, even though we've seen the number 1 can close a gap on the straight by about 2 seconds. Just a testament to the skill of the driver behind the wheel of the 98 at the moment. This is where things get a little bit more complicated for me in the commentary box, because I need to try and work out what's happening with all the swaps. See the 98, look at the closing speed of these as they come up to a very tricky part of the track. You can see a very wise move from the 98 there to ease off and an overtake after that corner. After all, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Peter, thank you for the information there. Yeah, the Anderson brothers could be doing a 1515. But the 98 and the 1 still haven't come in for their pit stops yet. It'd be interesting. So 4.8 seconds to start the straight. Let's see how much the number 1 can close the gap now. Has the 98 managed to extricate themselves enough to get away? Nice little grouping of cars here at the moment, but they're all they're not actually battling each other. They are all from different classes at different points in their race, just happen to be grouped up in terms of traffic. Let's take a look down here. So we've got both Sim Runia racing teams now, 0.2, 0.8 seconds, 0.7 seconds between each other. So a bit of a team-on-team battle unfolding here. As they come up to the pit lane, we'll see from their point of view how the pit lane is looking. Easing it through, catching a little bit of grass. Nothing too much to worry about on that front. So pit lane looking busy. We've got a few cars in there. Looks like that one's actually sunk into the ground a little bit. But as we come up to Dunlop, there's a bit of traffic. Cars leaving the pit lane, and a couple of cars up ahead. But with almost 1.5 hours of racing completed, you can start to see the spread of the grid. Rearview mirror filling up with orange lamps from the car behind, as the other Sim Runia racing team car eases up alongside and behind their fellow teammate here. Here we go, down the straight. Actually a bit of a speed disadvantage from this perspective here. The teammates just managed to get this bit of slipstream up ahead, has managed to break away a bit of a gap. 1.1 second gap now between those two cars in P20 and 21. Just a long train of cars snaking down the Mulsanne Straight at the moment. I might just quickly boost the exposure just a touch so we get a little bit more light for the stream. Once more on the way. See if they can keep up with their fellow cars ahead. Into Indianapolis and on the way up to Arnage now. Ooh, bit of an accident ahead with the other car, just managing to allow the 48 here to ease their way through. They've got the 61 coming up from behind, and the 61's got a little bit of traffic to deal with here. Let's go to their point of view. They don't seem to have very bright headlights. I did enable that option that stops headlights from braking in an incident, so that's... They do just seem to have very dull headlights, don't they? Look at this, a 98 car still managing to hold its own against the number 1. But will we see a pit stop coming from them shortly? They could have another half an hour in the car potentially. Yeah, Felix, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, Sim Runia doing nicely. P20, P21 battling away. Let's just go and have a look at these guys because they are still... Ooh, actually no, so the number 17's just pulled in for a pit stop. so they're definitely doing their handover. Ah, the Red Lobster 169. We saw these guys involved in the incident early on in the race. But they're running P29, so kind of mid to bottom way through the P7 class here. But they've got a chance to catch up. They've got the Aggressive Snails behind them right now. Fantastic team name. Let's check out these guys. The number 27 car has got Empire Racing just behind, and then actually, ooh, is that a... Yeah, the 97 is a lot further behind now compared to where they were against the Empire Racing team before, so maybe a bit of an incident for them. But Empire Racing are now fighting their way through. Let's get a sense of the speed through T1 and under Dunlop. Keeping it as close to the walls as they possibly can without making contact. Like a little bit of anti-lag kicking in there from the server. Ooh, the 97 car in the background, just, yeah, you can see they were battling with the Empire Racing team before. Maybe that's a little indication as to why they've fallen a bit further back. They've had a little bit of a hiccup. And they're now letting the number 66 car in P27 get a little bit closer. Ah, so here we have it. The number 98 and the 1 have come in for their pit stops at the same time. So the 98 will be handing over to either Pixel or Binding. Let's see who takes on that mantle, and then the Anderson brothers will switch over in the number 1 car as well. We've also had the 77 and the 23 from the P7 class switching over as well. Of course, they have to do their mandatory handover times. But here we go, Empire Racing versus the number 27 car. Placeholder Racing. And into the braking zone they go. Who's got the biggest balls when it comes to the braking zone? Looks like it's Placeholder Racing, but Empire actually managing to catch up a little bit as well. Looks like Placeholder gets a little bit of the advantage there in acceleration. Here we go. Let me know in chat if nighttime viewing conditions are good enough. I can twiddle around with the post-processing filters, etc. if helpful. At the moment these guys are locked in a lovely little battle. Coming up to Arnage now. Sim Runia is doing quite nicely, just coming over Dunlop. And their teammates are right about 7 seconds behind. Yeah, let's give it a little bit of a kick with the exposure. So, back down in the P7000 class, we've got the Chuckle Effects, Good Adam Sean, and so on, all back out on track now. And driver swaps completed, they're back into the race. For some information, the second driver of the Car 61 is going to be driving for 4 hours due to illness with the third driver. Wow, okay, so 61 is in for a little bit of a long haul, and they're the ones which don't have any headlights, I believe. Let's take a look, guys, at the number 8 car down in P18. They've got Chucklevex and Good Adam Sean all within a couple of tenths. So this is going to be a little bit of a battle to watch unfold right here in the midfield. Always a challenging thing to stream a race like this at night at a vintage circuit because there's no lighting other than what's coming off the cars, and they didn't have the best headlights. There's our friends in the 599 TVR. Actually, this will be an interesting thing to witness. So the 599's got nice acceleration. Let's see from their point of view if they've got better acceleration than the cars ahead in the Silk Cut. Bit of a smoke screen being deployed by the Silk Cut. See if that acceleration comes in handy here. Yeah, pretty good. I mean, the car in front's definitely holding its own still, as you would expect. Another couple of cars doing their handovers now. The 98 is now back out on track. Let's see who's driving this now, because they've obviously had their driver swap. And it's either going to be Pixel or KS. It's still showing KS in the car, but I suspect that is incorrect now. Let me just refresh this page. So the data update is 50 minutes delayed, but it's binding. So binding's in the 98 now. And let's see how binding fares at the hands of the beast. He's 3.2 seconds behind the number 1 car. If both Anderson brothers are as fast as each other, then Binding's got a bit of competition here to worry about. Yeah, I don't think we've had any DNFs yet, actually. Despite the huge pile-up in the first lap, everything seems to be still in play. So let's see if we can find ourselves any battles. So we've got the Placeholder Racing versus the Skitty boys. Of course, this stage in the race, things are getting a little bit more separated. But here we go. Here's the Chucklevex, the Revival Series, and Schneider, all in the midst of their battle again. Let's go to Schneider's view of this experience as they come through Tetra Rouge onto the straight. You see the windscreen wiper there waggling like a very pleased dog. Seems to be stretching the legs on the straight. Time for the drivers to, as far as I know in real life, time for the drivers to relax a little bit on the straight here, check the temperatures, take a moment to unwind and let the car cool down a little bit. I imagine it's an absolute godsend having this straight for a race for 24 hours here, because you can actually relax for a moment or two, which may otherwise not be possible at most tracks. The number 8 there, just easing its way past Chucklevex. Thank you, Johanna. So Matty is now driving for the Anderson brothers. Quite a broad spectrum of lap times coming in. A couple of cars setting their own personal bests though, so those are the ones highlighted in green. So the Sideheart Motors, for example, and Empire Racing, setting some good sectors. That may be fresh drivers in the car. It could be that they're just you know, working their way through the fuel. Car getting a little bit lighter. Then of course you've got tyre wear to worry about. There's Schneider looking to get into position for a potential overtake as their competition in the 23 eases past. I could just see the oh, look at that, number 2 just shooting past there. That's the race leader right now. You can see just written on the dashboard there, it says beer at the end, bro. So nice to see a little conclave of the P7s here coming through Indianapolis down to Arnage. Nice to see them in battling close proximity as well, with over an hour and a half of the race already gone. There's the 23 starting to come alongside. Oh, look at the background there. A bit of a E-Type having a bit of an accident in the middle of the road there. Let's take a moment to enjoy the number 2, our race leader, just flying along side, coming up to the left-hander through the houses here. These guys are 95 seconds ahead at this point in time, and let me just take a little moment here to check. But yeah, it's still Attila in the number 2 car leading the pack here. They haven't done any drive stops just yet. A lot of the cars now have done 1 handover. One of the cars actually has done 2, which is the number 96. That may be related to damage at the beginning of the race. Here we go, back to P16 with Chucklefex in the 820, and the Revival Theory is still hanging on here, looking for a chance to battle. Fantastic sounds here at Le Mans. So down in P26 we've got the 401, which is VA Racing. And they've got a little bit of a thing going here with the number 5 car. Looking for a potential slingshot here is the number 5 on the way up to Dunlop. You can see the number 5 just on the right hand side there, working its way along, trying to get into position, but it's the number 401 which is going to have the inside line. However, the number 5 has done it. They've managed to ease their way through. And a nicely executed overtake there from the number 5. So back to the action with Chucklefex and the Revival Series. They're still going at it. The 820 and the number 8. As yet, the number 8 is yet to find a way past, but doing their best to hang in there. Through Indianapolis, they've managed to open the gap now to 1.6 seconds. Maybe a little bit of a slip up there from the number 8, or potentially a little bit of traffic. I was just checking Discord messages there to see what was happening there, so I missed a little bit of what was going on. Some pretty hefty gaps opening that up now between some of the other cars. Obviously, the driver swap team, driver swaps shake things up a little bit as cars go into the pits. But the number 8 car definitely suffering now, 2.5 seconds behind relative to the Chuckleflex 820. They were 0.5 seconds apart earlier on. Maybe it's a fuel conservation thing, but I think these guys have just pitted and handed over, so I doubt it's going to be that. Ooh, bit of smoke. Let's go back down to the number 66 car. We're currently running in P20. This is Seto Corsa Friends 1, and they've got the Zweitritt team in the 169. Oh, that was the Lobster car, wasn't it? Yeah, Red Lobster. Oh, I think, yeah, wasn't Zweitritt the, like, Sweaty Lobster, I think it was? I can't remember that. I definitely remember that from last year now. Probably absolutely butchering the pronunciation there, so apologies to all German speakers. But you can see they are getting a little bit of a slipstream advantage here as they head down the start-finish straight here on the way out to Dunlop. There's a little bit of traffic ahead there from an E-Type. But they're keeping their foot in as much as they can, getting a slight overspeed advantage compared to the Seto Corsa friends. As they come down, they have an opportunity here to slipstream their way down the Mulsanne Straight through Tetra Rouge. Oh, and a slight little hiccup there from the car in front. The 66 going slightly wider. Probably had to ease onto the brakes a little bit, or just off the throttle, and that's allowed the 169 car to slip on through. And now they work their way down the straight once more. '66 now slingshotting back past. And you can see the 66 car now back in front of the 169. Of course, the slipstream advantage now hands back to car 169, and they take full advantage of that straight away as they come up towards the kink. I think they're going to go side by side through the kink, which is going to be an interesting manoeuvre. Sweaty Lobster driving that last year. For a moment there, I was thinking it was like Red Lobster as it said on the car, and then it just clicked in my memory that that was exactly the discussion we had last year around the mighty Sweaty Lobster car. So, the number 21 car, Dexter Racing, with apparently no headlights. And a Ferrari just overtaking the Sweaty Lobster. At the moment, the Lobster continues as main competition, the Assetto Corsa friends and Simruna Racing in the background aim to try and keep pace. Well, how things have changed. The number 98 car, which was battling for over an hour with the number 1 car, is now 19 seconds behind P6, and P6 is 11 seconds behind the number 1 car, so definitely a change in pace for the 98 following the driver swap. Okay, so with only 12 minutes to go until the second hour of the race is being completed, we still have a little bit of a battle unfolding here between the Chucklevex 820 and the Revival Series number 8 car. So Ben says the Sweaty Lobster returned this year in a lower class car. They blew all their money laundering budget on the low last year and had to scale back the effort and also buy more lobster farms. Well, of course you do. How else will you have Sweaty Lobsters if you're not farming them? Great to see you guys back this year. Always a pleasure to see you guys on track, no matter what you're driving. Curson Vector as well in the P21, the 36 car. Remember those guys from last year. The Aggressive Snails now side by side with Simrunia by the looks of it, momentarily. But is the Revival Series number 8 making a move? Looks like they got very close, within touching distance of the Chucklevex 820. And as they come into the braking zone, let's see how things look. So, looks like the number 21 car with no headlights, and there's the 599 TVR, is it's working its way up the field, but it's the Sweaty Lobster which is trying to keep pace. You can see the TVR's got pretty good acceleration, which is what the Akira was mentioning earlier on. They said that that's the strong point of TVR. It's got a nice little bit of go out of the gate, not necessarily the best on the top end. But you can see that this P7000 here is struggling to keep up with them at the moment. Coming into Indianapolis, bit of sparks flying off the car in front. There we go, blue lights. Or was it blue flag, sorry, and they've let them through. Let's actually just take a quick look, if I can find it quickly enough. The 599, there it is. Their acceleration may be good, but it's not good enough to keep up with the likes of a Sweaty Lobster with somewhere to go. So back to Simrunia Racing here. They've got Empire Racing team just behind them. And here comes Empire Racing team. They've got a faster class overtaking on the right hand side. That's number 22. And it's Simrunia Racing which is going to be the next target for Empire Racing team. At the moment, just struggling to get within striking distance there. So the number 1 car is still going, and it's still Marcus Anderson in the car. But what has changed is the 26 car in P2 for the P7 class, so P2 class. Just noticed actually that I think if that's P7, then that is the wrong way around. Let me just quickly adjust that. Want to ask Pitman earlier, next time he's in chat. I don't know if the colours down here are set to his configuration file or not, but I'll double check that with him later. He's probably in the car right now though. So that's a good question. Let's see where Herr Pittman is in the car right now. Just trying to find him in the list here. Okay, so he's in the 134. And he is indeed behind the wheel right now. At the moment, it's Squadra pending Systemus, who is hunting down Overdrive Racing, who is up in head there, just on the inside line of the corner at the end of the straight, which I've forgotten the name of now. That is Virage de Mulsanne. And let's see whether the 69 can keep away from its competition right now, which is the 26 car. They've just worked their way through quite a bit of traffic. And here we go. The battle is on. 0.7 seconds between these guys. Although right now it's the Chucklefex and Revival Series 8. The Revival Series 8 has just managed to work their way past and finally turn the tables on this battle. Though if we look from the Chucklefex point of view, they can hopefully get back into the action here, but they've got a little bit of traffic between themselves and the front spot right now. Also got the aggressive snails in P22 driving the number 60 car, being hunted aggressively by Empire Racing Team, who are a mere 0.5 of a second behind. Ah, but look at that. Number 60 car is in for a pit stop, and that will certainly change things up a little bit. Let's go back to our new battle unfolding in the P2 class, which is Overdrive Racing versus Squadra. 0.8 of a second between them at the moment. Look at the gap though to P2, that's just insane. And there's one of the syndicate teams by the looks of it. That's Akashik, who may be joining us in the commentary box soon. But at the moment, Squadra is losing speed on the straight compared to Overdrive Racing. Meanwhile, the battle between the P7s, also P2s, continues with Chucklefex and Revival Series 8. I'm guessing my tags are somehow the wrong way around down here in the bottom left, but I will wait for instruction as to how to adjust that from the ones who know what they're talking about. But I believe the numbers down here, P2, P7, etc., which makes sense, 7 being above 2, is the correct one to follow, I think. So Chucklefex getting a little bit further behind now. Gap opening to almost a second. Meanwhile, the number 5 car has just overtaken, or is attempting to overtake, the 48. And you can see them just getting away with that, coming through the right-hander. Let's go back to Anderson Racing, where they are now 0.6 behind the 61 car. The 61 car, of course, having to do a 4-hour stint due to illness within the team. But they have got traffic to contend with, and so far driving standards have been very good and people have been getting out of the way. You can see that speed advantage as they open up the taps on those engines and off they go. Not sure why the 61 doesn't have any headlights, but that's by the by. At the moment, it's the number 1 car which is closing in relatively quickly. That being said, the gap remains steady at 0.6 of a second. Look at that, so 4 hours, 1 minute remaining on the clock. So 2 hours, 1/3 of this race already completed. And time is flying by here at Le Mans. Interesting how the latter half of the grid is quite a mixture of different classes at the moment. We've got P7s, P2s, GTs, all in the mix with each other. And the purple helmets don't seem to be in the same spot they used to be in. It's actually the 599 TVR which is leading the GT pack, but they are in the pits at the moment. And the number 33 GT Texaco Revival is closing fast. The Silverheads Division 55 here, in amongst a couple of other P2s. So that's supposed to be P7. There we go, I think that's fixed it. So in the cockpit here with the GT Silverheads, there's the Sweaty Lobster up ahead, coming through Indianapolis and on the way down to Arnage. Rear end of the car stepping out there a little bit, but under control quite neatly. Let's go back to our friends up here in the 61, where the number 1 car, driven by the Anderson brothers, is starting to get a little bit closer. And if that continues, there may be a shot for that, although they're much more similarly set up cars speed-wise compared to the 98 versus the one that we were seeing earlier on. They obviously had a completely polar opposite car kind of principles, and these two are a lot more similar in their setup, so really just comes really down to driver skill and maybe slight tweaks in setup. There is traffic ahead, and that's going to make things a little bit easier potentially for the number 1 here to gain some ground. Down to 0.4 of a second between these two as they ease past the, I think that was the 190 or 170. And now it's Slipstream City for the number 1 car as they come down and they start finish straight on the way to Dunlop. Let's see what the options are for these guys as they come up and under the Dunlop Bridge once more. Bit of overspeed advantage here for them, but again, tricky place to turn that into an overtake. They're going to have to wait their turn and try and do this on the straight. So, Tetra Rouge. Let's see how this looks from their point of view. Do you want to get close, but not too close? Onto the throttle, opening the taps. Want to get into that slipstream as quick as you can. Looks like the 61's got a slightly better acceleration, but the number 1 is close enough now. I think they should get the slipstream from this point. That being said, they are struggling. 0.5, not turning into a 0.4 just yet. That being said, not turning into a 0.6 either. So, looks like the slipstream's just balancing these two rather than giving any one a particular advantage over the other. Remember guys, if you fancy a little chat in the pit, in the commentary box, feel free to drop in. Okay, look, number 1's managed to do something to work in their favour, and they are now ahead of the 61, side by side with the Sweaty Lobster as they come down to Virage de Marsan, and they are through to reclaim their spot in the top 3. The number 2, currently leading the race, is 140 seconds ahead now, and still hasn't shown any time, any hint of slowing down, let alone a driver swap. Gonna stick with the number 1, as they are the closest to a battle that we've got on the track at the moment. It'd be much more exciting if the 61 had its headlights working.
Hello.
Ah, hello. Have you come out of the car now?
I sure have. Yes, I'm done with my first stint out of 2 today.
Very nice. Well, everyone, welcome Akshik to the commentary box. He's here to help me with the commentary for the next 2 hours, I hope, while he's not in the car. And tell me about your first stint, Akshik. We might as well get you interviewed straight away. So how did things go for the opening part of the race?
Yeah. Well, I'm already here. So the start itself was good until the end of, or the start of Indianapolis. There was a big incident before, I think I was caught on stream, where I got very big damage at the front, which resulted in, I think, about 10 kilometers per hour less top speed during the session. Luckily, I didn't have any damage in steering, so that was good. And for the first 90 minutes after that, everything was completely fine. I was doing my laps, had a good few battles, really enjoyed the slipstreaming. But after that, I had a bit of an incident where before Maison Blanche, I think, I completely went off the track. My car flew, it was broken in pieces, to shreds, you say. So I had to teleport back to pits. It was completely undrivable and it was off the track. And now that's basically my stint. Box is now driving, and I'm sure he's doing very well.
What are the rules regarding teleporting back to the pits? How does that get handled from a race kind of perspective?
It is the last option you should do. If your car can drive back in any shape or form, you need to do that. But I couldn't do that. Both my front tires were pointing 90 degrees down, and my car was wildly jumping through the air. So I had no choice but to go back to the pits. In total, I lost a lap, and I think about 3 minutes in race time. Before that, I think I was P6 in class, and now I'm P7.
Yeah, I mean, you're not doing too badly in the class as a whole. There's still quite a few GT cars behind yourself. There's also a lot of P2s. So how's the difference between the P2s and the GTs? Are they massively different in their performance, or?
Yes and no. Definitely, the P7's out of this world. You can't keep up with them in the straights, braking, or acceleration. They're just gone. And it's best if you just get out of the way. With the P2, it's a different story. They are very better in acceleration and braking. Well, most of them. But in a straight line, my car, even with damage, was able to keep up, or not even if overtaking them. I often had situations where P2 was behind me at the start of Busan, and overtook me, and just through his slipstream, I was able to overtake him again, going into the Mulsanne corner.
Oh, interesting. So that kind of explains why they're in a bit of a mixture down there. P7's obviously a whole different class of their own.
Absolutely, yes. P7 is definitely a master class, and they were just out of this world. There's no way of keeping up in any way or shape or form of them.
What are your thoughts on our current race leader in the number 2 car with the Inkmeister? They are 143 seconds ahead of P2 at the moment, and I don't know. Haven't been able to put my finger on if it's just ridiculously fast driver or a kind of fuel strategy potentially to give them a bit of an edge. But they've been going for over 2 hours now without the driver swap, so I'm assuming it's not low fuel.
It's hard to say. They only overtook me, I think, after 7 or 8 laps. They were already lapping me, which makes sense. They were half a minute faster than me. But whenever they were behind me, the driver was super quick. They knew what they were doing, and they knew how hard they could push, and were very respectful. If they were coming up to a corner, they knew they had to hold back. So it's definitely very skilled drivers behind that wheel.
Yeah, definitely seems that way as well. I was particularly enjoying the battle between the number 1 Anderson Brothers car and the Syndicate Hawk 98 car when KS was driving. That was incredible bit of battling. Oh, number 21 car just getting almost caught out there in Indianapolis and so on. But yeah, no, the battles so far have been absolutely fantastic. Have you had any good, exciting battles on track, or has the incident in the first lap kind of scuppered your chances there?
Mostly, yes. The incidents didn't help at all. It pushed me back. I was on pace, I would assume, for something like P4 in class, if not better. But sadly, that is just not possible with this car in that state it was. There were a few battles earlier in the race where I was battling 2 other jacks, and we were just slipstreaming each other, at some points even blocking the street because we were just going sideways, and we had to just shimmy out of the way a little bit if a P7 was coming up behind. But that was very enjoyable, but after a few times, the car was pulling away, I found the groove, and with my damage, I just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, definitely a challenge then. So, tiring-wise, how is your energy levels following your stint?
Would you take a guess at what level my tires were ending up with?
Well, I was saying tiredness levels, but if we're talking tires, that's a very good
yeah,
question.
that already tells you a lot, that I'm also very tired. I ordered already a bucket of chicken that should come up in about 5 minutes, hopefully. So
A bucket of chicken.
That is my treat, my mid-race treat. I'm very much looking forward to that.
When you say bucket of chicken, are you talking about a well-known provider of chicken in batter that comes in a bucket?
No. It's a local variant that is just here in my city.
Very nice, very nice. Well, that should keep you going then for the last stint.
Well, I'll stick around. I'll commentate with you.
Very much so. So, thank you for your help with that. So, Box and yourself, how much practice did you guys put in for the race? And is there a difference of any significance between your expected times in the car?
I think in total I did around 1,200 kilometers of practice before the race. That includes qualifying. I can't say how much Box practiced. I didn't hear any numbers, but he definitely is pulling his weight. And while he thinks of himself that his lap times will be slower than mine, I doubt that a little bit. As soon as he gets into his groove, he's a super quick driver, and I have full trust in him that he will pull in his weight.
Very nice, very nice. So, what are your thoughts or predictions at this point in the race for who's winning each class then?
That is very hard to say. I definitely think that Inkmeister will have the biggest chances in the P7 class. However, I have absolutely no idea who's leading in P2 or GT. I was just busy trying to keep the car on the road.
Did you get the link I sent you for the live timing, etc.?
Yes, I shall open that up right now. Currently, I have something else that will be very interesting. I got a book about the visual history of 100 years of the 24-hour endurance race of Le Mans. So I could just tell you some fun facts about each year, if that is something that could interest the viewers.
Well, why don't we go for 1967 then, since that's the version
yes, clearly that is the best. Let me see. 1967, yes. A Ford GT40 Mark IV actually won that race with GT tires, driven by Dan Gurney and Anthony Joseph A.J. Foyt, both Americans.
Very nice.
The fastest lap, or the top speed was driven by Bruce McLaren, also in a Ford GT40, with 236.082 kilometers per hour.
Bruce McLaren is in McLaren.
Yes, that one. Driving in a Ford.
Driving in a Ford,
And-
yes.
as it makes sense. And Dennis Hulme and Mario Andretti got the fastest lap with 3 minute 23.06, going just 0.06 kilometers slower than Bruce McLaren.
Very cool. So just saw the Sideheart Motors in the 127 car just overtook Chucklefax in the 820, so they've just moved up to P14 overall. But it's the Revival Series 08 car which is now quite significantly further ahead compared to where they were battling with the 820 previously. There's still a lot to play for in the P2 class by the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't agree more. The P2 class is open for everyone. There are lots of cars. And I think there's a car just currently spun around, or did I just miss that?
Well, we've got the
I see
170
a car
Scary Scary
vibrating
Boys
in
with
the
the
back
aggressive
of the
snails.
Yeah, doesn't look like the car. I don't think a car should be vibrating like that.
Which car are you looking at?
Currently, I can't see the game. I'm sorry, my chicken just arrived. I'll be back in a minute.
There we go, the co-commentator just going off to get his bucket of chicken. Steel Rat giving wise words in the chat there that actually chicken is a meat you need to cook. Remember that. That of course being in reference to Akshik's fondness for Metbrochen, a meat that you do not cook. So Chucklefax and Sideheart Motors, they've managed to sneak their way back in front, and it's now up to the Sideheart Motors to see if they can swing this back past again. They are getting the acceleration, and they're side by side with Chucklefax right now, which puts them in a pretty strong position here. Let's go on board with Chucklefax as they head down to Indianapolis. Look at those headlights. There we go. Brave place to try and make a move work, but let's see what they do. Ooh, sliding the rear end of the 127. Now back to the Chucklefax 820. Seems that the Sideheart Motors 127 definitely has the acceleration advantage. You can see it there pulling away quite clearly. But maybe it's a top speed thing again between these two cars which dictates who's going to be where. Yeah, Steel Rat, 100% props on the bucket front. I'm sure it's not a B&Q orange bucket special though. I mean, if it was, that would be quite a sight. So the 820 continues its fight with the Sideheart Motors. The car in the background still buried in the pits.
And I am back. Hello. Did I miss anything?
Not much. I mean, Sideheart Motors are still battling with Chucklefax, and Steel Rat in chat mentioning that you do need to cook chicken, so hope you've got cooked chicken.
He's in luck. Someone else cooked that for me, not me.
Always good to know.
Could you be doing me a favor and stream your game as well, then I can also watch? Because I can't join the game.
I'm going to say no to that on the basis that I may kill my upload and I need to focus on the primary stream. But maybe
That's fair.
Box
In
Box
that
could-
case, I will just use the timing board.
Yes, that might be a good move. Thank you. Yeah, just a little bit of a wobble on the stream there. It's dropped a couple of frames there, but I think it's back to being okay-ish, I think. It's weird,
What
I've got
was
OBS, it's set to 10,000 kilobits per second constant bit rate, but at the bottom it's telling me it's trying to stream at 17, which is not 10. Not sure why it'd be doing that. Hopefully it's not impacting
that's
the
a bit
stream.
weird.
Oh, it seems to be stabilising again. It's gone back to 10,000, which is what it should be doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
just pulling you, just tricking you.
Exactly. Ah, Felix, thank you for the update there. So the buried car is due to them having disconnected in DNF. So the battles continue. We've got the number 59 car here, Overdrive Racing. Just trying to keep the number 61 at bay. The 61 car, of course, being the one where they're doing a 4-hour stint now. Ah, we've got Narwhal. Let's invite them up to speak. Welcome,
Hello,
Narwhal.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Doing all right in this shizness, brother.
Do I remember correctly that last year you came into the commentary box and delivered a certain wrestling-themed speech?
That may or may not have been me, yes.
I have a distinct memory of your Discord profile picture and name. Something to do along those lines. But how's your race going today? Tell us which team you're driving for and how the race is going for you so far.
Oh, you didn't know? Well, then your ass better call somebody.
That was a very long E.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Vintage AC and ASRL proudly present to you their future THR 6 Hours of Le Mans Endurance Champions of the World, the Maple Leaf Marathon Man, Bionic Bro Mando, the Massachusetts Mastodon, Simon of the Desert, the Quick Boy Narwhal, the Road Dogs. I leave people speechless all the time.
You seem to be very good at them.
Thank you
I was
very
just
much.
taking a moment there to shove some food into my face while I thought Akshik would handle the question, but then I realised that he is probably shoving chicken into his face at the same time.
It is absolutely delicious. I'm sorry.
I was
I'll
like,
give you that.
don't leave Noel hanging here. You can't just after that excellent speech. But yeah, Noel, tell me how things are going. How did your stint go? Have you done your stint yet?
Well, I just got on my computer. I heard we wrecked twice, and yeah, that's about it.
What are your predictions for the race ahead?
I'm gonna jump in. Checkers or wreckers. Let's go.
Okay, so you're in the 235 car, right? That's with
we're in
Simon
the-
of the Desert and Bionic. And Bionic's
We're
currently
in
driving.
the censored version of the 235 car.
Okay, let me just check where you guys are in the running right now, because I am.
Yeah.
Oh, I think
P8.
yeah. So you're P8 overall. Yeah, I saw
We
you guys
unfortunately-
actually earlier on in the race. You got caught up in a little bit of a small wreck, but seemingly managing to keep yourself underway. I guess you guys have a little bit of work to do to catch up with the rest of the leaders in this particular class. But then, what's your take on the number 2 car driven by the Inkmeister Moto team?
Well, you see, I just kind of sat down here. I have no idea what's going on the last 2 hours.
That's fantastic. So you and Akshik are about as well informed as each other.
Yeah.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
I'm-
behind the wheel, you only see those 10 meters in front of you, and that's about it.
Well, let
Oh,
me
yeah,
let
well,
me
guess
fill you
what?
in there now. So basically, the number 2 car leading the race right now is 163 seconds ahead of the second car, and they've just been ploughing forward with extreme vigour. I don't think they've done their pit stop yet, so they're driving in a team of 3. And I believe it's still, if I just double check this, it's Attila Diner, who is in the car right now. They've got Meister Jaeger and Valentin Knatschel to jump in the car at some point, but I imagine they're doing what seems like a more than 2-hour stint. So maybe actually you can jump in there and tell us the rules. What are the guidelines around how long each stint needs to be?
1 moment, please.
I should have known better to ask someone who doesn't know how to read.
It's not that.
He's the
I'm
eating chicken.
Yes, yes. Okay, 1 moment.
And me out, you good, brother.
So as far as I know, there is no limit in how long your stint can be. You can drive for as long as you want or for as short as you want. What you do have to do is a minimum of 2 long stops, those being 180 seconds, which you use for a driver swap if you want to. You can also disconnect and reconnect on yourself. It would also work. So in theory, just one driver could drive for all of the 6 hours.
Interesting.
So they are probably doing a very long stint. It could also be that one of the drivers is maybe not able to connect. Maybe he has some issues. So maybe they're just driving for as long as they can and changing up the strategy. This is very hard to predict. This could be something for everyone.
World champions fuel saving there.
Exactly. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, I know in the real Le Mans, and maybe this is one for your book, actually, I believe there was a father and son team who the father drove 23.5 hours of the race and the son just did half an hour while he let the father go to the toilet and eat a sandwich.
You sure did, and I don't think it was a sandwich. I thought it was a banana.
Even better.
Let's stick to the facts. Yes, very important.
Yeah, absolute insanity. Driving 24 hours of Le Mans on nothing but a banana.
Yep, I don't think I could manage that.
You
My
can ask
record
for a
so
little
far is
bit of
6 hours.
potassium.
Narwhal, will you be employing any banana-related tactics or fruit-related strategies to your race ahead?
Unfortunately, the banana peels that we left all over the track got run over. Nothing really happened.
I mean, I did see a big pile-up in the first lap. You may have caught a few guys out there. Akshik's team, their car was wrecked in the process of that, I believe. So, not pointing any fingers here, Akshik, but you know, maybe you found your man.
If I find a banana in our car after this race, you can have a talk now.
Well, thankfully that won't be happening.
So, yeah, let's just take a look here. So we've got 3 hours, 35 minutes of race time remaining. Noel, tell us about your 235 then. So you're in one of the Fords. What's the strong point of the Ford relative to the other P7s?
Whole ton of big block power, brother. You put the pedal to the floor and that biatch just goes.
Yeah, we saw earlier on actually the 98 Chaparral driven by Syndicate Hawks. They were in a bit of a battle with one of the Fords, and it was very much Ford in the straight line speed department and the Chaparral in the corners. How is the Ford in the corners? Is it pretty easy to handle, but just not very quick in the corners, or is it a question of, you know, it's great in a straight line, but you need to look at it carefully in the corners?
Strap on, brother. You're staring down the Undertaker in the corners, man. Hang on for dear life. Pray that you'll be able to survive.
So it's just trying to murder you the entire way around.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be fun to drive it if the car wouldn't do that, let's be honest.
Oh, no way. Or... We're in trouble.
Yeah, so
Somehow our skin snuck through. We are uncensored.
I'm going to go ahead and just take a look inside the cockpit then, because I'm expecting to see something somewhere. Or is it on the outside of the car?
There's a couple things on the outside of the car, yes. The Maple Leaf Marathon man did a pretty good job, if I say so myself.
The liveries this year are absolutely amazing. There's some really great liveries out there, and they're very impressive.
Unsafe to drive, official certification, I'm liking that. You've also got the Sports Car Club of America, and then Suck It on the exhaust pipes, and there's something anime related on the back of here.
That's a floof, brother. That's our mascot.
Duluth, yeah, there we go. And then some wrestling elements as well.
There's a 134% chance of winning that you might find on a car, brother.
Very nice. So Narwhal, sorry, I didn't. If you answered the question already, when are you getting into the car? Then when's your stint begin? So if you've just arrived, it's soon.
Approximately half an hour.
Half an hour. Okay, cool. And then you'll drive for 2 hours.
Seems like it.
Very good. And how do you measure up in the team relative to your teammates? Are you the secret weapon that comes in for the speedy laps, or are you the consistent driver for the safe finish?
Oh boy, brother, I don't know how to answer that.
None of the above.
You can be honest here. We are not judging. Your teammates maybe if they're watching, so keep that in mind.
Wild card, brother.
The wild card. I like that.
Good answer.
So here we have the Sweaty Lobster, the 169 car, battling with the number 97 Syndicate Concords. Who's in the Syndicate Concord at the moment? Let's take a quick look at that. That's the 97. I was telling everyone that Red was driving the 98 for about an hour, and then only to be
We've heard
informed
that, yes.
that it was incorrect.
So
That's
I'm
Andrew
telling you
Shaw's.
from Red that he's very proud that you think that he's that fast right now, but that is not him driving that car.
Well, the 97 is driven by our very own Andrew Shaw at the moment, up against the Sweaty Lobster at the moment. And seemingly doing a good job of it. He's got the Sweaty Lobster bearing down on the straight. And they're actually extremely evenly matched. Look at that, it's not even catching in the slipstream unless they're holding back just to time the slingshot just right. Do you have any top tips, Narwhal, for tactics on how to approach Le Mans?
See, when you go to Le Mans, you gotta smack the brakes as hard as you can, and then as soon as those tires start to lock, let off.
That is something I as a driver I can get behind. You just basically have to press both pedals as hard as you can at different times.
Other than that, go fast, take chances.
Mm-hmm.
And braking boards for the corner at the end of the straight. Where are you hitting those brakes?
Oh, you just kind of listen for it.
You listen for it.
Yeah, whenever you feel like it. Right about now, I think. Just kind of go with the flow.
I'm looking forward to Narwhal getting in the car and then just using the force to decide when to brake, and then just yeeting off the sand barrier
That's how a champion.
to the moon.
You seen Kyle Larson at the Chili Bowl last week?
Deary me.
Do you see the line he was running?
I'm afraid we're not watching wrestling. I think that's just on your community.
Why don't you boys, after the race, go look up the Larson line at the Chili Bowl from last week?
All I know about wrestling is that Undertaker once threw a guy off a cage.
This ain't wrestling, boy. And now I'll leave you with that. I'm going to go prepare with the team, prepare for my stint, make sure my pedals work, because I really don't know if they do or not.
Well, best of luck, Narwhal. Looking forward to it, and
guess what?
enjoy yourself.
And guess what? If you ain't down with the Road Dogs, we got 2 words for you! Suck.
So certainly we're 2 words.
Yeah, I was waiting for them, and then they came through very quietly, but I'm assuming it started with suck and ended with it.
Yeah, you were completely right. I would have bet money on that.
Yeah. All right, actually, I need to just dip to the toilet quickly. I've been waiting patiently for a while now. I did go before I started, but I can't step away when it's just me in here. So I'm gonna pop the car camera onto the number 82 because it's being chased by the World Sim Racers down the straight at the moment, and I'm just gonna nip to the loo. Be right back.
That sounds good. I'll take over in that case. Of course, there will be a delay for me since I'm watching the stream as with you. But I'm sure it will not be that bad. So we're watching, of course, the Rennpraktikanten number 62, currently at position 43, hunting down or being hunted by someone else, by the World Sim Racers. Both, of course, in the P2 class, that we all know is the biggest car class this race. with, I think it was 23 cars in it, with a lot of drivers definitely pushing the car to the absolute maximum, which shows in their speed. And yeah, they're taking right now. I see this I see it on stream. There's a big delay, of course. Mulsan's to Mulsan corner, battling what it seems to be another Jag, which is a lovely car to drive. I definitely recommend it if you haven't tried it yet. It's so much fun. And they seem to be still holding up the pace. Not big of a gap happening to the front or the back. Both drivers, of course, having to also deal with the complete darkness that they're currently in. If I'm not mistaken, right now in-game, it is shortly after midnight, which definitely in the third sector makes the track very, very difficult to judge. If you have a car right in front of you, especially the last chicane, Maison Blanche gets incredibly difficult to handle, and the corner in front of it isn't much lighter, much easier on that. So everyone has to make sure that their lights are on to the absolute maximum and that they'll be able to see the track as much as they can, because from experience speaking, you definitely need it. Meanwhile, we also see some driver swaps happening. It seems that some teams have decided now, with 3.5 hours to go, about that they're doing another driver swap. Let's have a look at the spotting guide and everything. I'm just trying to find the link for that real quick. There were a lot of links shared. So looking at the board, P1 to P9 have not had a long stop served yet. Meanwhile, P10 has already served both of them. The other drivers... Hello, I'm just going through the driver list who haven't done their driver swaps yet, long stops.
Okay.
Apparently
what happened to the 62?
P1...
They're slowly pulling in, or attempting to get to the pit lane, but they are rolling in.
I am seeing this just as you. I was looking at
They've got a few more.
the board. I seem to have just missed the accident. That is just my luck.
So maybe some kind of crash from their half then, but...
Felix, the chicken bucket, there's about half of it left. I'm still chewing down on that. It is absolutely delicious.
How many pieces of chicken did you go for? That is the question.
It was a very big bucket, actually, with garlic flavored sauce. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 or 6 still left. So I think about like 12 or so chicken fillets were in there, and they're absolutely delicious.
Very nice, very nice. Well, just popping that down here. So the Purple Hearts in the GT class are running 3rd place right now, and they are currently trying to hold the number 30 car from P2 class at bay, but they are just losing that battle on the straight as they went through Tetra Rouge. Did I miss anything exciting?
I don't think so. Both drivers are pushing to the absolute max, going for Indianapolis. And it seems that after that, one of them, of the Rennpraktikanten, seems to have had an accident, resulting in a necessary pit stop for repairs.
I see. Well, just dipping down here to P44, where we have the 1-2-3 car, Ramada Racing Friends. I think they came in and gave us an interview last year, actually, I seem to remember. If memory serves, they're from Egypt. I can't remember that for sure. But they're currently racing pretty hard with Brain Cell Racing in the 38.
If I'm not mistaken, Brain Cell Racing, one of the drivers had the unfortunate accident of driving too fast through the pit lane on entry, resulting in a 10-second stop and go.
Oh no.
So I hope this doesn't put too much of a dampener on their strategy, and they're hoping to recover from that without too much issue. They're definitely fast. I had a few battles with them where they've had definitely showed that they're in a faster car for good reasons.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a long road ahead of them though, with their current position, but they seem to be in a nice little battle here with the Ramada Racing team, and very evenly matched down the straight here. They are literally sitting nose to tail with the 1-2-3 car, and they're not getting past, but they're not getting left behind either. There's the number 1 car just shooting past. Look at the overtake speed there, that's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's an experience. It's even better if you're sitting in the car itself. It is quite lovely to see. It could also be that they're sitting behind in the slipstream just to save a little bit of fuel. Maybe, each liter can help a little bit.
Yeah, they've just slungshot past through the kink and are now heading down to the Virage de Mulsanne corner.
Most cars brake there at around 300 meters. If you really want to send it, you can do it at like 280, something like that. But that really requires you to be on your absolute limit of the brakes and ask a lot of the cars. So most drivers, I assume, go a little bit safer, brake 20 meters before, just to make sure that it is a long race and not making mistakes that take up too much of their time.
Yeah, definitely. So going back to your point about tyres then, so you were asking me how much tyre life you had left. I'm going to go with
Yes.
kind of 50%.
Wrong. It is a lot higher actually.
Oh, really?
The tire values were extrapolating to the 20 minutes that are left. They were probably at 100 on the fronts and maybe 93 on the rears.
So it's just an incredibly hard tyre then?
It seems to be. They are held up incredibly well. I haven't noticed any difference between the start of the race and the end of my stint. The only difference was that I could brake a little bit later due to my fuel tank getting lighter and lighter.
Okay. So actually, the tyre fall off was slower than the benefit you're getting from the fuel lightening. That gave you a little bit. That might explain why people were studying their kind of green sectors and lap times as the first stint was coming to a close. Then.
Yeah, you gain a lot of time, especially into turn 2, into the left-right, and at the end of Mulsanne, you can brake a lot later, be a lot more comfortable on it, and let the car roll less, be hard on it. That will definitely save you a lot of time. And it also is very noticeable if you shift the weight of the car around, going through the large chicane. You really notice that there's either a lot of fuel or a lot less fuel in it. The car behaves a lot differently.
Yeah, just watching the number 26 car being overtaken by the 61 Ford as they come up towards Dunlop, and the 26 now trying to fight their way back. Looks like they have a slight advantage in the corners and on the brakes maybe, but the Ford, as we know, is a bit of a powerhouse on the straight. So
I wonder if they're faster because the lights are off.
it could be. I mean, there was an option I saw Pittman put in the broadcaster's setup guide. Make sure this is ticked so that cars don't lose their headlights after incident. But that is set correctly, they just don't seem to have any headlights. But I remember the same was true of last year, where if you look at the 61 close up, it has a tiny light on the side to light up the 61, but their headlights are basically like someone put 2 tiny candles in there and said, yeah, that'll do. That'll be fine.
Yeah, that'll do. I mean, who needs lights anyway?
Who needs
A
lights
racetrack
at
is
the moment?
always lit, we all know that.
Exactly.
Just not this one. Light wasn't invented back then in 1967.
Exactly. So yeah, I don't know. It's something to do with the cars, I think. In the pack, you can see that there's a whole line of them down there at the Mulsanne Straight at the moment. Most of them look absolutely fine. Some brighter than others, and then the 61 Ford is just like, you know what? We're just going to run on. You know, if they dial the lights down, maybe the alternator doesn't have to work so hard, so maybe they can get more fuel out of it. I don't know.
I mean, those bulbs must weigh a ton. It is just necessarily weight saving. It makes sense.
It's science.
Yes.
But yeah, they are currently, they were battling the 26. They've managed to put a nice big gap between themselves. But look, there's your teammate, the 100 driven by Box, just getting overtaken by the Ford.
There seems to be a huge crash going into T1 as reported by the chat right now. I'm sorry for interrupting that. And I do see a car stranded on the minimap if I'm not mistaken, but they seem to have are in the process of recovering.
Can you give us any more details? Is that 16?
Maybe. I'm just reading that from the YouTube chat that there was an accident into turn 1. And looking at the minimap, it's just really hard to spot. There are a lot of cars on it which take up a lot of the screen. So
Yeah, it's
maybe
quite
we will
a
see
challenge.
a driver swap or a pit stop at the end of this lap. We should probably look out for that. See what happens.
Let us know in chat, guys, if you can tell us who was involved in the incident or a little bit more detail around that.
In that case, I will leave you alone for just a minute. I will be right back.
Okay. Hakshik's now going to fashion the chicken bucket into some kind of crude helmet to assist him in the remaining racing that he'll be doing today. Marcus, very good to see you. I've been enjoying your battling in the number 1 car for quite a long time with our number 98 car from Syndicate Motorsport. That's the community that I lead. So I was quite enjoying you giving us a good show against the Chaparral. That was driven by KS. He's a very quick driver, and he's joined one of our Syndicate teams. Hope you were enjoying that yourself. So right now we've got the number 30 car, JVM Racing, and they are hunting down the likes of Scuderia Tiano in the 25. There's the 599. Lev Speed, I think they were. And looks like a slingshot opportunity here for the number 30 car. Slips out to the left-hand side. That's going to put them on the outside for the kink.
I am also back. Did I miss anything?
No, I just told chat that you've gone off to clean your chicken bucket and fashion it into some kind of crude helmet. Which may or may not improve your aesthetic appeal. But no, we've got a nice little battle here between the 25 car and the 30. They're just getting down to Viraj Malsan, and the number 30 is currently leading out on those two. So as we approach the halfway mark, only 15 minutes left to go. Let's take a look at who's actually completed their, or how many handovers we've seen, or long stops as they're called, out of the team
According
so
to
far.
the leaderboard, top 5 haven't had a driver swap yet.
Yeah, I mean, in the driver in car section, we've had 2 driver swaps for the number 10 car. But yeah, like you say, no driver swaps in the first 5. Be interesting to see what the strategy is for the P1 spot then, because they will have to. Actually, it shows Inkmeister have done 3 pit stops, but no driver swaps yet.
And I do think that some people have forgotten to update the leaderboard, considering that, according to the board, Marcus Anderson from the Anderson Brothers is currently driving. However, he's also here in the YouTube chat, so I assume someone forgot to update their status.
Wink,
Do we let
wink.
that slide? Yeah?
I know there's a 15-minute delay on that, but I think it's been over 15 minutes now, so definitely should have updated. But Pittman was saying that there is a slight delay on that, so we'll see how that goes.
Exactly, it's probably just a very long delay that will probably soon be fixed.
Yeah. So the 96 car just coming through on Nage by the looks of it. No, sorry, that's not a Nage. That's what is that, a Nage? Where are we on the track right now? Yes, I think that is a Nage. They have got the Sweaty Lobster behind them, but they're a P7 and the Sweaty Lobster's a P2, so they must be having just come back from a drive swap, I would assume.
Yeah, I agree on that. That's probably what happened.
I suppose one of the things for the track, as long as Le Mans, the gaps can get pretty big. And we just seem to be in that stage of the race with a slight lull in the action. But I just love how the number 2 car leading the race is now 178 seconds ahead of the Anderson Brothers. So they're working their way to a whole lap up.
Yeah, there's definitely some insane speed in that car, and they're definitely currently on the way to win the race, but there's still over 3 hours to go. We not even hit the halfway mark. A lot of things can still happen.
What's incredible though is that they are running at a lap time of 3:19, and you can see 3:19.069 on the last lap, and the Anderson Brothers have just set a 3:19.380, which is their personal best. So the P2 car is not only just lapping very, very fast, but they're doing it incredibly consistently.
It is some insane speed that the drivers have. They certainly did their practice.
Well, I'm just looking here. The number 2 is coming up, and I was just watching them head down the Mulsanne Straight there. The 61 is 66 car in the background just got caught out just as on the braking zone into the end of the straight there, and they are now rejoining the track, or attempting to, but they're coming over a hay bale. They seem to be stuck in the crowd area. They're going to have to reverse and go left. He's just going to brute force it over the barrier, and that's not gone well.
No, I do wonder, was it accident due to accident with another car in the same class, or were they lapping someone?
I don't know. I mean, I just literally switched camera and saw them getting caught there, and then they flew off into the barrier there, but one for the replay, I think.
Well, it seems like they made it back to the track, so at least that's good. However, it cost them a lot of time, and I don't believe that the car went unscathed from that accident, so we have to see what happened.
Yeah, trying to get a sense of any potential damage. They're part of the Assetto Corsa friends. You can see the car's flashing blue, which means that's the anti-lag kicking in. And they've actually driven off just after Indianapolis. Seem to be attempting to rejoin, however, though, so don't know what's going on with these guys, but that's definitely put a dent in their chances.
Not just the chances, but also the car.
There you have it. It's a double whammy. Yeah, they seem to have damage, I would have thought. Maybe that's why they're struggling with the braking. I don't know.
If you drive a car that fast, I assume that any damage can quickly throw you off, and there will, especially if you have driven the same car in such a long time, you struggle sometimes to realize how it's driving now after an accident, so you have to feel your way into it and try to just get your way back to the pits without any more accidents.
Yeah, definitely. Let's stick with these guys as they come round. What is the name of the corner as they come through the kink here, through the houses? I'm just going to quickly look up on the track. Is that Maison Blanche?
Isn't that the last chicane, I thought?
That's Virage Ford, the chicane, the Ford chicane. So could be.
That's what I know.
Yeah, it's Maison Blanche is the bit with the houses. So they are attempting to continue. I don't think they're pulling into the pit lane. Either that or they're blocked from getting into the pit lane. No, they're not. They're carrying on. So maybe the damage wasn't significant enough. They've decided it's fine.
That is certainly a very interesting strategy. With such a hard accident, you would assume that they have a lot of damage, but maybe the game was just being very nice to them. You never know.
It is one of the downsides of Assetto Corsa. Its damage model is interesting, to say the least.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so here we go. The Ramada Racing down in P42, the 123 car. They had a little moment there with World Sim Racers, but I think World Sim Racers has somehow dropped back quite significantly, so I thought that was a battle for me, but my hopes have been dashed. Looks like a few dropouts. MS Development, I think they were early on. GT Team Fabrication, 17 laps down now, and the Eastern Bloc as well. The Revival Stars in the 69 car, they are in the pits right now. They're 3.1 laps down. They were an early kind of battle going on with those guys and the number 1 car in the Chaparral. Yeah, the gaps in P7 class right now are pretty significant. The smallest of those is 30 seconds, so pretty hefty.
There seems to be currently a big gap going into turn 1, with most drivers currently being at the Mulsanne Straight, but considering how long it is, it makes sense that most of the drivers are on that specific part of the circuit right now.
Yeah, definitely. Trying to find a little bit of action in amongst the classes here.
In the meantime, would you like to take a guess on, this includes the modern circuit, what the record is for most kilometers driven by a team during a 24-hour of Le Mans race?
Oh, that's a good question. I have no idea.
Not even a rough estimation.
I was trying to convert
This
the distance of the track into from miles into kilometers there. Give me a second here.
Putting out the calculator right now. I just know it.
I don't know. So they do kind of 350 to 400 laps, I think, don't they? So I'm going to say it's going to be in the thousands, isn't it? So 4,900.
It's actually a lot more. During that specific year, 2010, the record driver did 397 laps,
Oh wow,
which resulted in 5,410 kilometers, driven at an average speed of 225 kilometers per hour.
that is
You learn
ridiculous.
something new any day.
That is quite incredible.
It was a team of Timo Bernard, Romain Dumont, and Mike Rockenfeller.
Like
They won the
Rockefeller.
race in an Audi R15 TDI Plus.
How far back does your book go? Is it to the very beginning of Le Mans?
It is to the very beginning, starting at, have a look, 1923.
Does it list every driver who participated in each race?
It lists the car class, which back then was not LP1 and so on as they have today, but 2000 to 3000 cc. It lists the car name, the drivers, the team, tires, date, and everything. How many kilometers were driven by everyone, by the fastest driver, laps, average speed, and some class winners.
So it doesn't have every driver who participated in each race, or it does? Sorry, I think you mentioned that.
Sadly not. It only has the ones, the class winners.
Ah, okay. Because a while ago I found out that a house that I used to live in was originally bought by someone who went on to race at the 24 Hours of Le Mans back in
Oh, wow.
the 1930s, I think, late 30s, or was it early 50s? It was somewhere around, pre or post-war, but yeah, I don't think they won, but they definitely participated, which is still something in its own right.
I mean, you can say now that you used to live in a house of a Le Mans competitor.
Exactly.
They don't need to know the details.
Exactly.
I mean, you don't know the details.
I believe the driver is buried in a cemetery nearby, so I need to work out where that is. It'd be interesting to go and do some more research on that.
That is definitely something you should look up. That sounds very interesting. And if I'm not mistaken, we're also slowly getting a bit of sun.
I'm
even though
hoping
it's
so,
just
because
350.
it's really the compression on the stream really struggles with nighttime because there's so much so much to deal
There's a
with.
lot of happening, yes. If I'm not mistaken, we previously looked up that the sun goes up around Le Mans at this time of day, around 6 a.m.
Mhm.
So looking at probably 30 more minutes, 20 more minutes of night until we get the sun going up again.
There's definitely the hazy kind of orange pinkish sky forming there, so it definitely looks like it's heading that direction. At the
And I'm
moment,
very
though,
much
we've
looking
got
forward to
the 127 car driven by Sideheart Motors. They are just a second ahead of their main competition here, the 42 car RCS Classics, but they are only 3 seconds behind the placeholder racing team, so still plenty of action. And what's interesting is Sim. How would you pronounce that actually? It's R-U-I-N-A. Runa or Runia? I guess it's Runa. Sim
I would guess
Runa.
so. I would say the same. Do you know which country they're from?
That was a good question. I don't know, but they are teammates or two separate teams running in P16 and 17 right now. So nice to see them so consistent in their performance. Looks like Dexter Racing just overtaking Empire Racing team there by quite a significant margin. That's because it's a P7 versus a P2. Just goes to show the differential in speed between those two classes. It's night and day.
Yeah, I can only say that as well. On the straight lines, the P2s and the GTs can somewhat battle each other. That is no problem at all. But you see, P7s are definitely in their own class without a doubt.
It's one
We
of the
were
things that I
hearing
like
that
most about
number-
multi-class racing. It's the whole concept of different speed cars on the track at the same time and the traffic dynamic. It's such a great element of Le Mans.
It sure is. There's a lot of things that you have to look out for, not only the traffic around you, but also who's far behind you and around you. It's also very tricky on the leaderboard and what's going on, so you have to look out for that.
Ooh,
Meanwhile, we're
bit of a
hearing
contact
that,
there from the Royal Sim Sports team. They just crashed in Maison Blanche, but somehow managing to continue. I think they got bounced back onto the track, which is fortunate for them.
we also have our next interview lined up with someone you actually know.
Ah, okay.
It is Tasking Flyer. He just asked if he would like to be interviewed, so we're currently waiting for him to drop in and we can have a talk with him.
Yep, please do. Send them in.
Be here any second now. It also seems that another car, the number 127, hit a stopped car going through T1 and killed their engine.
Ooh,
Let's hope they were able to recover that. If not, that would be an unsightly end.
that was the 127 you said.
Yes, they said in chat that they hit a stopped car going through T1, killing the engine.
So the 127, just trying to spot there. I know what their badge looks like. Tasking, put your hand up. I'll actually invite you straight into chat. Hang on. Tasking Flyer, welcome.
Good morning, French time. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good. I'm just going to turn you up a little bit because I'm struggling to hear you a little bit there.
Yeah, I'll lean into my mic a bit.
There we go. Yeah, that's
Wait.
perfect. How
Much
are you doing?
Very well. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to race today, but we have Haley in the car now, and Haley Smith is a fantastically quick driver, and I have no doubt that she's going to put it on the podium. So, making good progress so far, it seems.
Oh, fantastic. So you're in the 61 car.
That's correct, yeah, the number 61 F3 Classics track.
Ah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. So you're the driver who's unable to drive today, so someone's doing the 4-hour stint. Is that Haley doing the 4 hours?
That's correct, yeah. So Ingroover did the first stint. He had a little bit of a issue with his VR headset, which cost him about 50-60 seconds, which is part of what has, had put us down originally. But other than that, it was a clean stint, and we have Haley, who's really was our ringer the whole time. She's about a second quicker than me, at least on race pace, and so she's definitely the fastest on the team. So putting her in the car for 4 hours might actually be an advantage to us overall.
Very nice. And are all of your team vintage fans only, or do you race a whole breadth of classes in sim racing?
We are vintage fans only. I've raced with Haley and Ingroover from everything from 1920s cars all the way through here now with the 1960s cars. But this is really our passion, is the vintage motorsports, and so we've thoroughly enjoyed practicing for this race, and it is very happy to see that she's making solid progress. She's got good control of the car. So I'm not sure what's going on with the headlights. I did message them looking at that on stream, and they reported back to me that they do have headlights.
Interesting.
For whatever reason, that's not translating on stream, but they do in fact have headlights. So
Yeah, it's very car specific. But big news, guys! The number 2 car is in for their pit stop. So the race leader, by a long margin, is now in for their driver swap, having completed basically half race distance with one driver stint. They will now be handing over to one of their 2 other drivers. So, Tasking, tell me, and actually, for those in chat who aren't familiar with Tasking Flyer, Tasking, you're a bit of a dab hand at mod creation for AC, aren't you? And I believe you've created some mods which the likes of Jimmy Broadbent has demonstrated on his channel. So tell us a little bit about that and how you got into doing that.
Yeah, I've been modding for about 2 years, and it was originally just started out where I would download, a mod for, 1930s, 1950s cars, and the spread of quality in modding in Assetto Corsa is wide. You have everything from very good to very bad, and so I just originally learned because I wanted to fix, just for my own use, uh, some cars to be able to drive them and enjoy them a little bit more around track. And then by some weird series of events, I'm now doing cars for several different people. But Sergio Loro is been very kind enough to allow me to work with him on his Formula Junior cars, and that's the current big project at the moment, is getting those current ones that he has reworked, and then also getting some new ones made. So it's I just enjoy it. It's a monetized hobby, but it is I love racing these vintage cars. I love seeing these old cars back on track. So, but big shout out to Baza, by the way, and his team who put these together, because these are just amazing. Everything that he has done here is really spectacular.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's such a great car pack, and so much effort must go into this. I mean, how much work is involved in getting a good quality mod together? I guess it's like the 80-20 rule, but I mean, how much does it take to get a decent mod together for AC? Are we talking kind of weeks of effort, or
months of effort?
Months. Okay.
Yeah. For a single car, if you're doing the model from scratch, the model by itself could take. If you're going to do a high-quality model, it could take as much as 2 months just to get the model completed. And then for the physics, that really, for me, it takes a little bit longer, because I do quite a bit of test driving for the physics, and so you change one thing, you try it out, you see if that's correct, you go back, you make some more changes, and so it's very incremental. It's like a counting grains of sand type approach to it. But with someone like Baza, he's obviously been doing it for a very long time. He has his systems and processes and understandings that I think would probably accelerate that. But all the same, you're looking at probably three to 4 months for a mod. When you're doing several at the same time, you can cut that time down a little bit, because there are some similarities, especially if they're all in the same class of car. But it's quite a lot of work, regardless.
Now, I guess a key question there is that I'm assuming you don't own a collection of these real cars in real life and have no idea how they drive. So how do you dial in a feeling for a car? What do you use as a benchmark or a reference point to bring that to life?
Videos of the cars on track in real life. If you can get onboards of these cars, that helps a lot. And then beyond that, you have some general physics. Physics is the same across. So when you have things like the weight of the car, when you have things like the inertia box of the car, those are things that can be calculated just based on math. So you can figure that out. And but the real magic in these cars, in my opinion, is in the suspension geometry and in the tire data when you're creating the tires, because that has a big influence on how these cars feel on track. But you're just trying to find as much real life data as possible to build out as realistic a car as you can. And I think that Baza's done a really fantastic job, and that's probably the second best source of information, is when you know that there's a quality mod that exists in the space. You can definitely reference those when you're creating something as well. So it's all a big community of people who are just trying to do their best to get these cars out on track where people can race them and where people can enjoy it. And it really is very organic. I hope that Assetto Corsa Evo does not kill modding like what some people are suspecting. Just because look what it's done to Assetto Corsa. it's been so great for Assetto Corsa in the long run.
Yeah, you kind of jumped onto my next question there. So AC Evo, I was going to say, do you have plans to kind of bring anything to that front? I've seen some potential support for modding into that game. I hope they do bring that forward because it seems like the natural successor to AC. So yeah, it'd be great to see if we can kind of bring that to the new platform.
Indeed. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think that there is any clear information. It looks like there are some. I've read a little bit that the file structuring is not necessarily conducive to modding, but that is not necessarily, this is an alpha release. It's not necessarily going to be final, and then they may have some system by which they do it, which is different from Assetto Corsa, but it all the same, I really do hope that they include it.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, thank you very much for your insight there, Tasking. It's shame to not have you on track today, I guess. So hopefully you can join in next time round. Do you have any other big events coming up that you're looking forward to?
No, this was going to be my last race for a while. I have shout out to my beautiful wife who's listening in the other room, who is pregnant with our third child. And
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Thank you very much. Yeah. So she is on bed rest at the moment. So I'm taking care of her and our two boys, who both have the flu, which is why I'm not racing at the moment. So it's daddy time. It's not racing driver time, unfortunately. But it is what it is. I'm still happy to be helping organize the team for F3 Classics tracks, and I think that we'll see what Haley can do, but I have a lot of confidence in her abilities to make this happen. So up into 4th place and gaining.
Yeah, fantastic. That's great news. So yeah, congratulations on the third child on the way. I assume that means that given it a few years, we'll have the Tasking Flyers sim racing team.
I like the sound of it.
If you can get a 4-person team together, then there you go.
That's right. My oldest is already he's driven some laps around the Le Mans circuit, so he's 4 and he's already behind the wheel, so he's going to be running for the front row here in a couple of years, maybe.
Yeah, that's
All I hear is a
sounds good.
potential Project Hamilton.
Yes.
Sounds good. Well, I can highly recommend.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, no worries, Tasking. It's great to have you in the chat box here. And I'm going to say, if you're looking for a family holiday abroad, I can highly recommend getting to the real Le Mans 24 Hours. It's one hell of a experience. I do the classic version as well, which is great fun.
Absolutely, I will 100% be doing that.
Yeah, it's great fun. I went down there a few consecutive years, but a few years ago, and we used to stay at a campsite just down the road in the village of Arnage. So literally, you came out the campsite, you walked like a few hundred feet down the road, and then you were basically at the Arnage corner. And it was great going to sleep at night with the sound of the cars going past. You wake up in the morning, the sounds of the cars going past, and in the morning before the actual proper Le Mans gets underway, they bring out the old classics and ran a race with those. So yeah, fantastic experience all in all. But I'll let you run, Tasking Fly. Thank you for popping in. Hope you get better soon, and all the best to you and the family with the forthcoming new arrival. And hope everything goes okay.
Indeed. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. We'll see you next time.
Oh, actually, sorry. Just before you go, Tasking Fly, I just noticed NPanic's in here, and I just messaged him saying that we would bring him in shortly, but he is part of Baz's group, so he wanted to get in on the mod talk. So do you want to hang around for a few more minutes, or?
Sure.
Let me just invite. So NPanic, hey, welcome.
Hello guys, how are you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. And I understand you're from the group that's involved in the creation of this mod pack, then, correctly, if I understand?
Yes, I'm the resident 3D modeler.
Ah, okay. So a lot of care and attention has gone into these cars from yourself and the team, then.
Yeah, I mean, I've done the 365 P2 completely. That's my model, and I did some work on these other cars, mostly the Dino and the Porsche.
Very great. Well, yeah, that's it's fantastic having such some skilled people and passionate people behind these projects. It's definitely makes these kind of events possible, and I'm very pleased to have so many people in the community willing to put time and effort into this, so we can make these things a reality. What are you guys working on presently then, in terms of do you have any collaboration projects between the two of you?
Not directly, not as far as I know, not really.
No, we are. I'm not working with Boz's team, but it is. I have to say, and Panic, the cars look amazing. You've done really good work over. I mean, honestly, over the years, if you've been working with them for a while, they really are something special.
Oh, sorry, just going to jump in there. The 127 car just had a bit of an incident there with the 820 coming through Dunlop, and took another ding there. And then the 98 Chaparral also took a bit of a ding, but unrelated to the incident. Hopefully that's the 127 not too damaged for the remainder of the race. I know they had a bit of a issue earlier on. Someone mentioned they got caught up in the same spot with engine damage. Sorry, I'll just hand back to you guys there, just to dip in there and update that.
I'm surprised that more people have not had large incidents at Maison Blanc. That was, people are taking it obviously pretty careful through there, but everyone's doing a fantastic job in this race. You know, there's not been nearly as many large incidents as I expected.
Yeah, there was a little bit in the first lap, but apart from that, it's been pretty good racing, and it's nice seeing everyone bringing out the gentlemanly tactics and obeying the blue flags and so on. It's really good quality racing here today, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just as I say that, the 25 slides off the track.
Number 26 car. I have to say shout out to Parilla in the number 26 car. He's giving a good go to the Fords and the Ferrari. He did a 2.5 hour stint, and they are in P5 currently, so awesome going.
Yeah, just jumped through Tetra Rouge onto the Mulsanne straight there, so currently running P5 as you say, 37 seconds behind the 61 car driven by Haley. So what are your predictions, guys, for class winners? I think the number 2 car is a pretty sure bet for the P7 class, but what about the P2 class and GT? Any early predictions?
I'd like to go with good Adam and Sean because they're my guys from VAC, but I mean, Schneider Motorsport is really like putting a show here.
Yeah, nothing's a certain bet at Le Mans, is it?
Yeah, the purple helmets in the GT class, they are crushing it right now. I would say that is going to be definitely a favorite for the GT class. As far as the P2 class, really hard to say. I'm not sure what their splits are and who's going to be coming up next, but I do know that there are some really good drivers on both teams. It's going to be close. It's going to be a close race. As far as P7, unless something happens, the Inkermeister Motorsport guys are fantastically fast. They have been for the last several weeks. It's been really something to watch them drive. So I think it's going to be very difficult for anyone to mount a challenge unless they have an incident.
I have to say though, they have one weak link. It's a bit of internal banter between us because we are friends from the Baza group, but Valentin hasn't had much practice because he's been setting up the server and stuff. So I think he will be last to take the wheel of the number 2 car. So let's see how he does.
Well, they're giving him a nice big safety margin here to help his chances. But can you tell us anything else about the Inkermeister guys? Is it just pure driving talent which is leading them to this position, or do you think they've done anything kind of fuel strategy wise or anything different?
Well, they do have some THR head admins on there, so who knows, some cheating maybe?
The grip hacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's years of experience, and they are all experienced racers, so...
Yeah, well, they're currently actually coming up behind the 98 car, which is the Syndicate Motorsport entry into the P7 class. That's mine and Akshik's community. So they're definitely fast, given they're lapping us right now.
And not just for the first time, I believe.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. They just make it look so easy as well.
Yeah, they're some of the best drivers that I've seen. Incredibly smooth, and they handle the lap traffic very tactfully as well. So they definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's definitely
But,
something to be...
anything could happen. We have 2 hours and 43 minutes, so
It's true. But yeah, it's definitely a thing that I've noticed, that you can have a very fast driver and you can have a very clean driver, but it's when you put those two things together that you get a truly great driver when it comes to racing. Because that's when they just make it work cleanly, very quickly, and then you're minimising the risk basically of anything happening to you in the race, which is nice. So
yeah,
Also,
well,
a stable internet connection helps.
Yeah, I will make a quick shout out. Haley has the quickest split time on that lap, and I'm calling that she is going to make it to P2. And I have to jump off. I hear some kiddos rustling in the background, but it's been a pleasure speaking with you, gentlemen. And let's see Haley take this P2.
All right, well, we'll see how things go there. But thank you very much, Tasking Flyer, for dropping in. As I said, best of luck with everything, and get well soon.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Bye bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. I'm going to go ahead and bring FMG in, if that's okay, and Panic.
Yeah, it's okay.
And Viles, I'll bring you in shortly, if that's okay. FMG, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thought I'd pop in and just say hi. I don't think you had a GT driver in yet.
No, I don't think we have. So actually, no. So
Well,
we had
hello?
we did.
sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Akashik is one, and we also had the 599 car in earlier on from Left Speed. But tell me, how's the race going so far for you, FMG?
We did have one nasty accident on our first stint. We had a P2000 put out of the pit directly into us, so we actually got a lot of damage on the first stint. But it seems like, I think we are still on target. I think I'm getting in about 40 minutes to finish on.
So just everyone's clarity, you're the 727 car team,
Yeah.
purple helmets, and
Yeah.
you were Cami Mazzy last year, were you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, your car's actually in the minute, just coming through a pack of cars right now. You've got a, I think the 264 behind you, which we heard from earlier on. And but you guys are running really strong at the moment. What's the bit of a nage moment there with the aforementioned 264 car, 265. I think looks like the Saturday Corsa Friends car as well. But yeah, sorry, back to the 77. Oh, sorry, just a big crash in the background
It just
now.
keeps on going, isn't it? That's typical Le Mans.
Wow.
Unless you
Okay.
expect some more, it's going to happen.
You're going to see this in a second, actually, because I know you're watching on my stream. But watch the
Yeah.
cut for the
Yeah,
crash in
it's-
the
Ooh,
background.
that's a bit of a smoke bomb, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh,
it's-
yeah.
Oh,
It's
the
the
265
problem
is
we have.
significantly damaged. They've got
Bent
definitely a
front
front locked
axle,
wheels
yeah.
now.
It seems to be a multi-class incident. I see 3 involved cars. They will probably all have to do a very quick pit stop. At least it was near the end of the circuit, so they don't lose that much time. But this will definitely be losing them some time on the circuit.
The 235 has now got completely crippled front wheels, and they are smoke bombing their way back to the pit lane at the moment. So,
Driving
Yeah,
through smoke bomb in the
teleporting
last
back would
corner.
lose them more time.
and if they go in too quickly, which they might done, yes, they've just been done for a 10-second penalty, which they have to serve outside of their pit box, so they're going to have to wait for damage and that now.
When it rained, it pours.
Yeah, that's wow, quite an incident there. Sorry, FMG, I completely cut you off there. We just happened to be looking at your teammates there when everything just happened to go sideways. So back to you.
That's commentator's curse for you, isn't it?
Oh, I have quite a
yeah.
good one of those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it really is.
We got lucky because the Mercedes does have a very long fuel tank, so we pitted early on the first stint. So myself and Kojok, who's driving currently, are both doing approximately 2 hours and a quarter each to cover the time. So hopefully, I think everyone else there has a long stop as well, so it'll be a bit closer towards the end. But think we're still on. We're good so far. If we don't have an incident.
Yep. That seems like a pretty solid bet then. So yeah, fantastic racing from you guys today. I can see you're definitely giving the P2 class a run for their money as well. You've got, I know you wanted to beat as many of them as you could, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the in your rearview mirror at the moment. Then let's see how many more you can add to that.
Yeah, we'll try. So it's the one advantage, we have 2 stops in the race. Everything above GT class, no one can do that.
Which is very nice, yes. It goes the same for the Jag. We only have to do our long pit stops, besides damage, which of course never happens, but you know. Besides that, we only have to do 2 long pit stops, which definitely helps the strategy.
Yeah, I think GT has always been between the Mercedes and the Jag. So we've got top speed, you've got acceleration and brakes. We do not have brakes.
Brakes weren't invented back then. Those were suggestions.
Brakes are overrated.
Drum brakes, they fade towards the end of the braking zone and just like go weak.
Yeah,
I thought you.
A good example earlier, we had the Chaparral pulled across in front of us at the bottom of the Mulsanne, and we only just missed it because of course our brakes were fading by then.
And we were talking about that in the briefing room.
Yeah, that's what we were sort of shouting at the time in the team chat. It was close.
Yeah, and I've seen some cars driving on the right side while I was overtaking on the left. And it was explicitly said that we should drive on the left. What can you do?
Sounds good. I can see a few people in the audience waiting to come in and interview as well. So FMG, I'm gonna let you get back to the team if that's okay. But thank you for popping in, and best of luck for you guys. We're rooting for you here for the GT class, but I think you guys have got a pretty solid bet here.
Yeah, we'll do our best. Have a good forecast.
You too. Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye.
So let's bring Attila in quickly. Just want to grab Attila because he's been part of the number 2 car. Attila, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
May I just say, it's very impressive watching you drive that car.
Oh, thank you so much.
That's one hell of a stint you put in there. Can you tell us a little bit about how your team has approached the racing today, other than ultra speed driving?
Well, basically, in qualifying we put the car on P1, so before the race we talked to each other and we said, okay, let's just keep the car there, have a smooth start, no incidents, no nothing, and that's basically what we did. We started really good and immediately had a small gap going because P2 and P3 were fighting. And from there on we just kept building our gap because they just kept on fighting, and we just decided we'll just go smooth and safe, not risk anything, and that's pretty much what we did, what I've done and what Marcus is doing right now.
Yeah, that seems to have worked in your favour. Can you give us any insight to the kind of the fuel strategy? Did you, when you came in, were you basically running on low fuel, or was that the determining factor, or did you come in just to allow the teammates to get a chance in the car?
Oh no, that's pretty much what we did. At the end of the stint we were pretty much running on fumes. I think the first stint we did 26 laps, and the second stint we did 27 because that barely worked out. And that's where I got out of the car and my teammates started driving.
Very cool. Well, yeah, certainly an impressive effort from the team here. Are you feeling confident then with the P7 class being in the bag at this stage, or is it too early to tell, would you say?
It's always too early. You can have a big incident in the last lap and kill your engine and whatever, but as long as nothing ridiculous happens or the guys mess up, which I don't think will happen. I think they know we're in a very safe position and they will just take it easy on the car. So unless something huge and unforeseen happens, I think we will be fine, but you can never know.
Just talking about incidents there, actually I'm upset to tell you that the 100 car just drove straight into the wall coming through Dunlop.
Yeah, that wasn't very nice.
They seem to be struggling a little bit with damage there potentially, so that may
Of course,
be.
it was only at the start of the lap, so this would be a very long lap for Box.
Yeah, do you want to go and just check in on Box, see how he's doing, and come back, or are you going to leave him
Yeah,
to it?
I'm gonna be back for just a minute to see what happens, and then I'll be right back.
Okay, thanks, Akshik. So Attila, back to you then. So tell me about your teammates then. You said you had. Let me just double check who's in the team. My browser plays ball. So Marcus is no, that's not it. That's it. So is it Meister Jaeger in the car or Valentin right now?
Yes, exactly. No, Valentin will do the last stint.
Okay, and are you all pretty even in terms of your capabilities, or are there any? Did you go early because you've got the speed advantage?
No, I think we're pretty much even. In the last THR Community League, Valentin and I drove against each other in different cars, but I think we were pretty much even. For this race, he didn't have all that much practice because he was busy organizing the event, basically. And Marcus is pretty much the same as me as well in terms of pace. Oh, look at that. There he is.
Hi
Yes,
guys.
Valentin. Hey, Valentin.
Hi.
Welcome.
Bad news from our car. We just had a massive accident.
Oh no.
After contact with the P2, the engine was toast, so we had to port back to the pits.
Oh no!
Yeah,
so
that's
yeah, the number
what I
2
was
car now
talking
down
about.
into P6.
Yep. So that was just to share that info. I might be back at some point later, and I'm gonna go back down now.
Okay, Valentin. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Cheers.
So, I mean, I would say that was the commentator's curse, but I was actually looking at my own Syndicate Motorsport 100 car, which crashed at full speed into a tree after having crashed into a wall just a few minutes earlier. So, I'm definitely having an impact on my team. But shame to hear about your P2 team. So, okay, so let's put that into context. You guys now are down in P6. How do you feel about your chances of climbing back up that? Because your lead at that point after the first half of this race was 170 seconds or so. So that's more than the gap you got to the leader right now. So do you think you can claw it back if everything went perfectly at this stage, or is that a tall order?
Yeah, I guess we'll see if Marcus does a good job and nothing like that happens again. We might still have a chance. I don't know how fast the other drivers are, which are in the cars right now, and which will be driving the cars later. Yeah, we'll see. Very unfortunate, but that's endurance racing for you.
That
I
is.
forgot I was still in the stream. I need to say, it always could be worse. I had a crash because overdrive. I tried to overtake into Indianapolis, and they drove me off the road. And then I fell through the world, and then my internet connection crashed. So it can always be worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that.
I mean, the worst that can happen is that the bees in the car of Imkermeister just disappear, you know. Where do you keep them, by the way?
That's a secret, actually.
Is that where your speed is coming from? You have a lot of bees in your car.
Exactly.
You have to look at the driver's suit. I once seen it.
Ah, yeah, just a bunch of bees in a helmet.
Well,
I'm sure if I
Attila,
want
thank you very
to
much for
get that
popping
on.
in and joining us in the commentary box. Always a pleasure. I was hoping you'd come and say hello because I wanted to know a little bit more about the person behind the wheel, putting in such incredible efforts there. 599 TVR just getting a little bit excited in Maison Blanche there. But yeah, best of luck to you guys for the rest of the race ahead. It seems like you need luck a little bit more now than you did a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you, and thanks for having me.
No problem. Very welcome, and thanks again.
Bis bald.
Goodbye.
See you later.
Bye.
So now we can bring Viles in. He's been waiting patiently. Mr. Viles.
Hello.
Hello.
How's
time no talk.
how's things going?
Really well. We started, I think, P14 or 15. Let me mute the stream. Yeah, P14 or 15 we started. I took it all safely to begin with because, a bit like how we had the driver's briefing, we were told, it's a 6-hour race and not a 20-minute sprint. I'm very used to that in Syndicate, so took it very safe at the start and managed to give the car to my teammate Oswald at 4th place, and I think we remain in 4th, but we've still got another long pit to go.
So I'm sure that most other teams have to do another long pit stop as well, so they should balance out in the end.
Yeah, exactly that. But yeah, I just drove the car, tried to survive, and I had a little bit of an accident, I think, with I think it was a team Sideheart Racing, but deciding to go too wide into the chicane part, which is a really fast corner, and I expected them to sort of pull back a bit, considering how dangerous the corner is, and I had to lift off, and then they crashed.
So you just for context, everyone in the chat, so Viles is driving as part of the Chuckle Flex team, the 820 car, which I've been giving quite a lot of coverage to actually throughout the course of the race. You had a really nice battle going with the Revival Series 08 car, I think, for a while.
Yes, they were really good to battle against. I was a bit frustrated at times, only because it was more sort of their decision was always to overtake me at the beginning of the straight, and then we get to the very end and I'd pass and we would be back in square one. They would, he could brake a lot later than me, and I always felt like I was holding him up. So I think in the pits when I fueled, he overtook me then, and he has the pace, and it was a great battle. I really enjoyed it. No issues. I haven't had any issues with any other driver as well, and everyone seems to be racing fine, at least from my eyesight. I know there's been a few other interesting accidents, but
can I just say shout out to my teammate. After my internet crashed, I gave to him the car, and he was in P51. Now he's in P13. Gregory Myers.
It's good progress.
Yeah, he's Mr. Steady and consistent.
Very nice. Yeah, it's some good work.
I'm off to support him, and have a nice stream, guys.
All right, cheers, Panic. Thank you.
Excellent to you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
There we go. Well, 2 hours 25 left. It's amazing actually how quickly the race goes. 6 hours seems like a really long time, but time flies when you're having fun, I guess.
Yeah, it certainly does.
The 2 hours that you drive feel a lot longer. Yeah, they feel a lot longer when you drive, but when you're sitting and can spectate, the time is just flying by.
Yeah. And just currently watching the 27 car here, Placeholder Racing, which is racing against our number 97 Syndicate Concorde car, half a second between the two of them.
This is for position.
It sure is.
It
P20
sure is,
to
yep.
P21.
Andrew's in the car as well.
In 97.
If I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
P23 is not far behind, just 1.5 seconds.
I think.
Yeah, the Empire Racing guys, they had a little bit of a spin in the end of the straight and lost out a little bit of time there, but they are back in the mix and definitely catching up a little bit, it seems. So we've got 3 cars for position. There's 98 Syndicate Chaparral as well in the background, just appearing. You can hear the engine rumble just as it cut through the cameras there. So Viles, tell me, how's the exhaustion levels? Is it pretty straightforward, or are you getting tired behind the wheel?
I wasn't tired behind the wheel when I was driving. I was all fine. But now I've come off the rig. I said pulled my chair back a little bit. I'm now feeling the tiredness, and I feel like I need to eat. But in the driver's seat, I poured myself a pint of water.
Okay, so Empire Racing, sorry, just to cut off there, just got quiet on Maison Blanche there. He's had a bit of a tank slapper and tried to mount a fence. They seem to be getting back underway, but may have damage from that. I wouldn't be surprised. But thankfully, Maison Blanche is not too far from the pit entrance, and they are heading their way into the pits now. Let's see if they can do that without getting a stop and go or 10-second wait penalty.
So, Viles, you mentioned that you are feeling the exhaustion as well, that you would like something to eat. Do you have some chicken as well, or what is your dinner of choice?
I don't know. is the answer to that. I had my dinner at lunchtime, about an hour before the race, so it'll be something small.
Well, look at this, guys. The 97 and the 98 Syndicate cars have just managed to hit the 27 car as Andrew slid through, following a slight mistake from the 27 car. And the 98 Chaparral just snuck through there as well during that. Yeah, Viles actually had a whole bucket of chicken delivered because he was planning ahead, I guess.
I was really playing for it. It was widely announced as well. I think Viles already knew of that.
I did.
Yeah, so everyone in the group knew that I was getting chicken because I was really hyped for it. And at one point, I was just setting my fastest lap. And I think Oswald said that if I make a mistake now and push too hard, I will not be deserving that chicken and he will take it away. So I had to be very careful.
I've noticed Chucklefex is a bit more down the leaderboard, so I'm going to check Oswald's okay and eventually join back, but we'll see.
Make sure he's okay and he's getting the chicken.
Yeah.
Alright, best of luck, Viles. Catch you later.
Guys.
Thanks for popping in.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
I think that's what they commonly refer to as a winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yes,
That
indeed.
is coming from.
Well, I thought it was so funny when you popped away to go and check on Box. Attila was obviously here, and his team had a bit of an issue, and a bit of a crash there. And I said, well, it's not me, the Combinator's curse, because whilst I've been chatting to you, I've been watching my own car, which has so far driven into the Dunlop curves, and then just went full speed into a tree. So
yeah, I was. I can actually tell you what happened in that moment because I was in the box with pits. No, in the pit with Box. That way around.
you were in the box with Box.
Yes, I was in the box with Box, as you know. While that happened, he seemed to have just been colliding with his front wheel, with the other driver's rear, and that just completely sent him straight into the tire, straight into the tree, wrapping his car around it. While loudly exclaiming "Yow!"
Yow!
Like a big of Scooby-Doo and whatever. What was that old cartoon called with the dinosaurs? Jabba Dabba Doo.
The Flintstones.
Flintstones. Yes, yeah, it was a mix of Flintstones and everything. So he was still laughing at that, but his car had to be teleported back to the pits, and I hope he can recover from that quickly. We'll be taking over the car in 20 minutes as well.
20 minutes, wow, okay, so I'll be back to solo commentary in 20. I've been glad to have a few people in here to chat while I've been here with you, because it gives you a moment to let my voice rest. But how are you feeling then about the remaining stint? You've got a fair amount of work to do, I would say. There's quite a lot of cars between you and the top of your GT pack. It's amazing actually how many P2s are between you and the top of the GT class.
Yeah, that happened definitely at the start of the race, and some people were definitely caught up with that. 100 minutes into the race, I had a P7 overtaking me for position, which was, as much as it sucks for them, very, very funny for us. Like P7 was 100 minutes into the race still behind us,
Wow.
but they're long gone after that. And looking at the leaderboard, Liv Speed in the 559 is on P41, which is a car in front of us in class. Sadly, with the incident of mine and Box, where we had to teleport back to the pits, we're 2 laps down, if I'm not mistaken. So that will be a very tough 2 hours for me. But hopefully, I will not accumulate any damage again, and will be able to set some good lap times. I'm sure that I will be able to claw at least some of that time back.
Well, hopefully you can do us proud over at Syndicate Motorsport. I'm sure we're in safe hands. It's great watching actually so many different car classes being represented by the different teams here, and it's nice. I mean, what drove you to the GT class out of interest?
When we were deciding on what car and what class to pick, we made a decision that we should, of course, be in every class since we have so many interested drivers. So we sorted for drivers who want to participate, want to finish in the midfield, and want to drive for the win. And originally it was 3 drivers, myself, Box, and Xfinity, who wanted to drive in that specific car. And we thought this class seems to be underrepresented. So let's see what we choose. Originally, we thought it would be funny if we drive a Ford Mustang, but it was quickly figured out that that car is not good, to put it slightly. It used about 6 liters of fuel per lap.
Per lap,
was
wow.
per lap. for comparison, the Jag uses 4.2 liters. And that definitely accumulates very quickly because it also has a smaller tank. It is also very slow on the straights, so it was either between the Merc and the Jag. And for stability reasons, we ended up choosing the Jag.
Well, that Ford is definitely pairing. I mean, that's actually interesting because this is 1960s racing, right? And I distinctly remember when they built the Ford GT that Jeremy Clarkson took on a road trip on Top Gear once. They had the constant joke was that he was stopping to fill up with petrol just all the time because it had this ridiculous fuel consumption and then a relatively small fuel tank. So they learned nothing in the intervening years.
Yeah, that Mustang is not a good car. While it looks very pretty and sounds awesome, no one can say anything against that. It is not a car that brings you anywhere close to a good position here at Le Mans. So we had to choose the Jag, which is a car that brought us very far. It is a great car, which is also shown in the fact that many of the GT drivers have chosen this car.
Yep.
And it is definitely the car to go to in this class. It was in the end, it ended up being a coin toss almost between that and the Merc. But I don't think anyone who chose the Jag is complaining about it.
Is it the Superlight version or is it the other version of the Jag?
It should be the Superlight version, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
The E-Type Le Mans, yes.
Yes, okay, right. I've just been enjoying the Sim Runa racing here. So they're still running in P18 and 19, and as a team representation here, they've got two teams, 3 hours, well, it's actually almost 4 hours into this race, and they're still racing in such close proximity.
Yeah.
It's incredible watching these guys go around.
There's also something very funny and interesting about the livery, that in the night, when you do not see anything but just a few meters in front of you, and they're coming up behind you, all you can see is that thin red stripe that they have at their front bumper. You only see that and two small light counts, but nothing else. It
Okay.
almost reminds me a little bit of a Porsche with the lights at the front, but you only see that grinning red coming at you, and then they're already past you.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, so quite an interesting experience then for a nighttime drive. Okie dokie, well, yeah, 15 minutes left until we hit the 2 hour mark to go, and then you're getting back in the car for your 2 hour stint. What's your target then for the GT class? Are you aiming for podium if you can?
I think at this point it's very far gone from us with our laps down. I think all we can do and hope for is now to push as hard as possible while keeping the car with all 4 tires pointing the right way. And just hoping that anyone else may have some slight issues, as much as you should hope for that. And maybe we can gain one more position, but everyone here on the grid did so much practice, they're so fast, they know what they're doing. So I will have to definitely be able to push as much as I possibly can to gain anything back.
Well, yeah, best of luck to you. It's a pretty tall order, but I'm sure now that you're full of chicken, it will give you the willpower to continue.
It does weigh me down.
It's true.
This is not a weight severing. It's not a weight severing measure. I can promise you that. But I would do it any day again.
Very good. Very good. Just looking at
what
the.
Is your dinner? I mean,
pardon?
What is your dinner? The people deserve to know that.
Oh, I ate before we got on, so I had the true British roast dinner before I came on. So roast potatoes, vegetables, and chicken. So also chicken.
Don't know the way around. Yeah, also chicken. Everyone's eating chicken.
And I mean, crazy as it sounds, actually, I even put some herbs and spices on it.
No.
Yes, I know. I wrote it in the
now
book
you're
one
just talking
time.
rubbish. Yeah, you're just pulling my leg now.
Yeah. There's a new exciting spice called salt. I want to start gentle before we worked our way into the more advanced levels of spiciness.
Don't tell me you already know what pepper is.
Well, yeah, we experimented with that as well.
And you like it?
I had to take a breather halfway through to let my sense of taste recover from the explosion in my mouth.
Yeah, those toast sandwiches we eat every year, every day long, they're really not helping that.
No, I mean, yeah. British cuisine, what can you say, right?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Should we invite
To
Binding
be fair
in?
though, beans on toast. Beans on toast, really good. That's
Oh, well, yeah, but that's a meal. Oh, okay, so just
Hi.
missed a little bit of hello Binding. Just missed you were talking about beans on toast. The 599 and the 235 both seemingly had contact, and the 235 is off in the field there, and 559 is struggling to get the car going in the right direction. They may need to return to the pit lane automatically, but they're attempting to do it under their own power as the 97 Syndicate just came through. They're in a really
That
awkward
seems to
spot
be
as
have
well.
Yeah, that's left speed. That is a car that is in position right in front of us. So while I was saying that I hope that someone may have a small incident, I did not mean that. I hope that they were able to make it back to the pits and continue the race.
Well, you're 197 seconds behind, oh, wait. Are they not going to the pit lane?
Way more than that.
No, they're carrying on.
Oh,
But
that is a
they can
surprise.
barely drive in a straight line, but they're carrying on.
Maybe
So-
they're hoping to make it another... No, but even with a driver swap, this seems weird. The car
Yeah.
can, on a full stint, make it 2 hours and 12 minutes.
The
This is a very
727
weird
is coming up
strategy.
behind them now, and that's going to be dangerous, because if they can't control this 599, then they put the leader of the GT class at risk here. There's also another car coming up behind them, so this is going to be a little bit of a traffic moment.
This is a very interesting move. I'm not sure it will pay out.
No, I mean this is one of those tracks where you wish you crash at the end of the lap because you don't want to have to go around again.
Looking at the board, considering that we are behind them, we are multiple minutes behind them. So they can carry it out for a little bit, but this will definitely hurt their times. I don't think they will set anything remarkable for the near future unless they do a driver swap or repairs or anything like that. Because the car is not in a good form.
They're
in a
still
good form.
managing 260 kph or kilometers per hour down the straight, but you can see the wheel
Yeah, it's
inputs. He's
still
having
20.
to struggle. Yeah.
It is, I mean, the Jag can go 20 kilometers faster than that, 280, 282.
Yeah.
So this is nowhere near the normal speed of that, and this will probably not end well.
Well, Binding, you've entered the
Yeah.
chat at an interesting
Binding.
moment. How are you doing?
I'm okay, mostly. I didn't bin it at all, which is cheap and a half, given it's me.
You make me Bennett.
How was it stepping into the 98 car after KS opened the race up there? He was doing absolutely amazingly with the battle he had with the number 1 car. How did you find it after the drive swap?
It was driving in a straight line. It was doing what it was being a car. I am very happy it was still a car when he left it to me, instead of some alien spaceship that he was driving. Because he was just fast, and I have no idea how the hell he did it.
Yeah, it was definitely
Well,
giving it
I
some
will quickly have to
beans.
intervene because I will have to leave now. Box wants my attention. So thank you for the interview. I will leave it to your experience hands.
All right, thank you, Akshik. Best of luck and enjoy.
Yeah, will do. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, sorry, Binding. So you've been interrupted twice now. So how are you finding the race so far? Has it been exhausting?
It's not the longest race it's the longest race I've taken part in, but it's not the longest stint I've done. It's the WSC League and Syndicate. It's been... I feel okay. I'm not exactly clamouring to go back in the car, mind you, but I'm good.
That's good. And how are your thoughts on the race so far? Do you think call any early predictions on who might be winning?
Still got a decent chunk of the race left, so I ain't saying anything.
Yeah, I was saying that literally just a few minutes ago when I was chatting to Attila from the Inkmeister team, who were in the number 2 car. They were absolutely flying, and then they had a huge tank slapper and dropped down to P6, but they're back up to P3 already. They're absolutely incredible talent in that team.
Which class are they?
P7.
Damn.
Yeah, they were the ones who were basically 180 seconds ahead or something like that, clear of the P2, and they were just absolutely flying. What's your plans for the rest of the race, and are you hopping back in the car at any point?
Negative. The rest of the race is going to be on Forest. I'm just feeding information to him.
Right,
So,
okay.
yeah, I won't be in the car anymore.
And it's-
Probably for the best, because everyone else in my team's faster than me.
And how's Forrest doing? I know that he was caught up in a little bit of the weather. So is his power back in stable, or?
Yeah, he seems to be doing fine at the moment.
Okay, let's just hop over and see how he's getting on. So he's just coming through Virage de Mulsanne, isn't it? So tell me a bit about the Chaparral then. So you've got the giant Wang.
Correct.
And it has DRS features, if I'm understanding
When you press
correctly?
it's bound to DRS. How it essentially works is the wing will flatten itself, I presume, hydraulically when you press the DRS button at any point. It also functions quite similar to DRS in the sense that when you tap the brake pedal at all, it will automatically shut, so you don't need to press the button again. So yeah, it just flattens the wing, less drag, so it goes faster down the straights, but yeah, no as much rear downforce. Unfortunately, that doesn't really matter when the Fords are just that much faster than us in the straights. But I was going to say at bare minimum we have corners, but there aren't many corners.
There's a few. I mean, watching KS dance with the number 1 Ford, it was quite impressive. They were obviously using the strengths of the car at the appropriate parts of the track.
KS is a terrifying driver. Just horrifying. I do not quite understand how he's as fast as he is, but he is. And I'm glad he was on our team, even if he had to dip out early because of his military service.
Yeah, one hell of a driver, that's for sure. He was definitely giving the number 1 Ford, who's currently winning the race, a good run for their money.
Yeah, he did. And Forrest is doing very well as well at the moment. So 2 very good drivers indeed.
Very good. Well, I'm sure it's been an exciting experience for you to be part of such a team, and I'm glad to see you managed to survive your stint, unlike Box, who, in the course of me watching him, drove into a wall and then wrapped his car around a tree.
Yeah, for some ungodly reason, every time I was around the Syndicate Typhoon, I think it was a Typhoon anyways,
yeah,
they had a massive accident. First, I think it was Akashik, and then it was Box. I didn't touch him. I didn't do anything.
I didn't touch him, officer.
It just decided that they didn't want to keep driving anymore, and they just died. It was tragic, truly.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
What else? Well, what else can you tell us around the tactics-wise? What have you guys gone for? How have you been stacking the car in terms of setup and fuel? Are you just putting enough in for a stint, or are you going for a little bit extra?
There's enough in for a 1.5 stint, just about. The tyres will probably go 2 hours if you tried it, honestly.
Akshik was mentioning that the fuel drop-off is much more significant than the tyre wear, so were you finding that in your car as well?
Yeah, tyres, you don't really feel the tyre wear too much in the Chaparral. I don't know about the Fords. But tyre wear was fine, fuel was the main thing, but the Chaparral has enough for the Chaparral has more than enough fuel to make a full stint. Forrest will be going in for 2 stints, so he'll be pitting at the hour-half mark, and then he'll be going until the end.
Okay, so you have to do 2 long stops, right, per team?
Yes. 2 long stops. We did ours by when KS put me into the car and when I put Forrest into the car.
So you've done your 2, so why is Pixel going to be doing another stop then?
Because he won't make it on fuel and tyres.
Okay, right.
There would only be enough for maybe an hour 40 at most, and he hopped in, at the 3-hour mark when I dropped out.
Interesting. So, yeah, okay, interesting. I wonder what the other cars ahead of him in the class will do tactics-wise in terms of pit stops.
I guess we'll see, won't we?
Yeah, we'll see if he can time it just right and sneak his way up the leaderboard a little bit. He's got only 6 seconds to go until he's up against the 59 Overdrive Racing team in their Ford. Let's see what Pixel can do.
Yeah, I believe in him. He's doing good. someone else in the audience now, so I'm going to head back to the what? Never mind, Eagles Way.
Indeed, they do pop in, and then you think, oh, someone's interview, and then they leave immediately.
Yeah. So I'm going to hop back into the Syndicate voice chat. It was nice talking, though.
Yeah, cheers, Binding. Pleasure as always, and
enjoy
catch you next week for the Syndicate League.
Yep. Enjoy the rest of the race, man.
All right, you too. Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Alright guys, and then there was one again. My co-commentator Akshik is going back into the number 100 car, and unless someone else comes in to say hello, I shall be tackling the last 2 hours on my own. It's amazing how quickly this race has gone so far. 4 hours down, only 2 more to go. But so far so good. Let's see, so the number 2 car here, they're back up on the podium, which is a strong recovery for the number 2 car despite the big incident. But they are 84 seconds behind, so we're going to keep an eye on that as we go through the next 2 hours. That's not an insurmountable amount of time. Like I said earlier, they were definitely further ahead than they are behind now, and if they can just be consistent with the timing, then they stand a good shot. Though 3:23.371 on the last lap. Let's see what they put in for their lap time this time, because we really want to see them putting in kind of a sub 3:20 if they're going to be starting to chip away at this this gap to P2. 3:28.23, so they're at least keeping pace with the P2 slot at the moment. Zebu Combat, what a fantastic name in YouTube chat. Good question. It's a struggle sometimes to rely on it, but if you want more accurate timing, then you can also check out this link here, which will take you to the live timings page. Any battles on track? So we've got the number 5 car being hunted down by Curse and Vector in the 36. Curse and Vector getting a little bit excited on the exit there. That's going to cost them a little bit of acceleration. And you can see they're dropping slightly further back from the number 5 now. 1.2 seconds, previously 1 second going into the corner. But maybe we'll see them catching up. At the moment though, the number 98 is starting to catch on the P5 spot. So it looks like the 100 is switching over to Akshik. So Dr. Boxbox coming out of the car as Akshik hops back in. And as we heard earlier on, Akshik's got a little bit of work to do on that front. Here we go. Let's go back to P5 where we have the 59 Overdrive Racing now being overtaken by the 98 from Syndicate Motorsport. Ooh, and a bit of a tank slapper as well coming through the Dunlop S's there. Well, that puts the 98 up in front, and now they're 2 seconds clear as well. So the 98 car working their way back up the standings. Let's go back to Curse and Vector versus the number 5 car. Ah, Boxbox. Let me bring you in. Mr. Boxbox.
I did it.
You did it. You did. You.
I got a 10-second stop and go penalty.
Oh, what? You got a penalty in the pit stop?
Yeah.
Oh no! Tell me about your.
I entered at 100 km an hour. Listen, my brain was like barely functioning at that point.
Sorry, Box. I can't quite hear you. Your microphone seems a little bit muffled.
Okay, hold on. Is this better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah. So tell me about the incident, Box. I watched you have a little bit of a ding through the Dunlop curves, and then you decided to go into the forestry service.
Oh yeah. I just missed my braking board like completely in Dunlop, and into Mulsanne King. I don't know. I guess I was like getting lapped by that bad guy, and he was like trying to get past, and I don't know. Just our like racing lines just kinda coincided there, and we had a bit of a collision. I just careened off into the woods, and
it's a good thing you aren't driving in VR, unless you are. Correct me wrong, but that would have been a terrifying experience.
I am.
Okay.
I am, but don't worry. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
Oh wow! So you hit the trees in VR. That's quite an experience.
Oh yeah. Car completely exploded, and I mean we've had at this point we've had like had to teleport back to pits like 3 times. So yeah, not the cleanest race, but I guess we'll at least get to the end, and you know somebody has to be at the bottom, so.
Yeah, it's a noble endeavour you've undertaken there. So how did you, apart from the crashes, how did you find the racing? You've been enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's been good fun, and I really like driving in night time in AC. So it's pretty nice to like get to do that in an actual event.
Yeah.
Though I had a really tough time to, because the grip went like really high over my stint. Like all the way up to 100, so I had a really hard time adjusting to that, so I left quite a bit of time on the table, so...
Oh, so you're saying the ping became a bit of an issue midway through the nighttime stint?
Oh, no, I mean the grip. The grip level of the track.
Okay, right, okay, yep. So as the track got rubbered in.
Yeah.
So who's your main competition been out on track during your stint? Did you have any battles that you were undertaking on a regular basis, or were you kind of driving your own race?
There was some Mercedes. I think it was 33, the number I was...
Oh, the Mercedes
I was like
727, I think.
It was some Mercedes. I think it was 33. I know I was at that point like several laps down on him, but I don't know. Kinda like I was so much better at braking than him, so that's kind of where I made up all the time. Right at the end of Mulsanne, I would just kind of catch up to him. And
what were the strengths and weaknesses of your choice of car, the Jag?
Seemed to be pretty good on the brakes. Maybe a little low on acceleration of the slower corners, though. I think that might have been our gearing. We went with a pretty long first gear because just to like help with wheel spin, but I think that kind of bit us in the behind a little bit.
Akashik was saying that the Ford was considered, but the fuel consumption was just astronomical. So the E-Type seemed like a safer bet.
Yeah. The Mustang, I really wanted to do the Mustang at first because I just kind of liked it as a concept, but the Jaguar won in the end. So.
Do you know what's going on with the number 23? Actually, it's running 9th on the leaderboard here, but it says minus 3.4 laps. So that's Schneider Motorsport. I'm just going to go and check in the live timing screen.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on out there.
Oh, it says they're running in P11 according to the live timings page. It's really... It's a little bit confusing trying to keep track of 50 cars in different classes.
Oh yeah, definitely a tough way up. But yeah, anyways, I think I'll stop waffling and leave you to it. So,
all right,
catch you later, I guess.
Yep, catch you later. Thanks for popping in. Okay guys, so an hour and 53 left on the clock. A little bit confused with what's happening on the leaderboard right now. Not entirely sure what's going on with that. Ah, okay, Felix, thank you for that. So they're 3.4 laps down within... Yeah, okay. This is the part of the race where the drivers who've been driving double stints are probably getting a little bit fatigued, and those who are putting in fresh drivers are probably coming in with a bit more energy, and then those who have been pushing an extra long stint are probably feeling it now as well. But it's daytime at least, so that's going to be a little bit easier for the drivers to keep their senses with them. We don't have too much more left to go. I say that as if that's a normal thing. There's 2 hours left of a race, you know, that's out of a 6 hours race, that's 1/3 left to go, but for most races that's about as long as they ever get. But that's the lovely thing about endurance racing. Yeah, so the number is 77. I mean, the car number 2 is back up to P2 now, so they're definitely climbing. I think there's a strong chance they're going to get back onto the top spot, to be honest. Where's the 77 gone? Oh, so the 235 I think is out. The Inkmeister guys are on track, I think, here. 3:22.580, so they're 1 second a lap quicker, or 1.2 seconds than the car ahead. I think the way that Pitman recommended I set up the timing board was based on gap to leader. That would be weird given the way it's set up now, unless it's... Yeah, it's hard to tell. But it is set to... I think it's set to... Where is the setting gone? Yeah, gap mode is leader. But it wouldn't be the first time that this has got confused before. Can I ask what the time for Anderson Brothers are showing them in 6th place? It's a good question. I'm not entirely sure myself, actually. If you're in the audience, by the way, and you want to come in and say hello, just put your hand up and I'll know that you want to come in for the interview. Otherwise, if you're just there to listen and enjoy. There we go, hands up. Let's go. Welcome. Oh, just Just seen the number 13 car drive off the end of the Mulsanne straight there, so hopefully they're back underway. But welcome.
Welcome, yeah.
Who are you and who are you driving for? Tell me a bit about yourself.
I am Martin, and you're driving the number 19 Slit Smoke Liquor Jag.
Oh, very nice.
We are currently way in the back, but our strategy was to, we knew we would be able to finish first, so we're going to just have fun and see if we can make it to the finish in one piece.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I saw you guys in the number 19 Jag parked the wrong way around at the end of the Dunlop curves. Is that correct?
That was indeed correct. We had a small incident with I think the bench just slightly tapped us in the rear, and we spun around in a full 360 at the Dunlop curves and didn't hit the wall and continued racing.
Very nice, very nice. It's always nice when you have a little bit of a moment but don't get too much damage from it. How have you been finding the race so far then?
So we've had originally we had a couple of setbacks. We were originally going to race with 3 drivers. Fortunately, our number 1 driver had a medical situation and couldn't perform. He's just he's helping us out behind the scenes, and we had a couple of small incidents where a couple of cars at Maison Blanche we have a higher ping, so some of the net code caused us 2 crashes, unfortunately. And that set us back that we had to do return to pit, but otherwise we're just we abandoned the original strategy of doing 3 stops, and now it's just a matter of like who feels fit enough to go, because our time to start, it was 5 o'clock in the morning, so we had to really start early.
Very good. And how did you approach preparation for the event? Has this been a lot of practice for you guys, or tinkering with the car setup? How have you navigated that?
Well, the thing is, because our driver, we originally were going to drive in the P7000 category, and because our main driver went out, and we had to kind of scramble and went to the GT with the Jag as a little bit of a safer option. I think I put in about 2,000 kilometers. My teammate about the same on the car. We did not plan for high qualifying speed, but really tried to kind of find a speed where the car would be safe during the race, rather than all out and it being just kind of unstable.
Okay, so you've gone for play it safe and get to the end basically.
It's try to get as few incidents as possible. Rather than ultimate speed, so that's I think steady as it goes.
Yeah, no, it's a good plan. I mean, endurance racing is all about just kind of getting to the end of the race in one piece, right? So I think that's a wise strategy you've employed there. It's amazing actually watching some of the cars here and how consistent everyone's being over such a long period of racing. Are you finding that the fatigue is setting in as you're getting into the stint? Some of the other drivers I've talked to have said that they don't really feel the tiredness until they get out of the car.
Yeah, I just finished a almost like an hour and a half stint, and my teammate just didn't have a full night's sleep, so he's trying to kind of hang in there, do maybe an hour, and then we'll see what I feel like and jump back in. So it's not like a choice; it's either me or him driving.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's fun. It's fun. It's good to see a lot of the cars and drivers out on there. Everything is just kind of performing as it should be, and we're just gonna finish the race and stay out of the way.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Well, as long as you're having a great time, that's all that really matters, isn't it?
Yep. All right, thank you so much. I'm gonna check in with my teammates, and thanks so much for commentating.
Yeah, no worries at all. And best of luck with the rest of the race. Hope you have a good time, and your teammate stays a week.
Sounds good. Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, enjoy. Best of luck. So we've actually got a few little battles developing here. We've got the Revival Series 8 now up against the Kirsten Vector 36 car. And if we go on board with Kirsten Vector, you can see them trying to catch up with the number 8 car up ahead as they come under the Dunlop Bridge. And they've got a nice bit of overspeed there, actually. Let's see if they can turn that into an overtake on the way out of Tetra Rouge. They seem to have the speed advantage, but they are on the same car, so I would be surprised if they have that much bigger difference in performance. Unless the number 8 car's got some kind of damage. But the Curse Vector guys will at least take advantage of some slipstream. That being said, the number 8 is now starting to break away in the acceleration zone, so I'm not entirely sure what's happening here, to be honest. But the Curse Vectors are definitely trying to catch up. Meanwhile, at the front, the Inkmeister team are back into P2, and they're down to 79.9 seconds. They are getting there. But they've only got an hour and 45 minutes left to do this in. And Seawolf, yeah, see your message there. New personal best for Akira in the 599. They were in here earlier on, giving me a little bit of insight into their experience in the interview. So great to see them out on track now, setting some PBs. Curse Vector now losing out a little bit to the Silk Cut 08. And there's the Red Lobster, the Sweaty Lobster. So Seawolf, you're going to be jumping back in 3 more laps, so well, best of luck for your stint. Look at the racing between the number 8 here and the Curse Vector car up ahead. Beer at the end, bro, on the dashboard there. They'll be looking forward to that, I'm sure. Coming through Indianapolis as they head up to Arnage now. And there's a Stingray in the way. Stingray staying on the inside. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for the Silk Cut to get through. A bit of a punt there from the back of the Stingray to the Curse Vector car in front. It's one of the consequences of multi-class racing and its advantages, but you do have traffic. Also see the number 1 car in the P7 class coming up. But now look at this, the number 8 car's got a bit of a challenge from the number 5 coming up from behind. And as they come up to Maison Blanche, there looks like there's going to be a small challenge. Here's the view out of the rear view of the number 8. You can see the number 5 car sneaking up. Definitely a shame not to have my co-commentator, Mr. Kodiak, here, but he unfortunately couldn't make it for this one, but hopefully I'm doing him proud in his absence. Just doing a little bit more talking. There's the number 1 car starting to work their way through. As they work the forward round the corners, come up to Tetra Rouge. This is where I'll just open the taps of that big Ford engine, and you'll see just how quickly they get past here. Obviously they've got a bit of traffic now from the number 5. He just snuck past the Silk Cut 08. Look at those trees there. Like, you imagine having an incident there and hitting one of those trees. That would be game over. But now the Silk Cut is in the mix here. Side by side with the number 5, they are dancing for position right now. And then you hear that mighty Stingray engine come past. What a beast. So Inkmeister down to 78.6. They are nibbling away at that gap to the leaders, and just going to go and check the Looker Studio thing that has been created here. So Inkmeister have only completed 1 of their handovers, interestingly. Whereas the team that they're up against, which is Kleospa Racing, let's see, is it the 160? Yeah, so they've, ooh, okay, interesting. So Kleospa apparently, according to this, has completed no handovers. So it may be that Inkmeister has a chance here, but look at the 08 Silk Cut trying to work its way past number 5, and they seem to be making that work. On the way down to Indianapolis now, it's the Silk Cut on the right hand side. And the Silk Cut having to step in behind and wait their turn. They come up to Arnage now. Always a tricky right-hander. And Silk Cut getting a little bit caught out there actually, a little bit later on the brakes than they probably wanted to be. Thanks for the encouragement in chat, guys. Always good to have you guys there to cheer me on while I cheer the drivers on. What's been really impressive to see actually is the repetitive nature of the battles. So the number 5, the number 8, we've had a lot of battling between those guys. They were battling earlier on with the 820 Chuckleflex car, which is now a bit further down, but nice to see the same people over such a long period of time battling. And talking of which, the number 4 is just pulled into the pit lane here. The number 1 is, the number 1 spot, driven by the 160, is still out in front. While the number 2 is still in the mix. And then you've got the number 1 car as well, is 78 seconds behind. So I don't think we can call it yet on the P7 class. There's still a lot of work to go into this race, and they're going to have fair amount of time left to try and swing a potential move here. I think the driver swaps will be a key consideration in terms of strategy for these guys going forward. Just taking a quick look here, so number 98 looks like they're in a pretty solid position here in P4 right now. We've got a little bit of action happening down here in the P2 class. In terms of GT, the purple helmets are running in P2 right now. And they're not a world behind their main competition here, which is the number 30, sorry, the P30 55 car, who is in the pits actually. So let's see whether the purple helmets, who are actually coming up actually, let's see if they can get their way past. So let's just stay here with the Silverheads in the Stingray. And any minute now we're going to see the purple helmet car coming up. There's the number 2 shooting past, and I think the Silverheads are just about to get overtaken. Yeah, here, just through Maison Blanche. So, here we go. Here's the overtake from the purple helmets. And there they go. Purple helmets taking the lead in the GT class. So they are back where they want to be. So interestingly, Schneider Motorsport and Good Adam Shawn, they were two which were battling for the first hour at least of the race. They're still separated only by 30 seconds, so not a massive amount of delta between those two. Still plenty of time to close that gap or change things up a little bit. But the Inkmeister guys, 77 seconds now, so they are nibbling away. 3:19.592 on the last lap from Inkmeister, whereas Kleospa just at their personal best, and that's a 3:20.200. They're also caught up in a little bit of traffic right now, which is going to slow them down for a touch. Now, Steel Rat, you put your dirty mind back in its box. .9 for the number 2 car. They are closing. So Kirsten Vector setting a personal best. They're in P13 currently. Third in the P2 class. I reckon we're going to watch the next hour and a half turn into a nail-biting finish between the number 2 car and the 160 as they work their way towards the end of the race. It's 75 seconds delta between the two of them right now. So if we look at that in context of 160 is just coming through Tetra Rouge. Meanwhile, the number 2 car is just coming up to Maison Blanche. So that's not a world apart, to be honest. And with Haley in the number 2 car, I believe. I think according to... Sorry, no, that's not going to be Haley. It's going to be Meisterjäger, I think it is at the moment. Yes, it is. Going to be a watch this space moment to see how close they can get by the end of this race. So, Levy stood up and everything went click. So, I guess your stint has damaged you beyond repair then. So the 559 car is doing a long stop at the end of this lap. So they're currently running in 4th within the class. Chicken seems to be the meal of choice today. Oh, sorry, Vars. Yes, I did see you said Levy earlier on. So, yeah, get some chicken. Alright, Levi, Levy. I've been commentating for a long time. My brain is now reduced to mush. You can't expect me to keep up with all these pronunciations. At the time. Oh, look at that. The 559. Actually, so, Seawolf, tell me, the 559, is it still racing under damage from the incident earlier on? It really seems to be struggling with damage. As they work their way towards the pit lane. Let's see what they can do. There's the race leader, 160, just shooting past on the left-hand side. Few pops and cracks from the exhaust of the TVR as they enter the pit lane. As does Kirsten Vector and the number 5. Just seen VR Sim Racer join the audience. Put your hand up if you want to come in for an interview. So a few car stops going on at the moment, driver stops I should say. There we go. Inkemeister, 71 seconds behind the race leader now. They are getting there. .71 seconds now. So does that mean the 160s No, they're not in the pit lane. It's just that the number 2 is starting to reel them in. 160 down on the main straight. So Curson Vector is on the way out of the pits. The number 5, on the other hand, is a little bit slower to exit. I don't know if they're doing a long stop or whether that was just a short stop for Curson Vector. And maybe number 5's got damage, or they're just doing their long stop. It's unclear at this stage. Looks like Curson Vector is going to be able to breathe easy. Down in the GT class though, Texacovid Rival has a P2 just overtaking them right now. That's Phoenix Racing in the 42. Ah, thank you, Seawolf. Ah, Akira's on controller. Brave. Number 5 doing a driver swap. Okay, good to know. Thank you for the information there in chat. Let's take a look here at the number 4, because I think the number 6 spot occupied by the 98 is in the pit. Ooh. Oh dear. That is not what I was hoping to see from the number 98 car. Why have they just left the pits in such a condition? They're going to try and do a lap of Le Mans in a crippled Chaparral. That wheel is definitely not pointing in the right direction. And they're currently in the way of the number 30. We're going to stay with these guys as they smokescreen their way down the main straight. And that's going to be a return to pits if ever I saw one. Or not. What's the option going to be? Is that a DNF, or are they going to retire to pits or revert to pits? I don't think they're going to be in any condition to continue at this stage. At the moment, the Syndicate Motorsport 98 has, yeah, that's a revert to pits. They should be able to drive out at some point. Hopefully that's not the end of the 98's race. So the 97 Syndicate Motorsport just coming into the pit lane as well, and a few other cars coming in for driver swaps by the looks of it as we enter the last 1 hour and a half of the race. Meanwhile, out on track we've got the Sim Aruna in the 23 spot with the 49 car. They are 1 second ahead of the number 42 car, which is gaining actually. And Akira's back for an interview. Welcome back. Hello.
Hey, how are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, good. How are you? How was your stint?
Well, you have learning experiences.
I saw a little bit of a crash. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we had a bit of an inconvenience. Lost a bit of control on the King and on the Mouchon, the Blanche, the White Bridge.
Yep.
Was keeping my line, then just fell the bump. Racing incidents, they happen.
That was with the 235, was it?
Yeah, correct. And the King incident was pretty much, you know, a last minute thing, like bleeping the radar last second basically, and there was nothing I could do then to brace for impacts. I just hope everything is okay. I hope everyone is right.
Yeah, so I saw you having a bit of trouble getting the car back onto the track. Well, did you have any significant damage, or was it just bodywork damage?
It was just bodywork damage. It's a matter of relearning the car every time you drive it. The TBR seems to have this bite that when you take it a little bit out of its comfort zone, you have to prepare for it. So it's something that you really have to learn. It's kind of like a Caterham in that extent. In fact, you could say the Caterham would be a more modern version of a TBR like this.
Okay, so a little bit of a cruel mistress then. Gotta treat them nice, otherwise they'll treat you badly.
Yeah, I just hope everything's alright. I just hope everyone is fine. You try to race the safe as you can. Things happen. That's racing.
I understand you're racing on controller as well. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, I'm in the transition of switching back to a wheel. Sadly, I had to perform this event on a controller because I don't have my old wheel anymore. But thankfully, we already got all that sorted out. So next event, you might probably see me with a fancy new direct drive wheel.
Very nice, very nice. What do you? How do you set up AC with a controller to make it work properly? Is it possible to drive AC? I mean, it seems like it is. You've been driving very well on the controller today. So, is there a trick to it, or do you just plug it in and go?
Well, it's a bit tricky, given the sense that you really have to know how a car works to translate it into controller. Not exactly mechanically, but rather the physics of how they react. So sometimes you need a little bit of help, of some extra explanation of how the settings work within Assetto, or some overlay on the settings that take them that replace them with better filtering and all that. But even after all that, it's worth noting that driving a controller is still a skill to be learned. I play with wheels, with proper wheels. I used to own a G27, and it really is its own kind of skill. It really is its own kind of skill. Even as something as mundane as driving a Honda NSX, for example, a street stock version of an NSX. Even that is its own kind of challenge in a controller, because you're basically translating one language to another without much tools, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you've only really got your visual aids to tell you what's going on in the car. You don't have any of the force feedback or all that kind of thing, so...
Exactly.
Got to retrain your body to look for different signals as to what's going wrong and what's going right.
Exactly. You really have to learn what is going on with the vehicle beforehand to even know what to expect on the controller. Yeah.
Very good. Well, definitely an impressive display of controller driving today. And how are you feeling about the remainder of the race then for your team?
I think, if I remember correctly, I don't have the time series with me. We started around the middle, if not the back half of the class. So, given the strategy that we're trying to firm up here for the end, if it works out, we're gonna be a bit above that, and I think that is enough to call a victory. Again, first time, at least for me, first time learning about vehicles this old, right? I normally drive 90s GT racing, like VPR, FIA GT,
DTM?
early. Well, you could say DTM, but I'm more inclined towards crazy homologations. CLK GTR, CLK ELM. You know what I'm talking about. Right?
Very good, very good. I'm a big fan of 90s racing myself, actually, so DTM is probably one of my favourite classes from that period, with the Mercedes 190E and so on. That's one hell of a fun car to drive.
Yeah. You want one more. It's a completely different world when you come from this. It's kind of like how you change sport to another. Like an athlete, for example, that races, that does swimming, is not the same as the athlete that does like tennis or whatnot. It's kind of like these cars are really their own world, and they really are a beautiful experience to learn, even if there are a lot of stones along the way, you know.
Yeah, the whole sliding the car through the corner with a four-wheel drift is something I haven't quite mastered for these older cars, where if you want to get it turning, you need to get it sliding. Ooh, the number 8 and the 38 just having a big tank slapper coming up through Dunlop. The number 8 now reversing over the Dunlop hill, having been caught up in a bit of an incident there. That allows the 820 to sneak on through, which is good news for them. But bad news for the number 8. I wonder if they've got some damage there.
You like to go hard. That's how we have to do it.
Yeah, yeah. Driving on the razor's edge, you know, it's gonna go wrong at some point.
Exactly. You know, I really commend every driver, especially the ones that really put their life for it. They do such an amazing job. Not just the drivers race, but also the many enthusiasts who put time and effort from their lives to help us out and get together in a moment like this. It's just wonderful.
Yeah, definitely what it's all about. Just saw another car just coming off the Tetra Rouge over into the sandbanks. I couldn't quite see the number of the car though, but I think they've done a return to pits. Yeah, I think if the drivers, I was saying earlier, the drivers who are doing the longer stints, the fatigue may be starting to kick in now. Might see a few more mistakes sneaking in. How does the question I was going to ask you is, how does the handling of the car change with the fuel usage? Do you find it, is your setup designed for full fuel or low fuel setup?
We normally like to, we min-max it, as some people say. We do we have done full stints of fuel just to avoid any kind of surprises. But it's worth noting that I don't know about the other cars, but the TBR when it starts running out of fuel, it seems to have this kind of like hollow kind of feeling, which is not uncontrollable at all. You're still, when you know what it's going to do, you can perfectly predict it. But it's like you're kind of taking a piece away from the car, right? You're kind of expecting it to be a bit more wieldy because it has that extra weight of the liquid, of the fuel. But once you take that away, it starts to feel more like a real dry go-kart, if you know what I mean. Like a kind of like an MR2 with a more that has been tuned more for like city drifting or something, you know.
Yeah. Very good, very good. Well, yeah, it's good to see everyone kind of putting the effort in to explore all the parameters of the car and design things. You know, if you're going to do a race this long, you kind of want to know everything about what that car's going to feel like in various stages. It's not like a shorter race where you never get to, you get to see the whole spectrum, but probably over a much shorter period of time. And it's a whole different kettle of fish when you're doing an endurance race where you're experiencing it, you know, full, empty, back to full again, new tyres, old tyres, you know, the whole thing.
Radial tires, like old bias ply radial tires, whatever. Yeah, you have this whole palette of different things that we kind of take it for granted in modern racing. And I'm saying this as a modern racing fan, right?
Yeah.
It has changed so much to the point that you kind of are entering in a completely different world. And I completely respect the people that put their passion and love for this kind of racing, because it really is its own unique thing.
Yeah, definitely. I was saying to Tasking Flyer earlier on and NPanic when they were in here that it's great seeing people not only drive these cars but put so much time and effort into recreating them faithfully, so that people can enjoy them. But it's a mystery to me how they can start from a standing start with a car and end up tuning it to make it feel like a vintage car when you've never actually driven it yourself. So having to look at a video and turn it into a setup on a car, that's quite a skill to have.
Well, that's the love we have for cars.
Exactly.
That's the love. That's the love. Like, it's the same thing for me in guitars. You get this. It's the same thing with, I don't know, painting. It's like when you have the love for something, you really put your passion into it, and that passion is really going to keep you very good results if you really put your heart into it. And this is and I feel like things like this, not just the mod, but also the events, is really one of the prominent examples of this.
Yeah, well, aren't we lucky to have such skilled people, such passionate people, and people like the guys running THR to pull this event together?
Exactly. And I really cannot thank them enough. I started racing this wonderful group with nothing more than a fast race permit. Like, one day I was like, hey, I have years without racing, but please, is there a chance? If you want me to do laps, I can do laps. Look at here I am with enjoying the beauty of classic racing. It's wonderful. It's wonderful how this community is, how open, how inviting, and how much they teach you about things that you otherwise would turn your back against, you know?
Yeah, most definitely. So what's your plan for... the 227 Empire Racing team just drove straight off the end. They missed their braking point and somehow managed to just do a nice little 360 and carry on. That's one hell of a recovery for those guys.
Man, maybe you should try and make a sub-Gincana or something.
Yeah, I don't know if you've just seen that on the stream, but look, they just drove straight off the end, did a little turnaround, straight back on, and off they
go. You would almost put it as Burnout Paradise. I just saw that thing.
Yeah, I bet you couldn't do that if you tried. It's wonderful recovery there. So back to Wandering. Will the number 2 car, Hinkmeister Motorsport guys, manage to shave off another 67 seconds before the end of the race? They've got an hour and 11 minutes to do this.
Oh, these guys they're missiles. They're a guided missile on tarmac.
Yeah, they had one big mistake. Otherwise, they've driven a perfect race, and now they're on the way back to... I think they went down to about P6. They're now backed up to P2 and working their way towards the top spot again. Incredible showing from those guys.
Wonderful. Delectable racing.
Yeah. So what's your plan for the rest of the race, Akira? Are you going to be chilling with your teammate in the team radio, or are you going to be hanging out here for a little bit longer?
Sure. If you want me to have it to 5 more minutes or 4 more minutes, it's okay. My friend, we already have a plan set up. Like I said, we're pushing for the long run. We are pushing it until the bitter end, given our unfortunate moments during the sunrise. But thankfully, I was able to, recover some. So now we're in the process of just holding the position and gladfully, sealed our first endurance with very respectable results within the class. But we're kind of free when it comes to that. We're kind of free right now.
Yeah, you're definitely kind of midway through the GT class there, so doing well, and I think you've got 27 seconds between you and your competitor ahead of you, so that's something that could be closed in the next hour and 10.
Yeah, we really worked hard and thought that after having a bit of inconvenience with figuring out the pit mechanism, we really worked towards improving on how to eat up whatever difference we had created because of that little situation. But thankfully things have worked out. And again, first time for everything, and you always learn something new, right?
Yeah, definitely. So in terms of the pits, we heard that the number 98 car, the Chaparral, they went into pits to get damage repaired and it didn't repair the damage. Is that a thing that can happen? Is that a bug?
It seems like it can happen in very specific situations. I personally didn't seem to have this issue with my TBR, but I've seen reported that not specifically this event, but maybe it could be the combination of the vehicle or the track. But it's worth noting that some rare occasions, I've had the moment of the pit box not repairing my vehicles despite being in need of repairs, even being in the yellows, in the oranges, even the reds. Really, it's just a normal bug. It's bad luck, but bugs are bugs, and they're bugs for a reason. Yeah.
Are they bugs or are they features? That's the question.
That's a good question. That's a big question. Would you call the half of the car going in a collision a feature or a bug?
It depends if you're playing Wreckfest or not, I guess. I don't know.
You can. Well, we have. Wreckfest has a market. Wreckfest has a massive market for it. So yeah, I guess we could call it a feature. We just have to repurpose that one.
What are your hopes then for AC Evo? Are you looking at that as a potential next investment, or in the background there, the number 38 car just launched off the end of the track?
Well, it has potential. It has potential. Of course, it's an early access. I think people are being a bit too harsh when it comes to early accesses. Early accesses are called early access for a reason. They're meant to be something for a preview to see where the developer can improve, to take samples from their audience, what their needs are, what do they want. But for now, I think AC Evo has a respectable groundwork, but we are still kind of working it with kind of ancient basis, if that makes sense. Because we're still working within the Assetto Corsa engine, and as much as I love Assetto Corsa, there are things that need updating. Stuff like the throttle model, the tire model, which I've heard that apparently there's someone that really got to dissect the whole throttle input of Assetto Corsa Evo, saying that it's the same as Assetto Corsa. It hasn't improved at all. So it's kind of interesting, and it will be intriguing to see how they're going to work that out. But I really wish them the best, because I know they're trying to give a good product, not just for whatever investors they're trying to appease, but also the community.
Yeah, that's great. Well, hopefully they deliver. I can imagine that they're trying to make a spiritual successor to AC, because ACC and so on is a very different beast. But I'm hoping that it has the mod support and so on, and that we get to enjoy that. So that, as you say, we've got the best of AC, but with all the things updated. Now, I just got to mention that Imkermeister are now back into P1. They're 21 seconds ahead of Kliosper, and I don't think it's due to pit stop necessarily. I was further down the grid and it chopped off the top positions. I couldn't quite see that move happening at the time, but Imkermeister are back on the top spot, and it's now Kliosper who are trying to catch up.
These four drivers are quite hardcore. If I would say so myself, I think they're actually the most hardcore drivers in the entire grid. But take that with a grain of salt. At least that's what I've seen from the view of my puny 200 horsepower TVR.
I'm just tracking the information here. So the Looker Studio info board shows that the Imkermeister team have done 1 stop, so they have to do 1 more, and the 160 team, just in case, that's still showing them having done 0 stops, so they have to do 2 by the end of the race, I would have thought. I think the data on there is just incorrect, I would have thought.
Well, the data that comes from the light timing, there seems to be some kind of issue. I don't know if it's the timetable from the stream is different from the one that we use, but it is worth noting that our team did have a bit of an issue where it was overcounting pit stops, simply because we were either near or passing over like the pit stop, right? The pit lane, right? So there could be some kind of detection, but the real penalty plugin, yeah, that is completely perfect. Like, it doesn't, apart from very specific occasions, which I think the Orga team has notated, it works as intended, but that's mostly a player-sided thing. So I don't know if there's a way of the person outside to properly see how it works, but real penalty works as it should, and it really detects the pit zones as it should. Right?
Yeah. Okay. So into the last hour of the race then. Going to be an interesting finish to the race. I was expecting Inkmeister to be nibbling away at the top spot, but they've managed to take it a little bit earlier. The pit stops will be a key consideration to how things end up here. But for the P2 class, it looks like good Adam Shawn is back on the top spot for them, and that is as per the prediction from some of the people who were in here earlier on. So it's going to be interesting to see how things pan out there. Quite hefty gaps between those guys as well. And then for the GT class, looks like the purple helmet is back on the top spot there as well. Do you have any thoughts or feelings, Akira, on what you think is going to happen in the next hour?
Anything can happen. It's Le Mans, and I'm not saying the Le Mans in general. Le Mans from the 6s really is a beast of its own. You really don't know what will happen. I didn't expect to be flanked by a GT40 on the Mulsanne straight, but you didn't expect it. You never expect something, so you should always prepare yourself for the worst, as negative as it sounds, because you really have to have a plan of action just when things go AWOL. Thankfully, everything seems to be alright. Everything seems to be running well. I just think that the GT4ers really have a good chance. They do have the weaker brakes, but the course really benefits them, even if it's maybe even more than the Porsches. But we have to see. It's 1 hour. The world can change in 1 hour, right?
It certainly can. I watched the race leader go from a 180-second lead to being in P6 in one incident. So it's anyone's guess, and every corner is a gamble between life and death, isn't it? So let's see what happens.
Every corner, it's its own.
Okay, sorry. Someone in the background there just had a little bit of a whoopsie daisy. The 38 car again? No. Yeah, someone's turned around. Looked like a Ford to me.
I can't blame them. They're not easy to drive.
Couldn't quite see who it was actually. That's annoying. But actually no. So the number 2 has come in for their pit stop by the looks of it. So they are now back in P2, and Inkmeister will be completing their 2 of 2 stops, I believe, and it's Kliosper who are back in the lead. So let's see what happens after this. And Attila in chat saying that it's Valentin who will be taking over now. So Akira, Mr. Pittman is back. I shall invite him in.
Go ahead.
Hey,
how's it going? How was your stint?
The start was a little bit wonky.
But you survived.
So, now when I tried to join the server, I got a kick vote message, so I was immediately kicked from the server during our long stop. So I tried it a second time, a third time, and it only worked at the first time. So I picked up my setup and drove away, and the long stop timer was already at 0, so I think we lost a bit of time there. I'm not sure how much. I guess it was not that long, but I'm not sure. Yeah, pretty bad start at that. And then a few laps in, down to the Maison Blanche, we crossed the bridge in front of the Maison Blanche already, but I had a faster P7 car in my back, and they overtook me after that, and that sent me into the wall at the Maison Blanche, and gave me a repair stop I need to take after that. That was unfortunate and not very good driven by the other car.
Unfortunate. So I'm just mentioning here, the 820 has just driven into the pits with a front tyre facing the wrong direction, so it looks like they've been involved in a bit of a whoopsie daisy in Maison Blanche potentially. Bad news for those guys.
That is a very dangerous location. That is the Orga team really has a good reason for really setting up that boundary regarding the in Maison Blanche, and that really is a dangerous location.
Yeah, Maison Blanche is a pretty dangerous corner.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
I had some scary situations during my stint, so I drove the double stint through the night. So it went okay. I think I did not put in the fastest lap times. My fastest lap time was a 3:43.1, so I think that was okay. But I tried to be safe mainly, which turned out good. So I just scratched the wall in the Indianapolis just slightly, so that was not a problem. So I think it was a good stint for me, a good double stint, and yeah, but with some scary situations. So coming through the Dunlop corner on the right side, there was a slow GT car, so I overtook that car on the left, so in the middle of the street, and then I realized that on the left side there stood another car crashed. So I whooshed through both the two cars. That was that could have ended badly, I think.
You made it through in one piece.
Yeah, and
I
fast.
think we all deserve a medal for surviving this race, honestly.
Yeah. And another situation was on the long straight, so I can't pronounce it right, I think, with the French name.
Mulsanne.
Yeah, right before the Mulsanne King, or way before the Mulsanne King, so we were a lot of cars at that moment, and on the left side there was a slow GT car, so I decided to overtake it on the right side, but there was a fast GT car, I think it's a Jaguar, it's pretty fast in the top speed, and that decided to overtake me on the right, and the P7 car came from the back and overtook us three on the grass. So that was really frightening.
Oh, I can bet. Yeah. That sounds like something you want to not see.
Yeah, but we all survived. That was a good part.
We survived physically, but I don't think we're gonna survive mentally.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start fearing, getting some kind of PTSD attack at seeing a white bridge now.
Well, I can't believe that the 5 hours has already gone past already, Pitman. It's absolutely flown by, and we're into the last 56 minutes now. What's the procedure at the end of the race? How do things get wrapped up here?
Yeah, it's absolutely flying. That's true. And your voice is still sounding good.
It's starting to feel bad, but it sounds okay. So I'm gonna be probably looking forward to a little bit of just sitting in the quiet after this.
I imagine that, yeah.
But will there be a similar procedure at the end of the race? I think to last year there was like a spin the wheel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the idea. I'm not sure if we can set it up fast enough, because we just need to find out who finishes the race, because we raffle it among all finishers, and we have several prizes. So for example, coupons, so 10 euro coupons from Sergio Loro. So Sergio, the guy who makes all the tracks, the crazy guy from Argentina. So he's a good friend from THR for so many years now, and he came up to me with his prizes. So that's something cool. You can pick up tracks or cars from his website with his coupon for winning. And then we have Pimax, so the VR headset company, and they gave us 10 coupons, about 80 US dollar each. So we will also raffle that. So you can, if you are interested, pick up one of the headsets. So for example, the Crystal Light, with a good discount. And at third we have 3D Rap. 3D Rap is a company from Italy. They do a lot of stuff around sim racing. So they produce pedals and pretty cool vintage racing rims, and some parts you can attach to your rig. So and they start to rumble. So they are connected to a Assetto Corsa, and they rumble when you, for example, brake or slide or shift into the next gear. And they gave us that is a raffle we do for a team, and the winning team, no matter how many drivers are in, receive a 50 euro discount.
Oh wow, very nice.
And Yeah, that's nice. And they gave us the opportunity to raffle one of the vintage rims. It is MP44, so the McLaren wheel. And that will be a pretty nice prize, I think.
Yeah, that sounds really great, and it shows you've got a lot of support out there for THR, which is great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So will
Yeah,
you,
we,
will you be setting up straight after the race, or is that going to happen later on in the Discord?
Yeah, last year we went into the briefing room, I think everyone, and talked there. And last year we managed to set up the raffle in time, so I have around 15 minutes left now to do this. So I will start when I leave here. I think maybe I'm fast enough to get it done.
Okay, sounds good. Well, let me know if it's ready, and I'll try and stream that as well, so we can get that on the stream.
Yeah. Okay, that would be cool.
Great. Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. What's
Yeah,
your plan
sounds
for the
good.
remainder of the race, and apart from busily creating that?
Yeah, I think I did not recognize that much from the race, so I just watched a little bit in the stream and a little bit from a GP Lab stream, but not that much because there was so much to do around. So I saw that Anderson Brothers and Imkermeister, they had some crashes, I think, during the race, so they lost their top positions.
Imkermeister had a big issue. They went down to P6, I think. They worked their way back up to P1 briefly, but they've just done a driver swap, so they're back down to P3 now.
Ah, okay.
And then number one, the Anderson Brothers, I think they've been doing pretty well. They have been recovering, I think, from an incident. I didn't see it though. Annoyingly, whenever I'm further down the field looking at GTs, that's when all the action in the P7 starts. So it's hard to cover it all. But at the moment, the 160s the 160 Kliosper racing team are out in front by 102 seconds, and they've got a pretty solid lead there. There's a pretty nice fight developing between the number 4 and 26 car. They're only 2.9 seconds apart.
Oh, cool.
And there's only 51 minutes left on the clock, so yeah, I'm eagerly watching to see what happens with the Imkermeister team, see whether they can get back to P1, but time is ticking.
Yeah, time is ticking. Depends on how many stops the other team already did.
Yeah, do you know if the looker is updating correctly? Because it showed Kliosper hadn't done any stops, I believe.
Which car number is Kliosper?
160.
160. Yeah, they did not put it in. Maybe they forgot it because of the stress during the race.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know if they have or haven't done their 2 stops. I'm assuming they have.
Yeah, next year I think we will introduce this sheet way earlier, and we will tell the drivers that they have to fill it in. So it's a good help to see how many teams have done their long stops already or not. And it's also interesting who's in car, because during the qualifying week you saw which drivers which fast and how fast, and so you get an idea of if you can catch that car in front or not. So I think that's an interesting information.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be interesting to see as well if there's any way of getting the driver name for the car that's currently active shown on the B standings thing.
That you have it directly on stream.
Well, yeah, just so it's shown at the bottom, because at the moment it shows the team name.
Yeah, just the team name. Yeah, it's there's no way to get it into Assetto Corsa. Maybe if you script something or program something, I don't know if you can make it happen so that you use the website and an app reads that values and put it into the game. Maybe something like that, but currently it's not available. Something like that.
Fair enough. Okay, well, Pitman, I'll let you crack on. It sounds like you've got a lot to do.
Yep.
But looking forward to the next 49 minutes of racing here. I can't believe it's already almost over. And
yeah.
Where does the time go? But yeah, looking forward to seeing how this comes to an end.
Yeah, me too. So keep up the good work, and I will re-watch the stream tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, well, thankfully it's been one continuous stream so far. Didn't have the issue we had last year where it kind of decided to break halfway through.
Yeah, perfect. That's great to hear.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Pitman, again for organising everything and for the opportunity to come back and help commentate. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how this race ends. So I'll catch you soon.
Yeah, catch you too. Bye bye and thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Right. Well, there we go. Herr Pittman, the busiest sim racer I know, at least. He's got a lot to organise. So, car 30 is now driven by PTVA. So yeah, we've got a few driver stops happening. We've got another invitation for an interviewee to come in. Let's bring them in. Hey, welcome. Apologies, my Discord's glitching on me and it's only showing me the first letter of your name and then 3 dots after that. So can you tell me who you are?
No problem. My name is Mike Tiano, driver of the 25 Scuderia Tiano Savona car with Mauricio Savona. We're running P29 right now.
Oh, fantastic. So tell me about your race. How's that going so far? I'm just going to switch focus over to you guys now.
No problem. We were part of that first lap incident. If you go back and watch the replay, you can actually see my teammate. He rear ends one of the other cars. When he did that, he said that he couldn't see him. He was following somebody else. They swerved at the right time. He didn't, got collected. So kind of put us on the back foot from the beginning. But we fought through it. He did a pit stop, ran the first stint. I hopped in and did a double stint, which that was a bit intense. But he's taken over now, and he's going to bring it to the end, and hopefully we'll finish in the top 30.
Very nice, very nice. So how did you find the nighttime section of the race? Was that were you driving for that bit?
Yeah, I drove through most of the night. I think he handed over right when it was going from dusk to night. It wasn't bad. Not really any major incidents for me. I saw a couple of crashes, got lucky and avoided them. Nighttime wasn't too bad, fairly calm. I did see I had another P2 behind me without headlights. I don't know if that's been talked about on the stream or not.
Yeah, I'm getting that issue myself, but apparently other people aren't, so I think it seems to be on a client-by-client basis. Not entirely sure what the issue is. I know that for the CSP settings it might be something to do with that, but yeah.
It's terrifying when you can't see the car behind you. You know he's there, you know he's moving around at night, but luckily no incidents there. And I think later in the race, actually, I saw the same car running with headlights, so I don't know, maybe a CSP issue, but it was good.
Yeah, great. So what did you do in terms of setup and kind of preparation for today's race? Did you guys spend a lot of time kind of picking your car, going through different configuration options, or did you just kind of pick anything and go with it?
We ran 3 years ago, and we picked the Ferrari 330. Was that back in 2022? We both have Italian heritage, so we try and stick to something Italian. And we went with the Dino this time. We tested other cars. We tried Chaparral in the P7 class. We tried the the Porsche 910. We just kind of stuck to the Dino. Just have a soft spot for it. It's definitely not the quickest for us anyway. We worked on the setup. I worked on it a lot. Tried to get it competitive, comfortable more than anything for the race. It feels good, but it's definitely lacking in comparisons to the Matra and the Porsche. But yeah, ran as many laps as possible. I saw some people on the charts running over 100 plus, 150 plus practice laps. I think we weren't even close to that, but yeah, it's a fun car. It sounds great, very nimble, but just not the overall pace to compete at the top.
Yeah, although sometimes, like you say, a comfortable car is a safe bet in an endurance race, because if you're having to fight the car the whole time, then your risks of having a big incident are much higher. Whereas if you've got a car which you can easily get on with, then maybe you can just cruise it to the victory at the end without just by avoiding the trouble. But either way, as long as you're having a great time, which I assume you are, then it's all good, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we kind of know we aren't the quickest. We aren't aliens at all in terms of pace, but it's all about having fun. Even after the incidents that we've both had, it's just good to race together, and you know, it's kind of a thing that we do every year. I think THR puts on an amazing event. This is incredible. I'm really thankful for those guys, for all the work that they do, and yeah, it's all about having fun and trying to recreate the past a little bit and live, you know, in the shoes of some of our heroes, right, from that era. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, and we look forward to hopefully coming back next year and being a little bit more competitive.
Sounds good. Well, it'll be great to see you guys here next year. Like you say, I mirror your comments there about how good an event THR put on here. It's one hell of an undertaking to organise this, and they do it so well. So great to have so many people from all over the world participating as well.
Absolutely, and I'll definitely be throwing them a donation. Just, I know there's no entry fee, but they deserve something for it, and hopefully they can put it to good use. Yeah, they're top class, and yeah, always look forward to it, and I appreciate the time, and hopefully we'll stay in the top 30 till the end.
Well, best of luck to you and the team, and wish you a great rest of the race.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you. Okay, so 42 minutes. We're in the last 3/4 of an hour, and we're currently watching the P26 car. Sorry, I keep getting this mixed up. The P5 car, which is the number 26 car. 4.7 seconds behind the number 4, which is in P4. And it's amazing to see at this point of the race they're still so close behind each other, although you can see on the straight here that's quite a sizable gap between the two of them. But it's possible that we might see the 26 move up to P4 depending on how the rest of the race goes for the number 4 car. And there they are, just coming up behind the number 98, I think it was. Yeah, not too much longer to go. The closing phases of this race, and seeming less and less likely that the Imkermeister team will get back to P1 at this stage. They have more seconds interval between themselves and P2 than there are minutes left. And oh, look at that, the Ferrari getting a bit caught out there on the exit from the end of the straight there. So how are our friends in the Sweaty Lobster doing? They're in the 169, just coming through Maison Blanche. Imagine listening to the sound of that car for hours on end as you drove this in real life. Yeah, very nicely run race here by a lot of the drivers. Some really good competitive racing today. Christ, I do sound like Tony Stewart. Thank you, Pierre. So, what is the 4P and number Ps after the drivers mean? I think that might be pit stops. Let me just double check that for you. It's definitely not pit stops. They've done 16 pit stops according to this. I'm not entirely sure actually. That is a good question. Yeah, good shout on the exposure. I completely forgot I dialed that up so much in the night time there, so hopefully that's a little bit more reasonable. And yeah, glad to help with the commentary, guys. It's always nice to be able to participate in this event, even if I'm not behind the wheel. And to help the THR guys out is my pleasure. So the Sweaty Lobster 2 seconds behind Simruna, currently running in P17 in the overall standings. About 7th in the class standings. Going toe to toe with a car which isn't their direct competitor, but they are still giving it the beans. Through Indianapolis. Up ahead, I think it's the number 97 Syndicate's car. And the mighty Red Lobster continues their march towards the end of this race. What kind of car is number 30? Let me find the number 30 for you. So that's JVM Racing. It's a... If it's the JVM... Only one JVM team in here, or is there two? Let me just double check that. Oh, so it's a Matra. It's either the Matra, if it's the P2 class you're talking about, or it is the Ford GT40. Not sure which one. So 30 is, yeah, I think Matra. Yeah, that's the Matra, I believe. Yeah. Matra M630. Very lovely lines on this car. So the number 4 is still holding their ground in P4. P4, number 4. Very nice combination there. The 26 is slightly further behind. Just coming around over Dunlop now. They're 7 seconds behind their competitor there, so there's a good chance they might be able to catch up with them, but gonna have to keep their foot in. Meanwhile, down in P27, we've got the 401 being hunted down by the number 25 Scuderia. Although that is the E-Type driven by the by Akashik, who's part of the Syndicate 100 car there. But here's the view from the number 25 car as they try and catch up with the VA Racing 401 car up ahead. Ooh, the 100 there, sliding off the track, but manages to keep it in check. Let's take a look through Maison Blanche here, as they navigate that as carefully as they dare. But look at this, the JVM Racing 4 is only 3 seconds ahead. So they're definitely starting to get closer. Engine noises can be so much quieter inside for some of the cars versus the other models. Look at this, the Scuderia driven by Tiano, just in here for an interview a second ago. His teammate seems to have just overtaken the 401. And now they're just ahead of the Matra by the looks of it, onto the main straight. But here we go, back with the number 4. So if we go to the 26 car, they're just going to overtake the slower class there, but here we go. There's the 727, class leader for the GTs. And the hunt is on. The number 26 car definitely closing the gap between themselves and number 4. .7 seconds now. I think the number 4 there got a little bit caught up in traffic, but let's go on board with the number 26 as they come up through Dunlop. Can they close the gap? Now's their moment to strike. They've got to get through the traffic and catch up with the number 4 car ahead. I think the traffic should be fine. Matra's out the way. And now they are on to the Mulsanne Straight with a nice bit of opportunity here for some slipstream. So now, can the Ferrari 330 keep up with the Ford? So gap seems to be widening on the straight. I definitely just can't keep up with that brute force of the Ford down the Mulsanne Straight. It's common theme with the Fords. They definitely have that straight line speed advantage. But will the Ferrari be able to do anything in the corners to catch up? That's the question. Come through the kink now. They'll be heading up to the braking zone shortly. Just get a little... Ah, damn it, I missed it again. I want to get a view of the cars coming over that crest, because they seem to lighten at the front and almost look like they want to fly. The 2.1 seconds separating the number 26 car from the P4 slot, which they're so keen to obtain. So there we go, 1.4 seconds. They're definitely starting to take advantage of these corners, and a few more of those to come. Let's see if they can do any of the magic here as they navigate through the Matras. The Ford up ahead, driven by the number 4 car, sorry, just navigated through the 97. Now this 97 car ahead here is the Syndicate entry, and they are just in the way at the wrong point there for Maison Blanche, but they're going to give a little bit of slipstream here to these guys. But actually, look at that. Number 4 is coming in to the pits, and that means that at this stage, that probably means the 26 car here doesn't have to worry about them anymore. So 26 moves up to P4, and now it's just a question of the last 29 minutes of this race. But down in P35 right now, we've got the 170 car, and the Assetto Corsa friends are only 0.7 of a second behind in their Matra. Heading down to Maison Blanche now. There they go. Got an E-Type to navigate past. And the heat is definitely on. The 66 car here, trying to find a way past. They're going to go 3 wide on the run down to Dunlop, although the E-Type's seemingly still in the mix here, but maybe just a bit further behind. Could be the camera angle. Yes, they are. So the 170 now drops in behind. And now we go through Dunlop. Let's see who's got the better cornering capabilities, better on the brakes. Looks like the 66 a bit slower on the brakes. Ooh, potential incident ahead. There's the 38, I think it was. Thankfully, it didn't get in the way. Only 0.8 of a second. Let's see who's got the straight line speed though. That's what counts here. The 38 in the background definitely having some issues. So actually, straight line speed advantage seems to go to the Matra. They're definitely pulling away now. So our race leader right now, the 160, is 81 seconds ahead. So subject to no pit stops and no accidents, they may be in a pretty good spot here. Bear with me guys, I'm going to have to take a quick toilet break. I'm going to leave the camera focused on... I'll leave it on the race leader in case anything exciting happens up here, so I'll be right back. Okay, I am back, and I see nothing has changed significantly in the top spots here. So, Empire Racing, currently running 24th, are 1.7 seconds ahead of the number 42 car, the RCS Classics. I think they've been doing this dance for a little bit of a time now. But it looks like there's a little bit of work to be done here by Empire Racing team to catch up with the RCS guys. We've only got 23 minutes left on the clock. I can't believe this race is almost over. It's amazing how fast 6 hours can go. Now, the information board isn't showing, I guess, everyone having done their pit stops served. I think they have to manually enter that, which is why I can't see in all cases. But I'm assuming at this point in the race that the top 5 will have completed all of their handovers and so on. So you can only assume that it's just a question of time now. The number 2 car that was leading this race for such a long time is now running in P3. And despite some pretty solid lap times, you can see that they're running, you know, pretty consistent with the top 3. The number 1 car, they're setting a 3:19, so whilst they may be close, it's no easy thing to close these gaps, especially at this level of racing. So just chat confirming that Kleosper have pitted 4 times like the others. Here comes number 2 car, overtaking 2 cars on the way down to Maison Blanche. That's nicely done, getting through just for the traffic. And now they come up to the start-finish straight. Got the number 21 Ferrari ahead of them. Let's take a moment to check out how things are going down in the GT class. So our friends in the 727 Mercedes are still leading their pack, and by good margin as well. They've run a really good race today here, and the purple helmet is very much a purple helmet. The Belen service station. Very nice. Keeping an eye on the rest of the leaderboard to see if there's any action happening elsewhere. So I think we've got the number 30 car in the pits. Yeah, they are back in the pits. Meanwhile, Good Adam is just being overtaken by the number 96 car, but they're on separate classes, so that's to be expected. And that's the number 97 Syndicate car. There's a little bit of contact between those two. Oh, just 19 minutes to go. So, Kleosper, 77 seconds advantage over the nearest P7 class. The Good Adam Shawn team have a fairly healthy 91 seconds between themselves and Shiner Motorsport. And then further down, the Purple Helmet team are not only ahead of their own GT class, but they're also ahead of a lot of the P2s as well. So they're doing particularly well today, but they have at least 100 and something seconds between themselves and the number 9 car. Here's Levi Speed hunting down the 559. So it's the FRL Pussy Magnet, 0.5 seconds behind Lev Speed now. just again a credit to the skill of these guys. The top three have been lapping such consistent lap times for the entirety of this race. It's it kind of beggars belief. A couple of teams putting in their personal best now. So you've got Schneider Motorsport there with a 3:38, Chucklefax with a 3:40, and then Lev Speed in the 5:59 with the 3:58.07. But you can see Inkermeister on a 3:19.626 there, so that's very quick indeed. Now starting to get a little bit quicker, it seems, but you know, just on that last lap at least. Unfortunately, though, no particularly close battles out on track at the moment, apart from ooh, is that our friends in the 38 again? Yeah, these guys seem to be having a little bit of trouble today. But here comes the 559 in the TVR up against their rivals, who seem to be the number 13 car. And there's number 1, I think it is, just shooting down the inside there. We're like 26, squirreling through Indianapolis. Let's see if the 559 can use its magic trick here, which is the acceleration, and there it is. They seem to have the advantage when it comes to brute force acceleration, and versus that number 13, they're definitely putting that to good use. So Lev Speed breaking out a nice healthy 1.6 second gap to number 13 now. Number 13 going through Maison Blanche with a Matra at the moment. Always a risky manoeuvre. And now the Matra shooting down the right hand side on the way up to Dunlop. As they sneak on past the number 13. And actually, let's take a look. So where are these guys? They're just coming through Dunlop at the moment. Still out in front with Cleospera Racing right now. We've got 15 more minutes of action to go. There's the 98 Chaparral. Okay, I'm actually going to go ahead and we're going to go into this camera here. I want to see how light the number 1 car gets coming over the hill after the kink. So we're just going to watch with these guys as they come around the kink and then over the crest of the hill. And I suspect we'll see the front of the car just lifting a little bit as the track falls away from beneath them. The Ford seems so much quieter compared to the other cars. Personal best for aggressive snails. Right, so here we go. Let's line it up like this. So we should see. Yeah, you can see it just, you know, it's not like trying to take off, but it does get quite light over there. You wouldn't want to be trying to brake in an emergency there with that little amount of weight behind the wheels. Always seems to be raining grass on this corner as well. So, 14 minutes to go. And we've got a little bit of action down here in P27 with the Royal Sim Sports team and Empire Racing team. The number 90, I think it is, yep. Squirreling under the brakes as they come round and back onto the throttle. There's 3 cars now fighting for position. They've got 14 minutes left of this race to go. Daunted Soda, I see you in the audience there. Put your hand up if you want to come in for an interview. If you oh, there we go. Yep. Invite to speak. Daunted Soda, welcome. How's it going?
I mean, I just think I guess about the like to caution everybody, don't get in if you're tired, because this is exactly what happened to us, and well, it's not going too well now, is it?
Sorry, I was getting a lot of engine noise there. Can you just repeat that? Sorry.
Yep. No. I mean, if you want, you can ask me questions or something. I'm in the place called the racing car. We dropped 11 spots in basically 2 laps.
Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened to you there?
It was my incompetence mainly. Also, the fact that when you're tired, you just don't drive very well. It's
yeah,
not a
I
good
was
combination.
mentioning a little bit about that. The drivers doing the stints. You know, I guess that the fatigue starts to become a factor.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're doing 2 long stints broken up by 2 hours of doing something else, it kind of gets you out of focus, and you just and you come back and you kind of rusty already from being off the race for 2 hours.
So up until that incident, how was your race going? I've seen a little bit of you guys having some good battles today. How have you found the race so far?
It was actually a great experience, to be honest. The organization is great, so it allowed us to have a lot of fun, especially in the beginning. Even though we had some minor hiccups with people, especially my teammate, not showing up on time. But we kind of managed to get around that. So that was going great. We moved up to P20, and then, well, I think I didn't quite read that it will drop you 1 lap if you teleport back to the pits. After our gearbox died, we basically dropped.
Yes, okay, so that's the downside of the return to pits.
Exactly. Also, we had I think there was some gear problems since I think one of my pedals wasn't fully registering. It was damaging my gearbox when I was shifting.
Okay, so that was causing your gearbox issues then.
Exactly. Gearbox dying in 2 laps while driving the same as before with no issues was kind of weird.
Okay, well, sorry to hear it's partly a hardware fault that might have contributed to that, but one other issue with your car might be that I'm just looking at the internal camera here. You don't seem to have a steering wheel fitted to the car.
We didn't do that because of weight savings. if we subtract that 1 kilo from the car, that allows us to go a bit faster and get closer to the aliens in this race.
Well, it's good to see your driver still holding on to the imaginary wheel that you've replaced it with, just to create the illusion. But that's great. So, what did you do preparation-wise for today's race? Did you do any kind of special, like, what went into picking the car, and what did you do setup-wise to help with the racing today?
Well, that's actually a funny story, because the reason we picked the Matra was not because we were the fastest, the best handling. We had a conversation with my teammate between, like, we were going to between the Porsche, the Matra, and the Ferrari, and my teammate said this wonderful thing. I cannot see the gauges in any car but the Matra. So we just end up with the Matra. It was quite a good way to choose a car.
So the decision was made for you.
Exactly. I mean, if you cannot see the gauges, you cannot drive, right? So.
Yeah, definitely. And how is the Matra then, apart from the fact that you can see the gauges and there is no steering wheel? What else have you found about the car? Is it a good car to drive, or not your preference?
It's a great car to drive, to be honest. Maybe not my preference because of how I drive, but it's a great car until you try to push it too much. Because then it just goes on. But in the high-speed car, it's very progressive. It's very nice.
Very good. Well, it certainly seems to be a popular choice here today, with a lot of cars on the track being the Matra. But it's nice to see so much variety in the livery. So talk me through your livery choice. Did you have a hand in making that yourself?
Yeah, I did. To be honest, the biggest issue I've encountered with the livery was I basically got to doing it too late, which is why it doesn't look the greatest of all. There's way better liveries out there. So, ours is just kind of a boring 2 colors and nothing else.
Well, I like the fact it says "I don't brake for Maison Blanche" on the back of your car.
Because see, the issue with that was we have to let other cars know that we have big balls and we don't break from this on long.
No
You know,
steering
it
wheel,
just-
big balls, and what a perfect
Exactly.
combination.
Exactly, although it led to some disaster. Out the race time. Oh.
Very good, very
It's
good.
not endurance.
So wait, is this your first THR endurance race, or have you been here for last year as well?
It's my first year ever. My teammate's second THR race. He's done this race before last year, but it was my first year's race ever, and that is why it probably went so badly in the second stint.
Well, it can't be worse than some of the other teams who haven't got this far in the race. So it's good to see you guys have got this far. It's good to see so many teams got this far. But yeah, had a few interesting dropouts earlier on in the race. And did you get involved in the big pile-up at the beginning?
I did not get involved in big pile-up. I was fortunate enough to make it through without any scrapes. So the beginning went well, and then my teammate took over, made some spots, and I just.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It was a bit of a heart and mouth moment where I thought half the grid had just been destroyed, but thankfully it didn't seem to put too much of a damper on people's race.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if it's in the beginning, you don't lose that much time. The issue is when it's later on in the race.
Yes.
And you're already spread out. You just lose way too much time.
Exactly, yeah. And with endurance racing, you never know when something's going to happen. So as we saw, the Imkermeister team were leading so dominantly for such a long time, and now they're in third.
Yep.
Great. Well, thank you very much for coming in for the interview. Then hopefully we'll see more of you at future events and next year's THR endurance race. I'm looking forward to it already, and we've just finished this one.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for popping in, and best of luck to you and the rest of the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alright guys, so we're into the last 6 minutes of the race now, and it looks like our P1, 2, 3 spots are, well, relatively a safe bet by this point in the race. And for our P2 class, we've got Good Adam Sean in the top spot for those guys. Schneider Motorsport in P2. They've been a pretty solid fixture in the top 3 for the P2s all through this race today. And then down in GT, we've got the purple helmet in a well-deserved P30. On track to beat quite a lot of their P2 compatriots there. So, yeah, there's the number 97 Syndicate car coming through in the P2 class. They're running about midfield for their class at the moment. Meanwhile, our GT entry isn't doing super well, and our number 98 car up in the P7s are kind of in the lower half there. But great to see such a good showing across the through the teams. Wireless steering wheel indeed. So, 6 hours ago, I thought this was a long race ahead of me. Oh, look at that, actually, we've got a bit of a... Who is that car up ahead? They've just been caught out at Arnage. It looks like the 13, maybe? Yep, it's the 13. Just rejoining, they had to wait their turn there. So that's the Pussy Magnet. Oh, what's on the back of that? Oh, the 66. One of the blue cars had... I love that on the back of their car. Just trying to check which car I just saw. They had a blue livery. I'm going to have to try and find those guys again. I want to see what's said on the back of their car. I'll find it eventually. it is. Yeah. So. Ah, so it's the Aggressive Snails logo. And they've got one on the front as well. Love it. Okay, sorry about that. Just flicking through every car on the track, but I wanted to see what the Aggressive Snails had on the back of their car, and it was an Aggressive Snail. So, 3 minutes left, and we'll watch the Cleospia Racing team bring this home to victory as they work their way down the Marsan Strait for what is possibly the penultimate time. And then if Herr Pittman has managed to get things... sorted out, he will then bring up the Wheel of Fortune, and there will be a bit of a prize giveaway. And apologies for flicking through the cars there so quickly. Just coming over the hump there on the way down to the end of the straight. Inside the Fords. Quite a quiet sound from the inside of the Ford compared to some of the other cars. Heading down to Indianapolis now is our race leader. Comes up behind the 27 car that we were just talking to. And we're just about to enter the last minute of the race. There's the 599, which will be the TVR, being followed by, I think that's the 38. And there's the race leader, the 160, just about to cross the line for their final lap. And the Inkenmeister team just put in the fastest lap of the race with a 3:18.742. Impressive time, but maybe a little bit late in the day now for the ultimate comeback. Currently running in P3. There's the race, the class leader for the purple helmet. Sorry, GT class purple helmet there, just in the background. And the Inkenmeister team absolutely flying as usual. So let's grab the last battle of the race. It's the 134 car, Thundering 2 versus Chuckleflex. They're 1 second apart as they head down the Marsan Strait, and they are now on the final lap of the race. There's the number 4, currently running P6. And the Thundering 2 are being hunted by Chuckleflex. .6 of a second. Chuckleflex on a personal best at that 3:40.308. Just trying to ease their way round the car in front as they try and close this gap to the Thundering 2. They've got A little bit of time left, but not much as I head down to Indianapolis. And I believe the number 1 car has almost finished, if not already. Quickly check where they are. Yeah, they're right behind these guys actually. So we're watching from their point of view as they come past Chucklefex. So we're getting to watch the battle and the leader come to the end of the race at the same time. Chucklefex now 0.5, 0.4. Can they sneak this past? They've got one shot now. They're going to try and do it on the grass. That's brave. That's very brave, but it's going to pay off as the Matra works its way through. They've just snuck through to steal P20 in the bravest way possible. There's the race leader, 160, just crossing the line. Kliosper finishing in first place, I believe. I think the live timing screen is having a bit of a hard time. So yes, Kliosper takes the lead after the race here, and that is that for them. Well done to them. Anderson Brothers picking up the P2 spot in due course. Here we go, the number 98 Chaparral there as well. Now the chaos begins. So the 160 drivers can relax now. Having brought that home, the number 2 car takes home P3. And what a race that's been. 6 hours of Le Mans with THR. I've been your commentator today, Pirate Laserbeam. Been a pleasure to be here today. And we're not quite done yet. There's going to be a little bit of post-race prize giving, I believe. Viles there with the big balls move. That's a great shot actually. There we go. So here's the Syndicate trio. We've got the Chaparral, the number 97 and the 100. It'd be great if these guys can line up and do a little bit of a formation. There we go. Oh look, and there's Viles in the 860 behind as well. He's a Syndicate driver, but he's actually in a different team's car. There we go. Well done, boys. Thank you for your participation. No worries, guys. Thank you for your support in chat. Always a pleasure to be here. Always a pleasure to have your help. And thank you for everyone who popped in for an interview. It's always nice to have people to chat to throughout this event. Very pleased to have been here to help out. What a lovely shot that is. So I think it's going to be off to the driver briefing channel potentially. I'm not sure where the driver briefing channel is right now, but I shall try and get there. An E-Type just blasting down round the mobile chicane, and there we go. Well done, everyone. What a race that's been. Let me see if I can bring up the necessary stream now. Going to check with Pitman if there's going to be So just trying to find my way. Ah, we've got a lot of interviewees now. Let's bring the whole gang in. Got lots of hands up. Let's bring Viles in. Binding.
Syndicate.
Box.
Syndicate.
Red.
Everyone from Syndicate, let's go.
There we go, Syndicate team. Tell me about that. That was a nice little shot at the end there with the formation. Right?
Bring the other ones in. Bring the other syndicates in.
Yeah,
come on.
I'm bringing them in.
Oswald and Pixel.
Oswald, Pixel.
One more.
Do we have Andrew?
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, whole gang's here, boy.
Hey, gang going.
There we go. How was that, guys? It looked like you had a pretty eventful race across all classes there. And Viles, what a move!
Absolutely awesome, mate.
Andrew's here. Get him.
He hasn't put his hand up, but I'll bring him in anyway.
No, bring. He doesn't get a choice.
Hello.
Hello.
Safe to say, I have a big grin on my face. I think I would have had a big grin anyways, but the pass on the very end, I heard the words, just send it through the chicane and whatever happens, happens. And, well, worked out in my favour.
Was that an overtake on the grass, wasn't it? So
it was, yeah.
Yeah, brave move.
Two wheels, though.
2 wheels, yeah, 2 wheels.
Yep.
So
all of us who weren't driving were just watching his stream for the final call. It's like, is he going to get compromised by the GT40? He was, and he had the run.
I was watching Forest. I was watching my team, mate.
you missed out, mate. Unlucky.
So tell me about it, guys. What was the general consensus? How did the whole race go? I see you've all had a little introduction to various issues. Box decided to be a lumberjack halfway through. Pixel, your car seemed to have wheels that pointed the wrong direction at certain points.
Yep, that was an annoying glitch.
Was that just it failed to repair the damage, did it?
Yep.
He had a puncture after going off, and it didn't repair the wheel bearing.
The classic Assetto Corsa where you knock the front axle out of alignment, and you know it is.
Yeah.
And then you decided to attempt to drive around the track with that, or rather than do a revert to pit.
Because I didn't realize at first what the issue was, and it was only the lads in the VC telling me what it was, telling me that you need to return to pits. So I said okay.
Yep, it was. I
Very
thought you were being
annoying.
very brave. You were going to be a mobile smokescreen for a whole lap of Le Mans.
Sorry to interrupt. Everyone, can you please jump into the endurance briefing channel for a moment, please?
Yep,
Yeah, of
I'll
course.
move over there now.
Sure thing.
Cool. Thank
Okay,
you.
fantastic. Thank you.
See you
Cheers, everyone.
soon.
Okay, let me just try and switch my stream over now to present the Discord. There we go, that should work.
Yo, I think many of the drivers are still in their team chat, so we have to wait for them. But I realize that I can't share my screen in this stage channel, or? Yeah, we find a solution.
Guess now we just wait. I think what Pittman's going to be doing here is just getting himself lined up for the prize raffle. As he was mentioning earlier on, there is a few prizes that the supporters of THR have pulled together, and he'll be giving those away. I think it's done on a, spin of the wheel basis, so we'll see how that comes together.
Oh, Valentin is still missing. Come on, come on. Does someone know if it is possible to share the screen in the stage channel? It's grayed out for me, this icon. So where's Valentin? Ah, here it is. So hi.
Right.
Can you hear me? Yes, or?
Yep, I can hear you
Oh,
loud and
every
clear.
can hear us. So, yeah, okay. So welcome to the winner stage. Race is over. 6 hours went by like nothing. So, yeah, it was a crazy and insane race. I did not have that much time during the race to watch the stream and to follow the action completely. But I guess I saw who win. In the end, I used the time to set up a prize raffle we tried to have, but I unfortunately can't stream my screen into the stage channel. I don't know why. I have to think about it. Valentin, do you want to start the winner stage? So like we did last year?
I think we can do that. On that topic, do we have any of our broadcasts still up and running?
Yeah, I can draw him into here.
Because then it would probably make sense if we could add one of our commentators to appear.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Hello.
Barrett is here, and his voice is still in okay.
Yeah,
after
I
6
haven't
hours.
had to do a driver swap with my voice yet. Tomorrow may be a
Nicely
different
done.
question.
So is your co-commentator also in here? Ah, here he is.
Yeah, actually should be here as well. He's got his hand up.
Yes,
Yep.
hello, I am here.
Found him. Great.
Hello.
Yeah, congratulations to every team who survived this crazy race.
Well, congratulations to you as well, THR and Pitman, everyone involved, for putting it off again. It's been another fantastic race.
Yeah, and I think without any hassle we had last time, so with re-penalty or the start of the race or whatever, I think it went fluently this time. That's cool. That's really, really good. That's what we wanted to hear. Valentin, are you still organizing something?
Right now, I think not. I think we have to, pretty much everyone in here. Quick question. Do we want to do top 3 of each of the classes, or only the victorious teams per class?
Depends on the time we have. We can put in the victorious teams of the classes, or 3 if they are in here of each class together.
If that was a possibility, I think that would be really cool. Then I would suggest for us to work our way up through the classes, bottom up, to begin with GT, and then after that move to the 2-liter prototypes, and then finalize it with the overall and 7-liter results.
Yeah, good idea. So everyone who is on the podium in the GT class, raise your hand. And who wants to be on stage?
Hands.
Hello.
Hello. There's one more. Hola.
Hello. Hello, party people.
That should be it.
Okay, congratulations for winning this class.
Oh wait, I'm not a winner. Hold on.
What?
No, I thought you meant like who wants to step in from the class. No, I'm sorry.
He's just excited to be here.
You just couldn't wait. I get it.
Right, where did you all end up?
P30. Oh, wait. Who?
I got a P3 in GT.
You could stay here.
Nice.
And
I think you had to drive that one solo, right?
I actually got my teammate was able to get it up and running. So thankfully, I only had to do the last 3 hours. But my legs are hurting, so I don't even know how people do these 6 hours solo.
I think we're gonna find out in a couple of minutes. Congratulations on that one. That's a pretty stellar result. What was the big Corvette like to drive for such a long time?
Oh my gosh, it was amazing. I mean, surprisingly enough, it was a bit more nimble in the corners and a bit less top speed than like the Jag, which seems completely opposite, but it was actually super fun. There were a couple of weird moments. I almost got P2 heading into Indianapolis. I had an awkward moment with one of the Chaparrals and ended up in the wall, so I had to go fix my suspension, but it was a really fun race. Little to no mistakes. I'm surprised I was able to take a Maison Blanche consistently every single time, honest to God. But we made it, and I'm pretty happy with the P3. Corvette is super fun. I'm very patriotic.
Right, on to the team that finished in second place in the GTs. That's Mark and Nico.
Hello.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. We were not sure how Drew was doing. We were somewhat surprised to end up in second, I have to say. He was quite fast.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it is surprising. The Corvette seems to brake a little bit better and certainly corner a little better than the Jag, or at least better than I can.
I know. I remember going up to the Dunlop S's. I think it might have been you guys, but I just totally sensed it on the inside, and I was able to get it stopped. I don't know how.
I was being a little conservative because if I get the Jag sliding, it's a little bit hard to keep it out of the wall there.
That's valid.
Yeah. And we had a few incidents as well.
Yeah, it was a good battle for second position with you, Drew, and your team. That was great.
Yeah, man,
I think the leader, though, the Mercedes in the lead, guys. I mean, you guys, we haven't seen you for the whole race. We saw you yesterday in the prep race a lot. We raced with you, but today we haven't. I think I haven't even seen your car. So well done, guys.
How was it to have all the faster cars around throughout the race?
Oh, go ahead, Nico.
Yeah, you definitely we were talking to the race with Mark. He's like, in the GT, you spend a lot at Le Mans. You spend a lot of time looking in your mirrors. So I think optimize your mirrors is kind of a good thing. Put that good quality, and because you would spend a lot of time looking at them. But yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. It's the P7 are easy because they are so fast. There is no problem. The P2s can be a bit sketchy because the slower driver in P2 are not faster than us. There is places where they have trouble overtaking us, so that was where the fun was.
Yeah, that certainly was a challenge, with the P2s often being either the same speed or slower than us on the straights.
Nice. Speaking of those winners, well, sure, you guys from second and third place may not have seen them that much. We definitely saw them for a moment or two during the stream. They won last year's race overall. This year they decided to move down into the GTs and try to beat as many P2s as possible on top of trying to win the GT class. I think they've been successful with that approach. Everyone, please make some noise for the Purple Helmets, Slasher, Happy Kojot, and FMG.
Well done, guys.
Congratulations, guys.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, what was your secret to shortening the braking distance in that thing?
So
literally today at 3 in the morning, I was in call with someone, and we randomly we were talking about fuel saving and strategy, and we figured out. Well, I thought about the Ford GT40 from Kunos that doesn't have brakes either, and especially at the end of the braking zone, it just the brakes just stop working. And what helps that car with braking? Well, coasting before the braking zones, and I thought that I would try it, and I did try it, and it made me gain like a second a lap, which was kind of funny. So we went from braking at the 400 board at the Mulsanne to braking at the 250.
That's pretty massive.
Yeah.
Wow. Congratulations on that one.
Yeah.
I think that is definitely a well deserved result. So what were the biggest challenges for you out in traffic on the track tonight?
Avoiding cars.
Yeah,
People trying
just
to
avoiding cars.
dive bomb you at the worst spots ever, or just like throwing themselves at you at full speed and praying that you will fuck off the way. Pain. It was actual pain for some of the cars. And it wasn't all of them. It was a repeating theme of the same cars trying to do the same terrible decisions over and over. It was interesting.
I see.
Yep.
Gotcha. Well, guys, congratulations. I think we have to move to the next class. That was
you, guys.
was the podium of the GT class. Let's move on to the podium of the 2-liter prototypes.
Thanks for having
these. Thank you for being here, guys. And now let's
Thank you.
move on. Let's move on to the teams that made up the podium in the 2-liter prototypes. If I see that correctly, it's the Curzon Vector team in third place, Schneider Motorsport in second place, and Good Adam Sean in first place.
And
If you complete the class, please raise your hands, and then we can pull you in.
And just a word in between. Before we start this, I just want to mention that we will do the prize raffle after the interviews. So as you have written, hopefully on the website and in Discord, we have the opportunity to raffle some prizes among the finishers of the race. So stay tuned.
Awesome. All right. 2-liter prototype, the class that built 60% of the grid tonight. Lots of cars in a very short space. The whole thing began with a massive pileup. The 3 of you made it through on top. Congratulations for that. In third place, we have the Curzon Vector team of Andreas Rogge and Max Scheiter. Congratulations to you guys. How did it go?
Thank you. Congratulations to P1, P2. I think overall we had a pretty good race. We did escape the whole thing at the start. Although I didn't do the start, but I was told that at the end of the Mulsanne we did spin another team. But we gave the place back afterwards, and just kind of kept on going in a group with 2 other Matras. Unfortunately, we did have some kind of curse on our team because my teammate Andreas, for some reason, didn't have his pit board, so he didn't actually know what he had as his pit instructions. So he didn't know if he was changing tires, how much he was refueling, if he was repairing any damage. And when we did the driver swap at the end of his first stint and I took over, I, for some reason, had a new thing with my wheelbase that during some of the corners, especially Maison Blanche, my force feedback would stop working in the middle of the corner, and it would come back like maybe 2 or 3 seconds later. So after that, I turned down the force feedback in Assetto Corsa on the Mulsanne. Unfortunately, towards the end of my stint, with 1 lap to go, I went a bit too fast into Maison Blanche and just hit the right side of the barrier, which spun the car around, but also unfortunately made my wheel turn off. I don't know why it did that. I think it was some sort of maybe safety function. I don't know. But it ended up with me being on the little straight, start-finish straight, without my wheel. So I had to turn back on my wheel. I had completely no force feedback. I managed to do another lap to finish my stint, and then we had to do our second long stop at the halfway mark, which was unfortunate because that meant that Andreas had to do the whole 3 hours on his own to somewhat rescue our strategy, which did work out, admittedly, but it was an eventful race for sure.
That definitely sounds rough, but congratulations on salvaging P3 under these challenging circumstances. Well, in second place we have Schneider Motorsport, Niklas Schneider and Maximilian Wenig. Congratulations on that one, guys. What was the story behind your race? What happened to you guys?
Oh yeah, first of all, obviously, big congrats to the winners and also P3. Yeah, well, I think it went as we expected. I think we had a good quali position and we knew the times that the other teams were capable of. Obviously, like Adam and Goodsmile and Sean were just absolute legends. They were so quick, so we expected them to win the race and that we would probably fight for P2. So, I mean, we are satisfied with that. Obviously, it would have been nice if we could have fought with them a bit longer, but yeah, that's what it is. First stint was going good actually. I thought they were a bit quicker, but I don't know, maybe they were fuel saving a bit more behind me or whatever, but I managed to stay in P1 till the first pit stop. Then Niklas went into the car and yeah, he was going for 3 hours straight. So obviously he took it a bit relaxed and just to manage the 3 hours without problems. However, that didn't really work out because he had major like shifter issues. He had a lot of misshifts and gear grinding and stuff like when he wanted to go into fourth, the shifter would go into second on its own and misshifts on upshifts and stuff. So it was really bad. He also spun one time because of it. Yeah, so it was just salvaging and just make sure that the gap to the back wouldn't get too small in the end. And he managed to do that. So I think we can be happy with that. And I mean, last stint was just driving the car home, avoiding any accidents. And yeah, I think we are happy with that. So again, big congrats to the winning team and also P3. It was a really good race from you guys.
Congrats, good stuff. Yeah, speaking of the winners, Adam, I think we've seen you before here last year as well. Last time you were all alone. This time with the assistance of Sean Campbell and Goodsmile Racing. Congratulations to the 3 of you guys. That was an impressive run.
I just want to say thanks for the organizers, and unfortunately Goodsmile couldn't make it, so it was me and Sean just cutting the race in half and splitting it.
Oh, okay.
Pretty trouble-free from our end. Sean did a good job of staying out of trouble early on, and then I got lucky in the back half, of just being on the other side of all the cars, it seemed.
Nice. Congratulations, guys.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the podium of the top class, and I would suggest to hand over the moderation of the overall podium to how about you, Pirate Laserbeam?
Yeah, sure, can do. Although actually, I might nominate Akshik, given my voice is taking a bit of a hammering today.
Ah, okay.
I can take over for that. Yes.
Thank you.
So, who do I start with?
We need a few more people in here. One moment. We still need someone from the Anderson brothers here on the stage. There we go.
Hello.
I think we're set.
Hello. I think everyone's here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, first of all, congratulations on you guys. This was a really good race by everyone. I think you can agree on that. What do you think of it?
Well, thank you.
If you want,
What,
I can start. Unfortunately, Cleo is not here, so I had to race alone because he's sick. He got COVID like 4 days ago, and I want to dedicate my victory to him because without him, I wouldn't be here. I didn't have time to register in time, and he needed a teammate, so we decided to race together. But unfortunately, he was able to race.
And what hell of a,
It's
what a
unfortunate
hell of
to
a
hear, but
teammate he got. If you run the whole race solo and you're here now, that's fantastic.
Yes, I had to do the whole race alone. He didn't want to because my longest stint was like 3 hours, something like that, and I was already destroyed. But at the end, he got forced to do it, but it got well.
Yeah, you did really well in that race. That is a monster performance, and I'm very sure he's gonna be happy to hear that you dedicate this race to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
What would be your favorite moment of this race, if you can pinpoint it to one exactly?
I think the first laps, because the rest of the race I didn't have much fight, but I was very, very nervous, and I crashed into Maison Blanche at lap 1. But outside of that crash, I managed to do a clean race. And also because I started 6th from P6, I did a good qualifying lap, but I was only 6th, so I was like, oh, I'm never gonna win this race. If I get on the podium, it's already a huge achievement.
Yeah, I can say I think you achieved that. I think you topped that.
Yeah, big congratulations.
I absolutely agree about that. Congratulations to you. That was
Thank you.
very impressive.
I want also to say sorry to Florian because at last lap I slowed down too much on Maison Blanche, and I didn't saw that he was fighting for position, and he lost one position because of me.
I also lost that position. I was also in that car.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Shit happens.
Exactly. It's a 6-hour race. Things happen you can't always account for. In the end, we all had a good time. We all have had a good race. I think that's what's most important.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
with such a good communication, such good event setup, how could it ever be a bad race?
Yes. Correct.
Well, thank you.
Maybe 1 or 2 words about our organization. What we did. What's the point?
I'd maybe wrap up the podium first, and then
yeah, okay.
carry on with that. I think second place, Anderson brothers. Congratulations, guys. That was pretty impressive.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
We're both here in the same microphone.
Ah, okay.
Well done, guys.
Did you drive in the
You
same
guys on
rig?
keyboard.
I'm sorry.
So did you drive in the same rig?
Yes,
So
we did.
that's-
Yes, we did.
Ah, okay. Yeah, cool.
Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah,
Very
it was
cool.
a really
Well,
good race.
It was a
thank
pleasure
you.
to watch you guys race. So yeah, thank you for the entertainment.
I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. Oh, it was we had a quite big accident at the Maison Blanche.
Yeah, my second stint.
Marcus
For me, Marcus, I had a big accident in the Maison Blanche.
When we were leading.
Yeah, we had a pretty good lead, and I was asleep at the wheel or something.
Something happened. So we dropped quite some places. I think we ended up on 4th place.
Yeah.
And then we tried to make it up again.
Yeah.
and we managed second place, so we're quite happy, anyways.
Yeah, we don't have had enough fuel in the car. So
No,
on the last lap we was forced to take a pit stop.
We did a rookie mistake.
Yeah,
Oh.
this is our first time, you know.
So we had
Ruan's the only one.
fuel up the last lap.
Ruan's the only one. I finished the race with 0.4 liters of fuel left. I couldn't have cut it any closer.
No.
Well calculated.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah.
How was it
pretty
to
much
deal with the slower cars during the race?
It was quite hard sometimes, because I know you talked about it in the briefing, that keep your racing line and the faster cars will overtake. But quite many of them moved to the right instead, so you had to do the overtake on the left side, and you didn't know which of them would do that. So you know, it was like, okay, this is a chance or risk taking every time. So it was quite hard sometimes.
Another thing that was a bit scary was on Mulsanne King, the Mulsanne corner, because we had we have to brake at 400 meters, and the P2 only brake at 250. And when you overtake someone and you brake in front of him, then it's very dangerous because he can crash into you. So you have to be very careful with that.
Yeah. Sometimes you chose to place the car to the right just to leave them place so they can brake faster than what you. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. But very good race. We're very happy with the result.
And this is our first time. Usually we drive against the AI.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow.
They're quite
For a first time, that
stupid.
was pretty solid, I would say.
Thank you.
Good stuff, guys. Yeah. Down here
If I can, I will.
down here in P3. Yeah, we were a little bit unfortunate, but I think I'd like to hand over to Marcel on that topic.
Oh, that's difficult. Yeah, I was the one who had the crash of our team, and yeah, even if I watch a replay, I don't know what I should think about it. So yeah, I think in the team we will watch it and decide what we will do after the race about that. But yeah, a big thank you to my team. They did a great job, great pace. So and I can also thank TH Racing. So very good organization, and also all the races I did there in the years were very great. I had a great time.
Yeah.
If I can, I want to
We
say,
agree.
Oh, sorry. I want to say thank you to Hailey and Testing Flyer, because they gave me their race setup, because I didn't have any setup. And it was like, oh my god, I'm so slow. I can't do a great setup for qualifying. And they gave me their race setup. Thanks to them.
Yeah, that's nice.
Nice. Yeah, well, I would like to add thank you as well to my team. Attila and Meisterjäger both drove fantastic stints, particularly that opening half of the race where Attila built up such an enormous lead. I think in the end we were just unlucky to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Encountering a car that we're not sure if it should have done what it did. But the result was that our car was completely destroyed in the approach to Maison Blanche, and that cost us probably about 1.5 laps. But that's endurance racing. Sometimes it takes, sometimes it gives. In this case, it took, but that happens at the end of the day.
Yeah, thanks to you too, Valentin. You also did a really solid job. You actually beat my my best lap in some of your last laps, so you weren't that slow either, especially considering you barely had any practice.
Thank you.
Same here. Yeah, just a question about our organization. So did we do it on point? So I would appreciate if the drivers use the endurance feedback channel, if there's something we can do better next time.
Yeah,
And maybe
absolutely.
positive critique is also welcome.
Yeah, it's only positive from us. We're very happy here.
No one does it better, Pitman.
Yeah.
Same here. It was a really, really good organization. It was clear. Every information was on the paper that no one read, but it was there. And you spent so much time on it. I think it was almost perfect.
Yeah, cool. Nice to hear. Thank you very much. It's to be honest, we could imagine to do these races more often, but the time we have to spend is enormous to set everything up. It's a little bit. It's to the difficulty that we invite so many members from different communities, and as you said, not everyone is good at reading. In the background, we tried to shape our processes from the first endurance race to this, and some things are running pretty smooth, but nearly every year we have new ideas to implement, which adds some complexity again. Yeah, but in the end, it's worth to do it, but I'm not sure if we are crazy enough to do it more. Maybe we try to squeeze one event in around the summer break, but yeah, that's just a thought.
That would be really nice.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how the vintage sim racing communities are interested in this race. Huh? So 3 hours and 40 minutes, and every registration slot was booked. That was absolutely amazing. Yeah, and it's great to host such a race and to have everyone around. It's an amazing experience. It's a little bit difficult when you have to go into the car and drive by yourself, because you have to do so much around that stint you drive. But in the end, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and it's a joy to have you all on track here. And it's a invite to have a look at our upcoming championships, and maybe you are interested and want to share the track with us again. So that would be nice. And if not, we see again in the next endurance race, I think. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you, everyone, for participating in the race and for being here with us during the last 6 hours and the last weeks.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Really
you for
good job
the
from you guys.
Yeah, okay.
I think another big thanks that we can add to all of this is to our commentators.
Yeah,
First of all,
absolutely.
in both streams, I think you all did an amazing job. It was a great pleasure to look into it. Thank you so much for your support.
Yeah,
pleasure.
it's a cherry on the cake what you do there. So that's absolutely enormous and fantastic. And also huge thank you to Pirate Laserbeam who said he want to do it. No matter what, that he is alone, 6 hours alone, but he got company from Akashic, so that was good. But thank you guys, it was really, really good. Also to the German stream, I will take some time tomorrow and the next days to rewatch everything. Looking forward to that. So thank you.
Immer gerne.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, cool. Okay, Valentin, I think we can sum up here, or it's.
I think we can move to the raffle, right?
Yeah. So onto the raffle. As you read on the website, we got some prizes to raffle. I want to do this now. It will not last that long. I think just a couple of minutes more. The unfortunate thing is that I can't share my screen in the stage channel, so therefore I made a prize raffle voice channel, and I need you to join there. I put the link into the chat here, and when everyone is there, we will start the raffle.
Santa is actually not real.
So no, everyone can talk. That's might be the downside of this state.
Hold on. Wait, are we gonna do the raffle right away?
Yeah, I will do it right away.
Okay. No, I have to go down. But someone let me know if I want anything because I need to go down. Someone is waiting for me with a guitar.
See ya, Akira.
I'll come back. I'll try to come back to at least to see whatever. I'll try.
Great driving from you.
I try.
Okay. I share my screen now. And this is it. So join, please. I can't see how many are in already. Can I see that?
46 in at the moment.
We have 50 people watching right now.
Yeah, that's good. So as you know, we got some coupons and prizes and so. First of all, from Sergio Loro, I think most of you know him. Fantastic track modder, living in Argentina, is a good friend from THR since many years. And he came up to me when he heard about that event and asked if he could sponsor some prizes here. And that's it. I'm pretty happy about that. You can choose the coupon to download stuff from his website then. So I just need to click and then it lasts a few seconds and we know who won this. It's a little, little bit crazy, huh? Okay, these are the first winners of the coupons. I will hand over them. I think via Discord might be the best, easiest way. So heading over to, is this the correct one? Yes. Heading over to Pimax. Yeah, Pimax came up to THR a few months ago, and you noticed that they post something in our channels from time to time. And when we announced that endurance race, they came up and they said they wanted to give away 10 discount coupons, each 80, I think $80 worth. It's not right in the title, so $80. And in case you are interested in buying a VR headset from Pimax, you can use this. It's a huge amount from their site. I haven't seen any bigger until now. So these are the first 8, and the next 2 I will do after that. So is everyone muted in the channel?
It's push to talk.
Ah, push to talk. So, some well-known drivers here. Congratulations. Should I deactivate this push to talk? Can I do that first? Don't know.
Do the results get saved?
Yeah, I do that.
Okay.
Hopefully. I'm not sure about that, but I guess. Okay, the next 2 coupons.
I'm taking screenshots to be sure.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, okay.
So with this, we have the 10 coupons away. For these winners of the Pimax coupons, I need the email address, so I will write it in Discord, and it would be nice if you can send me your email address, and I will hand them over to Pimax then, and they will come up with how it works. Oh, that was close. So the next winners and the last one we have. I would be cool to have you in voice so that someone cheers here if someone wins. Why not? Naja. I don't know how to activate it that fast now. And the last one is from 3D Rep. 3D Rep is a company from Italy. They do a lot of stuff in the vintage in sim racing, in terms of sim racing. So, for example, they build pedals, they build upgrades for existing pedal brands or sim racing brands. For if you have pedals from Logitech, for example, you can upgrade them with their tools. They have vintage rims, which is a very cool category. So rims which are looking like they did in the past. So, for example, from the Ferrari 312 from the 1967 Formula One season, and some others. So, might be interesting to have a look at their website to watch what they offer. And they are, they sponsor THR by giving away some prizes from time to time. That's really cool. Because in THR we raffle these prizes typically not to the, or we gave these prizes typically not to the winners of the races. We just raffle them among all drivers who participate in our championships, and I think that's it's a cool part. So and this time they give away a $50 coupon for their no, it's wrong. It's a €50 coupon for their shop. So it applies to everything what is available in the shop, and they give away the McLaren MP44 rim, which is the vintage classic rim. Looks stunning, and I hope that the guy or whoever wins it that he will be pleased about. So that's it. Let's spin the wheel and let's have a look. Yeah, congratulations. So we have our winner. So Perilla won the vintage ram and the Debilo rider. So all drivers from the team each get a €50 coupon for the 3D Rep store. That's it. Congratulations to everyone. So if someone wants to say something, just it works with clicking a button or not.
Congratulations to the winners.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, everyone. Yeah, you can only enable talking when you map a push to talk button. Yeah, only then will it let you.
Thank you
only
very
then will
much.
it let you unmute.
Yeah, I made this channel pretty quick while we were in the winner stage, so I missed to. I found the. So works now. Little too late.
Okay, this is gonna be chaos now.
Yeah.
Someone
Okay, guys.
really hot miking.
I think we are finished with everything. So thank you very much for being with us. I hope you enjoyed it and maybe be on track with us in future races or in the next endurance race or whatever.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
And,
you. Thank you, Pitman.
Alright guys, thank you very much for being part of the stream today. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to go in, grab a cup of tea and put my voice to rest. But catch you next time. Hopefully I'm invited back for another THR endurance race or something else. I'm always open for opportunities for commentary. But yeah, hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, guys, and enjoy the rest of your weekends. Catch you later.